Chapter 384. When he talked about his profession, Fatty's nose was red and bright like a light bulb. He said sincerely, "Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. Our iron treasury relies on lending and has a profit margin of at least 10% to 30% a year. That is to say, for a business of 100 gold royals, we can get a profit of about 20 gold royals. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other banks in the trading city. They are not as stable as the iron treasury, probably between 45% to 64%. Well, we only earn and don't lose. They earn and lose. That is to say, if I want you to be the middleman for food, I will give you at least 10% of the profit." Danny said, "This should be more than 20%. Fatty rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "The average profit is around 20%. If you want a blacksmith to sell flour, then the profit of the flour industry can't be lower than that of a blacksmith. Don't you think that makes sense? The annual interest of the Iron Treasury's loan to the Iron Throne is only 6%. How much lower is it than 20%? Gerald said coldly. Looking at the bitter smile on Fatty's face, he said, "Sir Gerald, you have to consider the risks when doing business. A business with no loss will naturally have low profits. A business with high risks must have high profits. If not, it will go bankrupt. For example, lending to sea merchants is very risky. If there is a slight accident, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. The merchant will jump into the sea and our loan will sink. Therefore, the interest is as high as 80% to 500%. Even so, not many banks dare to allocate funds casually. Why do you think that buying food for the Queen is riskier than lending to the Iron Throne? The Queen has already stored the cash in the Iron Treasury. How can she go back on her words? And the Iron Throne? I hope you can clear the debt before next summer." Gerald's purple eyes were full of mockery. "The Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted." Fatty first said it like an oath, then smiled and explained, "The Iron Throne used the identity of the Undulls, Loiner, and First People's king to borrow from the Iron Treasury with the entire Westeros as collateral. As long as the Seven Kingdoms still have kings, as long as the Westeros still exist, we will definitely be able to get back the principal and interest. But Dragon Queen wants us to be the middleman. Middlemen are still merchants, and merchants will lose money. For example, the Dragon Queen spent millions to buy food and stored it for 5 years. In the end, it became moldy and spoiled. She definitely wouldn't want it. Wouldn't the loss be counted as the middleman's fault?" Hearing this, Danny's expression changed several times. She sighed and said, "I originally just wanted you to work for me, but you jumped into the pit yourselves. Who's to blame?" "Oh, tell me about it." Fatty raised his eyebrows. "The Iron Treasury will accept my employment and become my grain purchasing manager. You will be charged for your service and won't have to bear any risk. There shouldn't be a 20% commission like that, right?" Danny said dejectedly. Fatty Bersalo nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, if it's the cooperation model you mentioned, then at most 15% profit. Your Majesty, you've said it yourself. Unlimited purchase of grain is a huge business that costs tens of millions of gold royals. The entire continent of Ursos is covered. How much manpower and resources will the Iron Gold Vault have to invest? Just like the example you mentioned before, if you want blacksmiths to change professions, you must have a higher profit margin than blacksmiths. For your grain purchasing plan, the entire Iron Gold Vault will have to be mobilized. This will seriously delay our original business. It's almost equivalent to changing professions from bankers to grain merchants. In other words, if you don't want to be a manager and become a large grain merchant, you will sign a contract with me as a seller." Danny confirmed again. "That's right. You only need to deposit the gold into the Iron Gold Vault in advance and pay a 30% deposit. We will definitely give you the same amount of grain 5 years later. As for how we buy the grain, what price we buy it at, and how we store it, you don't need to care. If you pay 5 times the price, we can even help you transport the grain to Dragonstone Island," Bersalo said confidently. Dragon Queen nodded reluctantly and said, "One last question. How much grain can I receive in 5 years?" "That depends on how much gold you have," Bersalo said. "You're that confident?" Dragon Queen raised her voice. The current price of grain is about 200,000 gold royals for 10,000 tons. The land in the Rhone River is fertile, and it ripens twice a year. Considering the upcoming winter, let's say it ripens once a year. 1 acre of ripened land requires at least 200 kilograms of grain. 10,000 tons is about 100,000 acres of land. Just the Andorras Plains of the upper Rhone River alone can provide 1 billion acres of farmland and pastures. If from now on, 1 billion acres of land will be sown with winter wheat. 1 year later, 100 million tons of wheat will be harvested. You'll have to pay 2 billion gold royals for it. Slavers Bay has 2 billion gold royals? Bustling smiled confidently. Andorras was the homeland of the Undulls. To the west was the Bravos Strait, to the east was the upper Rhone River, and to the south were mountains. Although there were many hills, because it was surrounded by mountains and rivers, there were many plains suitable for farming. It was definitely the foundation of an emperor. Unfortunately, the conflict between civilizations and Ursos was too intense. The Undulls, who were powerful in the Westeros, could not protect their ancestral land. Now, the Undulls and Ursos were almost wiped out, and Andorras fell under the control of the Bravos people. Andorras basically supplied all of Bravos' food, meat, milk, and production materials. Yes, the water city of Bravos had a large area of influence and did not lack food. But Fatty was still bragging. Not to mention 1 billion acres of farmland. The vast Andorras had 2 billion acres of arable land. But arable land was not the same as arable land. At the very least, the farmers needed to take care of the farmland. Even the great Celestial Empire did not have 2 billion acres of arable land. Danny Slavers Bay was 10 times more fertile than Andorras. The two rivers and the Cayuan Plains covered hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. But limited by the population, the farmland that was effectively used was not even enough to cover 20 million acres. Without a doubt, the population of Bravos was not as large as Slavers Bay, and it was impossible to grow 1 billion acres of wheat. But Danny did not care if Fatty was bragging, as long as he could grow the food she needed. I have 50 million gold royals worth of gold, 8 million gold royals worth of silver, and about 10 million gold royals worth of jewelry. Danny reported a shocking number. Gerald Dane and the chief swordsman were shocked, but the Sea King and Bersalo were calm. In fact, anyone who had been to the Iron Treasury's hidden gold cave would not be shocked by a small amount of tens of millions of gold royals. We don't accept silver. Bersalo hesitated. Although silver was only worth 8 million gold royals, its volume was more than 50 times that of 50 million gold royals. Transporting thousands, tens of thousands of kilometers, would the Iron Treasury suffer a loss? If you don't accept it, then don't. I have to leave some money to set up a bank in Slavers Bay. Danny said casually. Bersalo's eyes lit up, and he smiled kindly. Can the Iron Treasury invest? No, I want to set up a national bank, and foreign investment is not allowed. But you can set up a branch of the Iron Treasury in Slavers Bay. Danny said, Great. Bersalo was even more delighted. Although the Gith people had fallen, there were two things they did very well. First, their economy was completely independent, and there was not even a foreign bank in the entire Slavers Bay. Second, their own Temple of Divine Grace had become a brothel, and their religion was in a mess, but they firmly resisted foreign religious forces. They were almost the only country in the world that did not have a red temple. Yes, even the port cities of the Westeros had a red temple. Finally, I need a fleet, either rented or bought, and a group of sailors to set off immediately to the Great Wall, to the East Sea, and to bring the barbarians waiting there to the Narrow Sea for winter. Danny said, Barbarians. You want to use the power of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall to attack the city-state of the Narrow Sea? The Sea King was surprised and immediately shook his head. Bravos can't do this business with you. Bravos has also joined the alliance. Danny asked calmly, Bravos is against slavery. Why would they join the alliance? But we don't want to see the political situation of the city-state of the Narrow Sea change, which would conflict with the interests of Bravos. The Sea King said firmly, I just want to find an unclaimed land in the land of strife for the barbarians to survive this winter. Danny sighed. Haha, do you believe your own words? The Sea King sneered. Danny turned her gaze to the fat keeper, who was listening with a smile. Bravos is not the only one with a ship, and you can't stop me. Why don't you make money, and I save some time and energy, and we can all be harmonious? How about that? The fat man's eyes flashed, and he asked, Must you bring the barbarians to the land of strife? I have signed a 3-way lease agreement with the barbarians. It is a sacred contract and cannot be violated. Danny smiled gently, and her tone was firm. The fat man looked at the gloomy Sea King and said awkwardly, This is a serious matter, and we have to discuss it. Also, we have to discuss the specific regulations of the food comprador. Why don't Your Majesty stay at the Sea King's palace for a few days, and we can discuss it in detail? Danny shook her head and said, I will leave tonight. Sell the ship or not, just say it. As for the terms of the purchase of food, Sir Gerald Dane is fully responsible, and the White Knight is qualified to sign the contract on behalf of the Queen. Bizarro approached the Sea King and said softly in a voice that could be heard by the Dragon Queen, I will ask the doctor and the guard. They are by the moon pool. The Sea King's face changed, and he said angrily, When did this happen? Why didn't I know anything about it? Bizarro looked at Danny and said to the Sea King, They are very concerned about the arrival of the Dragon Queen, and they are riding a purple ship behind your fleet. It was a last-minute decision. The Sea King was the ruler of Bravos, and he had the same power as the king. There were no titles like Duke or Earl under the Sea King, and the city manager was a knowledgeable doctor and the guard of the Iron Treasury. The Doctor of Bravos was as knowledgeable as the Doctor of the City of Knowledge. But the position was completely different, and the Doctor of Bravos had more power and more direct management power. In other words, the Doctor of the City of Knowledge was equivalent to the Doctor of a modern university, and the Doctor of Bravos was equivalent to the Genshur. Well, it was similar to the scholar bureaucrats of the ancient Celestial Dynasty, which built the civil service system of Bravos. Of course, there was a difference with the scholar bureaucrats, and the doctor here was similar to the title of nobility and could be passed down to the next generation. Well, it was equivalent to the father taking the Genshur exam, and only his son could inherit a Genshur position. Of course, to inherit the family's doctor position, one's knowledge and ability must be qualified, and idiots were not qualified to become doctors. The guards are the managers of the Iron Treasury, and they were composed of shareholders, financiers, key-keepers, and lenders. Strictly speaking, the Fatty Bizarro was also a guard. The guards and the doctor formed the real ruling class of Bravos, and even the Sea King was elected by them from the citizens. The election process was mysterious and complicated, and it seemed to refer to the prophecies of the moon's singer and the oracle of the god of 1,000 faces, and ordinary people would never understand. Chapter 385. The Sea King's face was very ugly. Even Danny and Gerald understood that he really knew nothing about the behavior of the doctor and the guards. Was there a game of power in Bravos? Well, there was a game of power everywhere. However, the political situation in Bravos was famous for being stable among the 9 free city-states. There had never been a fatuous ruler, a crazy king, a powerful minister, a rebellious minister, or a warlord rebellion. The Sea King, the Doctor, the Iron Treasury, and the Islands of Gods. The 4 forces had a clear division of labor, harmonious and united. They were not the best political group in the world of power travel, but at least they had the best performance, especially when compared to the Westeros, who were rotten like a cesspool. Since the doctors and the guards are here, why don't you come up and have a seat and settle the matter directly? Danny suggested. The appearance of the doctor and the guards made the Sea King surprised and angry, but he was still rational and did not want to lose his dignity in front of outsiders. He did not object and only looked at Bersallo. Important matters that affect the future of Bravos need to be discussed and decided by the doctor and the guards, but they are only the Sea King's advisors. The Sea King can represent Bravos to sign an agreement with you. Bersallo declined tactfully. The Sea King's face looked better. So, Danny asked. The fat man stood up and bowed to the Dragon Queen, saying, Your Majesty, since you are leaving tonight, can you wait for me for a while and let me tell the doctor and the guards your request? As you said, whether it can be done or not depends on one word. After it is done, I will slowly discuss the specific terms with Sir Geraldine. How long will it take? Not too long, about an hour or two. The fat man replied. Okay, I will wait for you for 2 hours. Danny nodded. When the fat man left with heavy steps, the old Sea King and the Dragon Queen were speechless. After staring for a while, he seemed to think of something and asked, Danny, can I ask why you bought so much food? If I said the night is long and I want to save the world, would you believe me? Do you believe it? Danny sighed. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why do you have to use this kind of nonsense to fool this king? The old Sea King said angrily. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Danny smiled bitterly and said, Winter is coming, but the Westeros haven't stored enough food. Almost half of the tens of millions of people in the 7 countries have starved to death. I plan to send a batch of food back to buy people's hearts. If the people could decide who the Iron Throne belongs to, Old Rose would be the one sitting on the Iron Throne, not Cersei, based on the grain that High Court sent to King's Landing. I don't believe that you don't understand this principle. The old Sea King sneered again and again. Sigh, you really have sharp eyes. Danny had no choice but to say, now that things have come to this, I won't hide my purpose. I want the Iron Throne. I must have the Iron Throne. Targaryen cannot live without it. But with the allied army nearby, I won't be able to invest in the Westeros for the next few years. A few years is enough for Lannister to stabilize the situation and let the 7 countries recover from years of war. At that time, I will definitely face a powerful enemy, even more powerful than the allied army. So, I must first take Dragonstone Island, plant a nail in the Westeros, and fight a protracted war with Lannister. Store enough food for 10 years, and let the 7 countries bleed for 5 years. After 5 years, either I will be defeated by the Allied army, or the Allied army will lift the blockade of Slaver's Bay. No matter what, I will be able to put all my strength into the war for supremacy in the Westeros. Good. Sea King Freyr cheered loudly. What a vicious, cunning, and crazy woman. As expected of the daughter of mad King Aerys, as expected of the commander of the Allied army that overturned Slaver's Bay, as expected of the demon dragon queen who terrified the people of the world. King Aerys' spirit in heaven will be very proud to see you like this. Very proud. The Iron Throne will belong to you. Watching you grow from a child to a qualified king. I'm also proud of you, he said sincerely. You flatter me. I am far inferior to Senior. Danny showed a slightly stiff and humble smile. A glint flashed across the Sea King's eyes, and he raised his chin with white stubble. He smiled reservedly and said, I'm afraid that the Iron Throne is only a part of your ambition. What do you mean? Danny was confused. Could it be that she was too domineering, and the old man thought that she was the empress who was destined to rule the world with just one look? I heard that you swore to the nobles of the 7 countries that the one who ends the long night will be king. You saw deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, and you think that the long night is coming? The Sea King asked with a chuckle. You even know this? Danny's pupils contracted. Accurate and timely information is money. The Iron Treasury has the most gold in the world, and also the most powerful intelligence network in the world, the old Sea King said confidently. That's right, there are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, and I even fought with them. If the legends are correct, the long night is coming, and that's why I want to buy food on a large scale. Danny decided to be an honest child and told him the truth. She came up with the Futures to Save the World plan because the warm and rich Ursos continent did not have a tradition of storing food. She planned to use gold to stimulate the merchants to plant food on a large scale, and when the long night came, the people could survive on that batch of food. If everyone believed that the long night was coming, they would be more anxious to produce food than she was. In this way, she would have achieved her goal in disguise. Yes, she could still save the gold. Ha ha ha! The Sea King threw his head back and laughed, and there was a sense of pride and arrogance in his smile that said, I have seen through everything, but you know nothing. What? You don't believe me? Danny was confused. I do, of course I do. The Sea King nodded with a smile. If you believe me, then why are you laughing? Danny said angrily. Sorry. The Sea King was embarrassed. Was the contempt and arrogance in his smile that obvious? After being the Sea King for decades, he was not even as shrewd as a little queen. That was not right. Danny, as I said before, the Iron Treasury has the most gold in the world and also the most powerful intelligence network in the world. To be honest, your King's Landing's eunuch, the 8-clawed spider, is very talented in intelligence. His ability, coupled with Pintos Illyrio's unlimited support of the Gold Dragons, formed a powerful intelligence network that even King Aerys, Robert, and even Tywin could not do without. But no matter what, one person is no match for an organization. In terms of intelligence, they are not even worthy of carrying the Iron Treasury's shoes. The old Sea King said proudly. So what do you know? Danny asked with a wooden face. Deviant ghosts. The Sea King said seriously, deviant ghosts are real. As early as 20 years ago, when they first appeared on the coast near Difficult Settlement, we knew about it. You're not kidding? Danny supported herself on the table and suddenly stood up, looking at the smiling old man in disbelief. The Dragon Queen's loss of composure made the people of Braavos very satisfied and satisfied. That's right, we found the deviant ghost 20 years ago. The Sea King nodded and smiled. Impossible. If the deviant ghost had appeared 20 years ago, it would have been a long night by now. And why haven't we heard any news of such an important matter? Giraudain was determined not to believe it. Every year, the merchant ships of Braavos would go north to the East Sea to look, and further north to Difficult Settlement to do business with the Night Watchers and the Savages. This is a 1,000-year tradition of Braavos. A palm-sized piece of doghead gold, an iron sword, a leather bag of shoddy wine, and a bag of salt could be exchanged for it. The Sea King stretched out his right hand, which had shriveled muscles, protruding tendons, and aged spots the size of broad beans on his skin. He frowned and quickly retracted his right hand. Of course, while buying furs, gold, and other materials, the merchants of Braavos would also inquire about the Savages' tribes. It was not to spy on the Savages beyond the Great Wall, as there was no valuable information. The merchants would also go to Bear Island and the frozen coast on the other side of the continent, as they needed to know what the Savages' tribes had and what they lacked. Then every 4 or 5 years they would bring the goods that the Savages needed, go around the continent of Ursos and go to the other side. Coincidentally, one of the Savages unintentionally told the sea merchants about the White Ghouls. The White Ghouls represent the long night. So how can we not take it seriously? Did you send someone to confirm it? Danny asked. Of course. It would be a joke if such an important matter was messed up. The old Sea King nodded and recalled. At that time, I personally sent 10 ghost hunters to the flying giant warship. At night, they quietly left the port. They did not disappoint, and under the guidance of the Savages, it took them 2 months to finally see the White Ghouls. At this point, the Sea King paused absent-mindedly. Did you catch them? Jiro asked. The Sea King came back to his senses and shook his head. No, 9 of the 10 warriors died. My first chief swordsman, who was also my brother, was among them. The last warrior also died 3 days after returning to Braavos. Even 9 of Valeglia's steel swords were lost. 9? Danny widened her eyes in disbelief. Since we knew that we were going to deal with deviant ghosts, of course, we had to prepare steel swords with anti-magic properties. The Sea King said matter-of-factly. Where did you get so many steel swords? Jiro asked the question that Danny wanted to ask. The old Sea King disagreed with their doubts and said, the people of Alleglia made more than 3,000 steel swords, and the Westeros alone had more than 200. As the world's #1 trading city-state, how many steel swords does Braavos lack? Not lacking? Good, very good. I also hope that your performance will continue to be so good. Danny thought with a wooden face. You didn't look for the swords after they were lost? Jiro asked. We looked for them, but we couldn't find them. Maybe the savages picked them up, the Sea King said. No, the savages didn't have steel swords, so they might have become the deviant ghost spoils of war, Danny suddenly said. Steel swords could break magic, but it did not mean that they could ward off evil spirits. Evil spirits could also use steel swords. They know how to keep their spoils of war, the Sea King asked suspiciously. Deviant ghosts have intelligence. Danny nodded and asked, 20 years ago, did you hoard food too? Did you plan to control the world through food? Chapter 386. The old Sea King and the chief swordsman looked at each other, turned around, and gave an awkward but polite smile to the Dragon Queen. He said, We have hoarded food, but we have never thought of plundering the world, let alone having the crazy ambition to control the world. We are, his pale face turned red. The old Sea King finally remembered what the Dragon Queen had said before. It was a reason that no one would believe, but it was a reason to buy food. Like you, Danny, we also intend to save the world by hoarding food. The old Sea King spoke with conviction and sincerity. Yes, I believe you. Hoarding food to deal with the long night, to save the people of the world. In the end, he lamented, Danny, I have underestimated you, really. I didn't expect you to be so thorough. You even came up with such a slogan. I'm not as good as you. I have a big pile of MMP that I want to paste on your face. Danny's face was wooden. She asked again, You lost? The Sea King's lamentation turned into dullness, then from dullness to realization, then to awkwardness, and finally, awkwardness to embarrassment. He shifted his sickly body awkwardly. His pale face turned slightly dark. He muttered, I lost everything. I lost badly. Worse than you. Worse than me. Danny raised her voice. She seemed to be dissatisfied that someone dared to compare themselves to her. The Sea King's eyes turned awkwardly after he said what was on his mind. After a while, he sighed. He decided that he should be honest with an old hand like himself. I have the same idea as you. The Iron Treasury invested more than 80 million gold royals from the Jade Sea to the Summer Sea, and then to the river bend in the west to purchase food and supplies. We are waiting for the long night to come and harvest the gold of the entire world. Cough, cough. The chief swordsman was ashamed. He coughed a few times to interrupt the Sea King's nonsense and said softly, Save the world. Save the world is a slogan. We are all sensible people. There is no need to say such nonsense. The old Sea King muttered. You are the Sea King. The chief swordsman insisted stubbornly. Everyone knows. The Sea King sighed helplessly, skipped over this part, and continued, Sigh. I've waited for 2 years, but instead of the long night, summer has arrived. Danny could almost imagine the dumbfounded expressions of the people of Bravos staring at the sun as the temperature rose day by day. The corner of her mouth twitched a few times, and she asked again, and then, You failed once, and now you've given up? You no longer believe in the legend of the long night? How is that possible? That was a deviant ghost that had appeared in the human world in the legends. Who wouldn't be afraid? Also, the prophecies of Yasuur and Ahai have been passed down for thousands of years. Who dares to not believe them? The old Sea King shook his head vigorously. However, we have also become more cautious and have begun to search for the child of prophecy. If we can find the child of prophecy, then the time of the long night can be roughly calculated. Let's go to the Isle of Gods and the Moon Chanter Temple. We'll ask the high priest to make a prophecy about the prince in the prophecy. At this point, the old man looked at Danny with a complicated gaze. Prince Riga, your brother is the prince in the prophecy. That's what the Moon Chanter told us. Then, we went to King's Landing to investigate. In Aegon V, when your great-grandfather was in power, a forest which had also prophesied that the child of prophecy would be born in the descendants of Eris and his wife. It coincided with the prophecies of the Moon Chanter, so we were very sure that Riga was the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasuur Ahai. And at that time, he had just come of age, in the prime of his life, smart and wise, brave and courageous, in line with everyone's fantasy of the child of prophecy. Then, the iron treasury began to store food again. This time, it was on a larger scale and lasted longer, from summer to autumn, and from autumn to winter. It cost 130 million gold royals in an attempt to earn back the previous losses. Cough, cough, cough. The chief swordsman coughed, as if he was ill. The Sea King was interrupted and was stunned for a while before he could react. He said helplessly, "It cost 130 million in an attempt to save the world. Unfortunately, the heavens did not follow our wishes, waiting for the wrong spring, waiting for the news of Prince Riga's defeat and death. At that time, winter had not yet passed, and we still held on to the last glimmer of hope. Then, the 11-year-long summer came. Bello's predecessor, the general manager of the Iron Treasury who presided over the two matters of storing food, killed himself. The Sea King lamented. Danny was stunned and asked, "You have completely given up and are not going to save the world anymore?" "How could we?" The Sea King shook his head and sighed. "The legend of the long night is too frightening. Of course, we will not give up because of one or two failures to save the world. After all, the deviant ghosts are real. Later, when the summer was at its hottest, we sent people deep into the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall, ready to explore the deviant ghosts. Guess what? We did not encounter any deviant ghosts, but we found a few savage tribes in the frozen glaciers. One of the old men said that he had known about the white ghosts since he could remember. He had lived for decades, and he could see them almost every winter. The land of eternal winter, from the name, was almost the Arctic Circle of this world. The reason why it was almost was because no one had really crossed the land of eternal winter, and they were not sure whether the other end of the land of eternal winter was Asia or the deep hell. Even Danny, because she had not lived long enough, did not dare to ride a dragon to explore there. The Bravosi people went to the land of eternal winter to look for deviant ghosts, which was considered full of sincerity. How are we going to save the world? Obviously, we guessed wrong. The long night brought deviant ghosts, but they have always been living in the easternmost land. The old Sea King spread his hands and said sadly, "Impossible! If the savages had seen deviant ghosts so many times, why were they not eaten?" Gerald doubted. It seems that because of religious beliefs, the old savages called deviant ghosts God's messengers. The Sea King was stunned and said uncertainly, "Believers of the god of frost, they have probably sacrificed to deviant ghosts." Danny thought with a gloomy face. Whether deviant ghosts can bring the long night to the world or not, you at least thought that the long night was coming and prepared so much food for it. Then why didn't you inform the others, the Night Watchers, the Iron Throne, and the other free cities? Gerald questioned in a low voice. The Sea King frowned and said, "The savages and the Bravosi sea merchants have mentioned the white ghost to the Night Watchers, but they did not believe it. If you openly announced the storage of food and spread the news about deviant ghosts, and even called for people to form groups to look for deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, I don't believe that everyone is an idiot and will not believe your words." Gerald said coldly, "Sir, I don't know if the others are idiots, but I don't want to be an idiot." Old Brother Fry was not ashamed. Looking at the like-minded dragon queen who was wallowing in the mire, he decided not to talk nonsense about saving the world. He said frankly, "Spreading the news will cause the price of food to rise. The cost of storing food will increase, the world will fall into a state of panic, and the sea trade will collapse. This is not good for us. Why should I sacrifice the interests of Bravos to save the foreigners? To put it bluntly, as long as Bravos can be preserved, the other 8 trading cities will become empty cities. This will only be good for us." Didn't the Dragon Queen think the same? After knowing about the deviant ghosts, she began to secretly buy food and prepared to exhaust the enemy forces of the 7 kingdoms through the long night. She might even be planning to dominate the world through food. When we were still at the Great Wall, the Night Watchers sent out messenger crows to inform the nobles about the deviant ghosts. They also told them about the agreement between the Queen and the 7 kingdoms that the one who ends the long night shall be the king. Gerald argued for the Queen. The old Sea King had a smug expression as if he had seen through their hearts, and said coldly, Yes, there are too many night watchers at the Great Wall in Stannis' army. The news of deviant ghosts could not be hidden any longer. So they rushed to Urso to buy food. In order to make the best use of time, they did not hesitate to give 20% of the profits to the Iron Treasury. Her Majesty the Queen is really generous and ambitious. I'm not shrewd enough. Senior guessed all my thoughts in one go. I'm ashamed. Dany pulled back Gerald, who still wanted to argue, and said to the Sea King with a smile, "It has nothing to do with shrewdness. You and I have the same king's heart, and we both did what a king should do. After all, we are not Yesor Ahai. If we can't be the savior, then we will strive to be the king of the new world." Unfortunately, Bravos suffered a bit of a loss in the first 2 rounds and needs to take a breather. This round, Dany, you will be in charge. If you succeed, you will be the overlord of the world. If you fail, it doesn't matter. You will only lose tens of millions of gold royals. Don't be afraid. The deviant ghosts may not be able to bring about the long night. Besides, you have the Megalosaurus, the rich Slave Bay, and the Westeros. You can afford to lose. Hearing the old Sea King's earnest teachings, Dany's beautiful face almost twisted. What do you think about the child of prophecy? Why am I not the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai? She asked curiously. I have read the ancient book of Asha. The full name of the child of prophecy in the prophecy is Prince of Prophecy. In other words, the savior is a prince. Dany, you are a princess, a queen, but not a prince. Well, neither am I, Brother Fry said. That's it. Dany's mouth twitched. She felt that the Sea King was old and confused. The Moon Singer also prophesied, and no one thinks that you are the child of prophecy. The Sea King shook his head. Well, I'm not the child of prophecy. Like you, I want to be the overlord of the world. Dany seemed to have given up struggling. Then, she asked again, does Bravos have a plan to deal with the long night? Let me learn. Guard your own door tightly, and let the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai deal with the deviant ghosts. The Sea King waved his hand and said casually and helplessly, do you have any thoughts of assisting the Night Watch and joining the united front of the world's people against the ghosts? Dany's eyes darkened and asked again, Dany, if Stannis is confirmed to be the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai, would you be willing to be under his command and be his follower? The Sea King's eyes flashed and asked in return. Maybe. Dany hesitated. Stannis was not the child of prophecy, but Jon was. Then the question was, would she be willing to be her nephew's follower? There is no maybe. The Sea King interrupted her hesitation. I'm sure that I won't be able to wait until the long night comes, but I can tell you clearly that the next Sea King will make the same choice as you and me, because we are not the kind of people who are willing to be under others. Either we are the saviors, and our names will be passed down through the ages, and we will be respected, or we will be the overlords of a region and gain real benefits, territory, and gold. Even Yesor Ahai can't subdue us. This is the essence of a king. Think about it. Yesor Ahai saved the world, but his descendants only occupied the remote land of the descendants of Hail Cologne. Why? Because in the last long night, all the surviving kings were like us and did not submit to the saviors. Otherwise, the king who rules the world should be surnamed Hail Cologne or Ahai. Gudgies, Loina, and Valeglia would never rise. You are right. Dany sighed heavily and lowered her eyes to hide the strange look in her eyes. Was this the deep-rooted bad habit of humans? But she was in no position to curse those kings at this time, because she was not willing to submit to Jon and would not even give him a dragon that he deserved. If there was a destiny, Jon would definitely be one of the 3 heads. Then she thought, as a transmigrator, did she still need to care about the child of prophecy of this world? All right, even if in the end, Jon fulfilled the ancient prophecy, she could still let him go to the desolate Great Gobi of Asia like the ancient kings and build a kingdom of Jon Snow's descendants. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the few of them were thinking in silence, continuous footsteps came from the stairs below. The fat keykeeper was not the only one who came. Be careful. Dany's expression changed, and she turned to warn Juro Dane in a low voice. Chapter 387. Even the Sea King was elected by the Magi and the Wardens in secret. There was no doubt that the core power of Bravos belonged to their council. Before Gerald Dane entered the Sea King's palace as the Dragon Queen's envoy, there were two different voices in the council regarding the Dragon Queen's attitude. Two voices, two factions. Well, it was not the enemy or the friendly. Everyone regarded the Dragon Queen as the enemy of Bravos. This position was clear. The difference was how deeply Bravos should be involved in the Allied army. Bravos who oppose slavery must not join the alliance, or they would not be able to explain to the people and slap their ancestors in the face. The founder of Bravos swore that no man, woman, or child of Bravos would ever be a slave, nor could they participate in the slave trade. This was the first law of Bravos, engraved on the arched bridge across the Long Canal. In the council formed by the Magi and the Wardens, some radicals believed that the Dragon Queen should be treated as an enemy, supporting all her enemies and opposing all her allies. Even if they did not join the alliance in the United Nations in name, they should do the same thing as the United Nations, blocking Slaver's Bay and the Dragon Queen's sphere of influence, such as Dragonstone Island. Another group did not object to the radicals' hostile attitude towards the Dragon Queen, but they thought that Bravos did not need to be so obvious. First of all, the Dragon Queen may not be able to pass the alliance. If the alliance destroyed Slaver's Bay, even if the Dragon Queen did not die, she would not be able to threaten Bravos' invisible position as the world's overlord. Secondly, the Dragon Queen had only abolished slavery in Slaver's Bay and had not challenged the throne of the world's overlord. Perhaps she was as stupid as the Targaryens of the past. Even if she had enough power to dominate the world, would she be satisfied as long as she sat on the Iron Chair? After all, the Dragon Queen did not take the initiative to declare war on Volantis, Queers, Zingis, Lys, and other cities. Instead, it was the slave-trading forces that united against her. Finally, the Dragon Queen had a dragon, and only a dragon could deal with a dragon. The most important thing now was to unite the Volantis people to hatch the dragon and realize the dream of their ancestors for centuries. If Bravos hatched a dragon, not only would it be invincible, but it would also have the opportunity to go one step further from an invisible overlord to a real overlord. However, the visit of the preparatory White Knight was like a gust of wind that stirred up the lake water, causing the hearts of the members of the council to become restless. Even on the flat ground, great waves were stirred up, not to mention that the Dragon Queen was using all her strength to stomp on their hearts. Do it or not, this was a problem. What was he doing? What else could he do? Of course, it was something that all qualified emperors would do in ancient and modern times. Yes, Xiongyu did not do it, so he was unlucky. It was precisely because Xiongyu did not do it and declined that all the emperors of the Celestial Dynasty learned from it, and even treated him as a negative example. In this way, they were completely free from the reproach of conscience when they acted. This was the magnanimity of an emperor. They said it as a matter of course. Even the historian and the common people thought so. The people of this world were a little more simple. In more than 8,000 years of history, there was only one rat chef. In other words, they were in the era of etiquette still existed before Song Xianggong and had not yet evolved into the Guzi era. The people of Bravos were very hesitant about whether to do it or not, and the absolute majority of people were inclined to not do it. The Dragon Queen seemed to be much more shrewd. He did not have as much power as the Hand of the King, but he was also not like the Hand of the King, whose power was completely dependent on the king's trust. He had a bit of the taste of the great Ming dynasty. A kind person could not see through her at all, and only gave an evaluation of illusory, bottomless. Bersalo shook his head. This is troublesome. Everyone sighed. Danny Rise hopes to cooperate with us. In the next 5 years, we will purchase food from the world. Then, Bersalo told them about the purchase of food. Damn, she wants to learn from us? After knowing the news of the deviants, she wants to take advantage of the long night to harvest the world's gold and even world hegemony with food. Immediately, someone reacted and cursed. Maybe. Bersalo smiled in a relaxed tone. This is good news for us. We can make money, and we can also hurt her vitality. That's right. Everyone laughed cheerfully. The doctor's manager laughed for a while, and then said worriedly, Deviants are not equal to the Long Night. Her ambition is destined to fail. But this behavior in itself also shows that she has the heart to dominate the world. A dragon with ambition, this is very worrying. In fact, she has not hidden her ambition for the Free City. Other than finding the Iron Treasury to be the middleman to buy food, she also wants to buy a ship to go to the East Sea and bring the barbarians to the Land of Strife. Bersalo said with a serious expression. What? She wants to attack Tyrasai and Mill? The doctor's manager exclaimed. Genius. She is indeed a genius. Copernicus had a sudden realization. I was wondering why the Alliance was so eager to make a move. The vanguard had already left Volantis and entered the Valyrian Avenue, heading towards Materis. She was still wandering around aimlessly, so she was planning to attack the Alliance's home. You are saying that she wants the barbarians to attack the city of Third Daughters to attract the Alliance's main force and relieve the pressure on Slave Bay? A guard asked in shock. Yes, Copernicus said with certainty. Think about it. When tens of thousands of barbarians enter the Land of Strife, what will the city of Third Daughters' fleet do? Go home and chase the barbarians away. Everyone was deep in thought. We can't sell her a ship, the doctor's manager said coldly. Bravos is not the only one selling ships. I rejected her and even threatened her, but she was firm. Everyone, tell me, how should we deal with this? Bersalo asked. It is not how to deal with this, but how to deal with her. She is now in Bravos, under our bows and swords. She is the source of all trouble, the center of all evil. End her, end the last Targaryen, and the peace of Bravos will be eternal. Copernicus stood up and waved his hands, shouting loudly. Boom! The doctor's manager slammed his walking stick and shouted angrily. No, we have sworn. The Sea King has sworn. Copernicus clenched his teeth and looked at his colleagues around him. He scanned their faces one by one, carefully calculating the number of people who looked at him. 15 professors, 8 guards, plus the key keeper Bezalo, 24 people. 22 opened their eyes and nodded at me. Only 2 closed their eyes. Let's do it. In a flash, Copernicus made a decision. I'm sorry. The future of Bravos cannot be destroyed in the hands of our generation. He unbuttoned his collar to let his rapid breathing become smoother. Clang! Copernicus pulled out the assassin's sword from his waist and pointed it at the doctors and guards. Every word he said burned his heart like charcoal. I'm sorry, I've revolted. Yes, this is a coup. Now, the council will be taken over by me, Copernicus' heir's son. Copernicus, what do you want? The doctor's manager asked. I want you to immediately abolish Felico Antarian's position as the Sea King and elect me as the new Sea King. I also want to immediately take over the Sea King's purple sail fleet. I want to end the evil mother of dragons for Bravos. Copernicus was sweating profusely. His cheeks were as red as a steamed crab shell, and he was dizzy. After reading the lines on the script, he seemed to remember something and shouted, Those who are willing to join me, stand up. Immediately, 2 doctors and a guard stood up with complicated expressions and walked behind Copernicus. Thump, thump, thump. Powerful footsteps were heard on the wooden stairs. A group of armored warriors with bows and swords on their waists rushed into the True Dragon Resort one after another amidst the exclamations of the crowd outside the building. After taking down the dozens of dazed assassins on the first floor, they rushed up to the 3rd floor without stopping and surrounded the Dragon Queen, Jero, the Sea King, and the Chief Swordsman. The warriors were like tree trunks in the forest, and the arrows were as dense as tree branches. The 150-square-meter restaurant that was converted into a conference room was tightly surrounded by 200 soldiers in purple armor and purple capes. God of 1,000 faces, you. The Sea King Felico's lips trembled as he glared at the soldiers in purple. What are you doing? I'm sorry, your majesties. This is a coup. Chapter 388. The old Sea King's face was pale as he shouted at the two high-ranking officers of the purple-robed army. Cantona, Keen, why are you here? Without my orders, why are the purple-robed army acting on their own? Although the Sea King was chosen, he was not a puppet. The strongest naval force of Bravos, the Purple Sail Fleet, was under the command of the Sea King. The people of Bravos worshipped purple, so the Purple Sail Fleet had deep purple hulls and light purple sails. Even the officers of the fleet wore purple leather armor, plate armor, and capes. Their swords, scabbards, and hilts were all made of red sandalwood. The purple sail ships had two military forces, the navy and the cavalry. The cavalry was a marine force that was modeled after the heavy armored knights. They could ride horses and kill, as well as fight 1 against 10. They were called the Purple-Robed Army, and were the direct subordinates of the Sea King. They were similar to the Royal Guards, and were the most loyal subordinates of the Sea King. Sorry, Your Majesty. Keen, with a typical evil face, turned his head and sighed. We can't let the Mother of Dragons leave. Let the God of 1,000 Faces take you, sons of bitches, away. The old Sea King, who did not believe the God of 1,000 Faces, cursed. He forced himself to stand in front of the Dragon Queen and shouted, "Who dares to make a move? She is my guest, a guest of Bravos. I made an oath with the Keykeeper to ensure her safety during the negotiations. Do you want to ruin the honor of Bravos and the reputation of the Iron Treasury?" Copernicus squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of the Sea King. He said in high spirits, "Brother Felix, you are no longer the Sea King." Copernicus had changed out of the dark blue woolen coat he wore on the purple ship. He was now wearing a silver dragon-winged helmet and silver plate armor. On his chest was a golden glaze inlaid with a roaring titan, the symbol of the Sea King. There was a small silver dragon clasping a cloak made of silver thread on his shoulder. On the cloak, there was a black trapezoidal tower with a silver dragon coiling in the middle. This was the emblem of the Arathorn clan. "Copernicus, it's you?" The Sea King was shocked and angry at the same time. He scolded, "You're just a new low-level doctor. Why are you wearing the Sea King's armor?" "Hee, you still don't understand?" Copernicus was so excited that he could barely contain himself. His purple eyes climbed up the blood web that looked like branching branches. He patted his chest and sneered. When the Council's appeasement policy towards the Mother of Dragons made some people with lofty ideals very dissatisfied. A group of like-minded companions launched a coup under my call. At this point, we have already taken control of the inactive parliament. Now, we will abolish your identity as the Sea King and return everything to the right track. Are you crazy? Brother Felix's face was pale and his body was swaying. He shouted in disbelief. Bravos has been founded for 974 years and has gone through 45 Sea Kings. There has never been a Sea King who came to power through a coup. Not even, he said bitterly, I am the only Sea King who was betrayed by the Purple Robe Army. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Keen's stiff cheeks showed some shame, but he quickly became firm. All the guilt and shame will be borne by us, even if we will be spit on by future generations for millions of years. But for Bravos, for world peace, for the millions of kind people in the 9 city-states, all of this is worth it. I'm sorry, everyone. Danny supported herself on the table. Her face was pale, and she looked disgusted as if she was about to vomit. I didn't want to disturb your coup. After all, it's a military coup in Bravos. It's rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. But you, ugly man, your words are so disgusting that I can't help but throw up my dinner last night. Danny, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so much. Copernicus turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen and said with a complicated expression, although this coup started because of you, don't worry. Come with me to the Sea King Palace. I swear to guarantee your safety. Okay, words are like the wind. These days, swearing is equivalent to fart. Who will believe it? You finish the coup first, then we can talk about our business. Danny leaned back in her chair and said lazily. The Dragon Queen's indifferent attitude made Copernicus and the Purple Shirt Army nervous. Did she have the confidence to escape? In the face of such an inescapable trap, even the gods couldn't escape. Where did her confidence come from? Copernicus looked left and right worriedly, but he didn't find any flaws. He became more and more anxious. Danny, words are like the wind. They don't seem to have any effect on you. We can only let the swords shut up, the old Sea King roared. If you want to touch her, you have to step over my dead body. Keen tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, the old Sea King brother Felix interrupted him and said coldly, Don't call me your Majesty. I don't have many days left to live. Before the disease takes away my last breath, I can't let you traitors take away my glory. Without hesitation, Copernicus waved his hand and said, Kill. The purple shirt army hesitated. Kill him, we are rebels. If we don't kill the previous Sea King, what kind of rebels are we? Copernicus roared out. Kill, kill. Cantona and Keen saw the determination and will to die in Brother Felix's eyes. They no longer hesitated and shot out arrows while loudly giving orders. So. Over 100 purple-armored soldiers shot out their crossbows at the same time. The narrow space was filled with arrows, and the candlelight under the chandelier flickered. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The chief swordsman stood in front of the old Sea King to protect him. The thin sword in his hand released a silver sword net that sent 20-30 arrows flying. The rest were stuck in his body, and the Sea King behind him was unharmed. The hedgehog-like chief swordsman turned his head and said to the stunned Sea King, Many apologies, Your Majesty. This minister is incompetent and can't protect. Before she could finish her sentence, Water Dancer's tall body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Blood then spread across the floor. You really? The old Sea King's finger trembled as he looked at Keen, Cantona, and the other familiar faces, finally landing on Copernicus' gloomy face. Good. Very good. I'll wait for you down there. He seemed to have understood something and was finally freed from his confusion. He revealed a smile and turned to look at the expressionless Dragon Queen as he said, Sorry, I never thought they would be so ruthless. They actually played cheat. Copernicus' expression changed as he quickly stepped forward and fiercely waved his sword. Chi! The Sea King's bitter smile remained on his face for an eternity before he rose and fell, rolling on the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Chi! Chi! The headless corpse was still standing there as the shriveled neck weakly spat out blood mist. The hall was as quiet as a tomb as the air was filled with blood and fear. Huff, huff, huff. The sword just now seemed to have used up all of Copernicus' strength. He leaned on his sword as his face was filled with blood and twisted into an evil spirit. He coldly stared at the stupefied Dragon Queen. Die here, or follow me to the Sea King Palace. Just like the chief swordsman who had been protecting the Sea King, Giraudain immediately pulled down his mask after the incident. He held a sword in his right hand and an oak chair in his left hand as a shield as he stood in front of Danny. Clap, clap, clap. Danny was still sitting on the high back chair. She gently clapped her hands and praised. You even killed the Sea King. You have guts, I'm convinced. Jaime Lannister should be laughing out loud right now. Finally, there's someone worse than me. The one who killed Brother Felix was you. You and Giraudain plotted against His Majesty the Sea King and the chief swordsman Kaluo. You were arrested by me and the 2 squadron leaders, Cantona and Keen, and imprisoned in the Sea King Palace's dungeon. The 15 assassins downstairs are your accomplices and witnesses to this matter. Furthermore, you have a criminal record. The people of the 7 kingdoms know that you violated the rights of the guests in the old town, burned the city of learning, and slaughtered the scholars. The 9 free trade city-states, the cities of the Jade Sea, the Westeros, and even the entire world will believe us. Copernicus laughed sinisterly. Clap, clap, clap. Danny gently clapped her hands again and nodded. Brilliant. A very brilliant method. However, I have a question. When you started the coup, did you have the support of the Black and White School and the Iron Treasury? After taking you down, I will convince them. Copernicus licked his lips and said confidently, Sigh, why? Why do I always meet traitors and traitors? Have I been eliminated by the new era and become the conservative Duke Song? Danny looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Who is Duke Song? Copernicus asked blankly. Duke Song Xiangong. Who? Forget it. Copernicus shook his head and said in a taunting voice, You like to mess with people you shouldn't mess with, and you like to put yourself in danger. Who can you blame for this kind of thing? Danny's face turned dark as she shouted, Jialuo, let's go. Wah Hong Long. Before Copernicus and the 200 purple-robed soldiers could react, the wooden floor under the Dragon Queen suddenly cracked open. The Dragon Queen, who was sitting on the chair, and Gerald Dane, who was standing beside her, fell down. There's a tunnel. Copernicus cried out in shock. The experienced Keen and Cantona were shocked, but they didn't panic. They immediately ran to the tunnel, and after taking a look, Keen urged, Someone go down, immediately jumped down. Dong dong. The purple-robed soldiers were well trained. Immediately, 4 or 5 soldiers pulled out their daggers and slid down the tunnel. The sound of metal colliding with the tunnel below was heard. I'll go too. Keen's heart was uneasy, seeing that there was a little brother exploring the way. He also jumped down and entered a dark and narrow tunnel. It seemed to be a slide made of copper that slid down a slope. After 4 or 5 meters, it turned into a corner. It was a brick tunnel that had the smell of rotting vegetables and water. It fell down vertically. Putong, putong, putong. A cold and dark pool? No. Keen recalled the terrain of the Green Eel Inn. The north side was a river. This was the canal that ran through Bravos. The copper slide, just now, was connected to the garbage channel of the inn. Thinking of this, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. There were several warships on the canal. All of them were their people. They surrounded the Green Eel Inn tightly, making it hard for the other side to escape. Hualala! The river suddenly stirred up, as if a whale was swimming through the river. What was that? Keen gave up the idea of floating to the surface. Instead, he dived deeper into the river and swam in the direction of the current, because he suspected that the abnormality at the bottom of the river was related to the Dragon Queen. He couldn't let her escape. The cold river water seemed to have become warm. While Keen was surprised, a grenade exploded at the bottom of the river in front of him. He didn't know what a grenade was. Scarlet red dragon flames boiled the river water, and large amounts of steam mixed with the red flames shot up. The river water, mixed with the high-temperature steam, sucked Keen into it. Just like in a market, a live chicken was thrown into a machine filled with boiling water. Pressing the switch, it wildly stirred. Suddenly, Keen turned from a live chicken to a dead chicken without feathers. He went with the flow, becoming one of the thousands of floating corpses. Chapter 389. Moon Pond. Inside the purple boat, there were 15 professors and 9 guards of the Iron Vault, including the fat Bersalo. They were still sitting in a circle, but their posture had changed. 3 of them were still sitting on chairs facing the center of the circle. But the other 21 people, including the head of the professors, turned their chairs around, facing the window with their backs facing the center of the circle. At the same time, they covered their faces with a veil. That was not a shroud to cover the bodies. They were not dead. They were just using this method to protest against the rebel army led by Copernicus, which violated the sacred oath. What took you so long? The veil on the professor's face floated up a few times due to his breathing. His anxious voice came from below. You know, Brother Felix, His Majesty must die tonight, and the Purple Army will not be able to do anything to him. A professor who is also wearing a veil sighed. Will there be any accidents? Although Danny Reese is reckless, she has turned misfortunes into blessings time and time again. Even the assassination of the City of Knowledge could not take her life. Maybe sigh. The professor said worriedly. Bersalo pondered for a moment. His breath blew the veil on his face and said, The last time the City of Knowledge was too careless. They thought that the poison and the arrows in the next room could solve the problem. So they only arranged a team of 10 to guard the door. Who would have thought that Barristan had tile steel armor and rushed out while carrying Danny Reese? We learned our lesson this time and sent 200 elites, all armed with crossbows. Even if Danny Reese and Geraldine were both wearing tile steel armor, even if Geraldine had his Uncle Arthur Dane sword skills, he would still die. It's best not to kill her. A guard hurriedly said, "We need her secrets, the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia, the secrets of dragon hatching, the skills of dragon taming, and even indirectly controlling her 4 dragons. For dragons, with them, bravos can rule the world, not financial rule, but a real throne." He emphasized, "Don't worry, Copernicus understands the importance. He will try his best to capture Danny Reese." Bersalo said, "I'm not worried about failure. The worst-case scenario is that the woman will resist, and then Copernicus will kill her directly. Then, the Megalosaurus would come for revenge. We have a dragon slayer crossbow. It's not a bad idea to be a dragon slayer. The key point is that she did not go to the Ocean Palace as planned. Instead, she publicized our oath to negotiate with her. How will the citizens and the world view us?" A doctor said. The doctor's director pondered and said, "It's still Anne's original plan. Copernicus, Busby, Charlton, and John will form a temporary parliament and bear all the responsibility for the coup. He also wants to spread the news that Dragon Queen killed Brother Felic, the Sea King. He also wants everyone to understand that Dragon Queen is a threat to world peace." Well, Busby, Charlton, and Johansson did not cover their faces with veils, nor did they sit with their backs turned. Like Copernicus, they had betrayed the council. Now that they heard the chief steward say that they had to take full responsibility, their originally pale faces became even more ashen. Their mouths opened and closed a few times, but not a single word of rebuttal came out. This was a predetermined script. Since they had accepted the roles that they had been given, they had to complete the plot. Otherwise, the director and the audience would not be satisfied. "What if you fail?" Bizarro suddenly asked. "How can we fail?" Everyone said together. They were in a hurry and scrambled to say it, as if failure would really find them if they spoke slowly. "I have a bad feeling. That woman is not stupid." After the lesson in the City of Knowledge, she should not personally take the risk again. Bizarro sighed. How did she deal with the City of Knowledge? The doctor's director smiled strangely. She burned the City of Knowledge. A doctor with a shoehorn face said. No, the City of Knowledge's director's office was the main battlefield, but the damage was not serious. Also, not many scholars died. Only a dozen or so scholars and apprentices died in an accident. Hyder's Tower of Babel was undamaged. Moreover, she did not kill Stannis. The doctor's director laughed in a deep voice. What do you mean? The shoehorn face was puzzled. The scholars and Hyder were involved in the change in the City of Knowledge. If Danny Rise was replaced by any other Targaryen, the City of Knowledge, Hyder, and the Old Town would not have survived. They would have been burned to ashes by the Megalosaurus. As long as the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests, even if the mystic dragon burned all 200,000 people in the Old Town to death, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would not say that the Targaryens were cruel. They would only blame the Old Town for its crimes. However, Danny Rise almost let her mortal enemy go for nothing. There is also Stannis and Jon Snow on the Great Wall. They have an irreconcilable blood feud with the Targaryens. She only needed to ride the dragon down and spit out a mouthful of dragon flames to resolve any grudges. However, she still did not make a move. What does this mean? She is stupid? The shoehorn face said. Perhaps, but it is more likely that she has awakened the Targaryen's sacred blood. The doctor said, Sacred blood? I only know that the Targaryens have mad blood and foolish blood. Why is there an additional sacred blood? The shoehorn face was so shocked that the scarf on his face almost fell off. Have you forgotten about Saint Baylor? Saint Baylor, Bizarro muttered softly. After a while, he said in shock, could it be that Danny Rise is the same as Saint Baylor, a devout believer of the seven gods? She wants to use love to influence the enemy? The muscles on his face contorted as he said with great difficulty. Strictly speaking, it is love and faith. A shrewd look flashed across the doctor's eyes. He said confidently and proudly, there is a saying in the Westeros. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods will flip a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. Which side of the coin do you think Dany Rise belongs to? Sir, I have to say that I have never thought that Saint Baylor is great. If madness is like a coin with two sides and two forms of expression, then Saint Baylor and Aerys are two different sides of the coin. There is no difference in essence. They both belong to the Mad King coin. The shoehorn face twitched as he expressed his disagreement. You are right. The doctor nodded in agreement. In order to hatch the dragon, I have studied the Targaryens for more than 30 years. In the end, I discovered one thing. Their bloodline is engraved with a madness that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. The so-called sacred blood and foolish blood are the children of the mad blood. With the mad blood, they have evolved all kinds of strange personalities. However, we do not need to understand how the mad blood evolved. After all, we are ordinary people. How can ordinary people understand lunatics? We only need to understand that Dany Rise also has the mad sacred blood similar to Saint Baylor. This explains all of her actions in the Westeros. Oh, I have also studied her actions in the Westeros. It is difficult to understand. The change in the City of Learning, the wandering of the river, the expedition to the Great Wall, the duel with the deviant ghosts. She does not have the temperament of a king, nor is she decisive in killing. If it was me, I would have attacked the King's Landing, burned the Red Keep, killed Lannister, and then attacked the Eyrie to kill Aaron's seed. Then, I would have killed Stannis anyway. If I met him, I would have killed him with a mouthful of dragon flame and left him for winter. Sigh, now I understand. She is like the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods. She seems to have the Holy Mother Dany disease of insanity. Bersalo said in realization. When she dealt with the Gith in Slaver's Bay, she was ruthless. None of the virtuous, great, and good lords who fell into her hand survived. What do you mean? The shoehorn face said. The doctor said she does have the mad sacred blood, but the mad sacred blood does not mean that she is stupid. Just like Saint Baylor, he is not stupid. If she did not kill those great slave masters, how would she anger the people? How would she control the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay? Just like now, isn't she also preparing to buy a large amount of food in an attempt to make a fortune in the long night? Sigh, the mad blood of the Targaryen family is so changeable, yet Sir Steward was able to study it so thoroughly. Admirable, admirable. The shoehorn face sighed in admiration. Otherwise, why would I be the steward and you're just an ordinary doctor? The doctor nodded proudly and said, So, do you understand? Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, that woman, sigh, she escapes again. We do not have to be too worried. After all, this is a coup. The Sea King sacrificed his life for her, and the council is also imprisoned by the rebels. How innocent are we? How innocent is Braavos? Even holy Dany could let go of the city of knowledge and Theon Byra. Why would she target us who are innocent? Then what about us? Busby, who was not wearing a veil, could not help but ask, Busby, don't you have any self-awareness? Before the steward could speak, another guard shouted, If you are not willing to sacrifice for Braavos, why did you apply to become a doctor? Why did you join the council? Busby's expression was contorted. Countless MMP floated in his heart. The doctor's steward comforted him. Don't worry, I am just taking every conceivable possibility into consideration. I will not really let her escape. The Dragon Queen has escaped. Don't let the Dragon Queen escape. A commotion suddenly came from the other side of the moon pond. The information in the words shocked everyone on the ship. I will go and take a look. Fatty Bersalo lifted the veil, covering his face, and ran to the side of the ship. He was as agile as a skinny monkey. Rumble. A thunder-like sound came from the faraway canal. The bottom of the river was bright red, as if 1,000,000 candles had sunk into the water. The river water was like boiling water in a pot. White steam covered the surface of the river as it splashed 7 to 8 meters away. One could clearly see a bright red pillar of fire amidst the steam and splashing river water. It was like a sword or a blade. It was 10 meters long and pierced the sky from the bottom of the river. The river god wielded the flaming devil blade and slashed across the surface of the river. Water splashed everywhere, steam boiled, and cries shook the heavens. Rumble! Another Galen warship with a purple sail and a purple shell flew into the air as the flaming sword pierced through it. The flaming devil blade slashed across the bottom of the ship like a welding torch slashing through a thin steel plate. The blade parted in the middle. Goodbye. The ship that was sliced in half was set ablaze. The sailors who fell into the water were hit by steam, boiling water, or the flaming sword. Their cries were as shrill as ghosts. The people on the shore who were watching the Dragon Queen ran and shouted. However, they could not stop the devil god's devil blade from advancing. Forward! Rumble! The fourth warship was parted in the middle by the blade. The hull was sliced in half. That was right. This was the fourth ship. The speed of the devil blade at the bottom of the river was shocking. It split a warship with one slash. After the slash, the flaming sword disappeared for a moment. Then it lit up at the bottom of the next warship, rose, pierced, and parted in the middle. Devil dragon. Bersalo's teeth chattered. The devil dragon is at the bottom of the river. The devil dragon is here. Fatty shouted crazily when he saw the red light at the bottom of the river moving swiftly toward them. Chapter 390. What's going on? The commotion on the river outside was getting louder and louder. The professors and guards in the purple boat could not sit still anymore. One by one, they rushed out of the cabin hall. Oh my God! The professor's face was contorted as he said in fear. A fire-breathing sea monster rushed into the river and into the canal. What sea monster? It's the devil dragon. It's the devil dragon. Bersalo shouted as he stomped his feet. The devil dragon. Why did it dive into the water? Everyone was shocked. Legend has it that the devil dragon will dive into the sea to catch sea monsters and devour them. So it's true. The professor recalled the books he read about Valeglia, and his face turned pale. Is Danny Rise dead? She should be dead. The devil dragon will only take revenge on us if she's dead. Johansson asked anxiously. If she was not dead, the rebels would become scapegoats and die. He did not want to die. Maybe, while Bersalo was hesitating, the boat suddenly shook a few times. A silent undercurrent rippled on the commune pond. Oh no, the devil dragon is here. Run, run. With a roar, Fatty transformed in a bolt and rushed to the side of the boat near the dock. He jumped down like Meng Zotzi. His body was twice the size of a normal person, but he was as agile as a fat toad with a big belly in the water. Run, run. Bersalo did not forget about his companions. He turned around and shouted as he paddled. The professors and guards on the side of the boat were stunned. They did not know what was going on. In just a few minutes, more than 10 purple sail warships on the river were cut in half and burned on the river. Bersalo suddenly realized that the Dragon Queen knew about the purple boat. She knew that the counselor was on the purple boat in the moon pond. Before he left, he told the Sea King personally. She must have heard it too. Damn it. Boom splash. While he was thinking, a water column exploded on the side of the purple ship. The 20-meter-long ship started to shake violently like a fallen leaf in a bucket. The falling water was like a heavy downpour, drenching more than 20 Bravo's bigwigs on the side of the ship. Hiss, in the middle of the water, a ferocious black dragon head roared at the sky. It was filled with anger and cruelty. M.O. Dragon. Bersalo shuddered violently and changed from paddling to diving. He lowered his head and disappeared into the water. There were no more splashes or sounds of water. Traitor. The devil dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a hoarse and deep voice. It was as cold as the Nine Nether Abyss and as rough as glass shards being crushed by a stone roller. Like a typhoon, the bamboo curtains and veils on the cruise ship were rustling. But what made the people of Bravos even more frightened was that the mystic dragon was speaking. They understood that the devil dragon was talking to them. This, the demonic dragon, spoke. The water dripping from his hair slid down his cheeks, but the doctor didn't notice it at all. He turned his head and looked around in confusion, hoping that his companions could tell him if he was hallucinating. This doesn't make sense. This isn't magic. I've never heard of a demonic dragon being so cunning. It hid in the river and burned the boat. How could it accurately find us? And it can even speak. Shoehorn Face frantically kowtowed to the ground, as if trying to wake himself up from his sleep. It was indeed unscientific that Blackie could speak, but it was very magical. On the day of the devouring rat chef's divinity, Blackie could use words to convey information, but its words were very strange. It was like a foreigner could speak. The Chinese, who had never learned a foreign language, couldn't understand it at all. But the Chinese didn't understand foreign languages, and they couldn't say that foreigners were learning to bray like donkeys, right? Blackie was in such a situation. It spoke the ancient language of the last era source language, the language of the children of the forest and the ravens. That's right, the ravens used by the people of this world to send messages, the big black ravens, were also intelligent creatures, magical beasts. But no one knew that the ravens could speak, or that the raven screams were in source language. Other than the children of the forest, humans couldn't understand it at all. Not only couldn't they understand it, but human vocal cords also couldn't support the pronunciation of source language. No human had ever spoken source language. Danny couldn't understand it either, but the dragon spirit state was very special. She didn't understand the sound, but she understood the meaning. Source language was also called the language of the earth. In the last era before the long night, the children of the forest used this language for millions of years. It wasn't just the children of the forest. Most intelligent creatures with spirituality could speak source language. With the long night as a symbol, before the first long night was the ancient era. Many divine creatures were born, including gods, children of the forest, and dragons. There were even gods who established kingdoms, such as the Dawn Kingdom of the Eastern Barrenland. The first Dawn Kingdom's emperor, the Sky Emperor, was the only son of the god, the Night Lion, Death, and the Lady of Light, the Light King before Lalo. As the son of the god, the Sky Emperor lived for more than 10,000 years. It was said that he ascended to the astral plane, or perhaps died. The Pearl Emperor, the Sky Emperor's son, only lived for 1,000 years. After that, the god's blood became thinner and thinner, and the Dawn Kingdom's emperor's lifespan became shorter and shorter. But no matter how short it was still longer than the people of today. In addition to the Dawn Kingdom of the Barren Land, the Thunder Island also established a divine kingdom. The Thunder Island Queen was the same as the Dawn Kingdom's emperor, a descendant of the gods. Even the Dothraki Plains wasn't the true homeland of the centaurs. A long time ago, the Dothraki Sea was a true inland sea, a vast silver sea. There was a legendary kingdom of the Fisher Queen, related to the Anami or the mother of the Lone River. As for the Westeros, needless to say, that was the world of the children of the forest and the old gods. At that time, the giants and centaurs all had their own kingdoms. In addition to these ancient kingdoms with names and histories, there were also countless small kingdoms established by the descendants of gods and demigods. The first era was the golden age of the world of ice and fire. The first long night was like the twilight of the gods. It destroyed all the kingdoms of the gods. The Dawn Kingdom, the Fisher Kingdom, and the children of the forest all disappeared during that period. After the long night, the second era began. It could be called the Silver Era. Well, at least it was worthy of the name Silver Era. When Valeglia was destroyed, the Megalosaurus became extinct, and the magic power faded. It became the age of scrap metal. The protagonists of the second era were humans, belonging to Valeglia. The gods were hidden, and humans officially stepped onto the stage. The dragon and magic civilization created by the people of Valeglia almost surpassed the gods in the first era. But Dany was born at the end of the second era, an era when the great calamity was about to occur. The third era would be started by her generation. They would either take the path of technology, steampunk, or continue on the old path of magic, a more systematic and advanced magic civilization. Or they would combine magic in both. Or the world would end in the long night, and there would be no third era. All right, I digressed. Before the long night, Blackie's dragon egg belonged to the life of the previous era. It was only at the end of the second era that it was hatched by Danny. If not for the fact that the era was different and the world's laws had changed, it should have been able to speak the source language the moment it was born. The source language was like an instinct, engraved in the bloodline of the ancient Megalosaurus. Until the time with the rat chef, when the growing divine power finally broke through the restraints of the rules, the black dragon could speak again. Stumbling, he could only say the word Danny. Yep, Blackie could only call Danny by her name now. Although it broke the rules and could speak the human language, it did not inherit the ability of the source language from its bloodline. Its dragon egg had been completely petrified, and its current physical body was reforged by Danny with flames. Danny should find a child of the forest for it to be its teacher. But at this time, she did not know that there was such a language as source language in the world. She thought that Blackie was speaking the dragon language. At first, she was excited and prepared to learn the dragon language that was more fundamental and could communicate with the sea of magic from Blackie, who knew that half a month had passed since they returned to Slave Bay from the Long Night Fortress, and Blackie could only call her Danny. This made Danny furious. "I didn't expect you to be so stupid, Blackie. To think that I kept boasting about you as a top student in the rocket class. But a good teacher should not be left out. She cannot give up on Blackie just because he became a bad student." Danny began to teach him the common language and Valeglia. Finally, it could speak. Since it could not speak the dragon language, it could learn the human language. Crows could also speak the human language. Megalosaurus could not be worse than ravens, right? It turned out that the reason why Blackie was regarded as a top student by Danny when it was young was really because Megalosaurus are stupid. It was set off by Little White and Little Green, two more stupid dragons. Compared to humans, Megalosaurus learned languages too slowly. Blackie could only remember 1 or 2 words a day when it was taught in the dragon spirit state, and then it would forget them the next day. In fact, Danny really misunderstood Blackie. Blackie was not stupid at all. Instead, after obtaining divinity, it had the potential to surpass human wisdom, but it was only 2 years old. With the lifespan of Megalosaurus at least 200 years, it was still decades away from adulthood. When Danny was 1 or 2 years old, she was not as smart as it was. Although Blackie did not have the wisdom to speak at this time, it could let Danny use its mouth to speak. In the past, when the main soul and the big black dragon spirit were together, she could only passively accept the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. For example, she could borrow its ears to hear, borrow its eyes to see, and borrow its nose to smell. But she could not directly control its limbs. Now, with the complete green prophet meditation ring and the second soul, Danny had evolved. With the second soul and the big black dragon spirit, she could control the movements of the Megalosaurus to a limited extent. For example, at this time, in the dragon spirit state, Danny used Blackie's voice to speak. "How ignorant you mortals are!" Danny's version of Blackie shook its big head, broke the wooden wall with its wings, and squeezed its upper body into the cabin. The huge paddling boat was obviously tilted. One side was tilted up, and the other side was sinking. The chairs, tables, and even the people of Bravos lying on the floor were slowly sliding to the side where the black dragon was crawling. Crash! Ping, ping, bang, bang. The sound of porcelain bottles and teacups breaking could be heard. But everyone's mind was already controlled by the mystic dragon, and they could not perceive the situation around them. "Demon Dragon, I have something to say, dash." The head doctor hugged one of the pillars and cried out in pain. "No need to quibble. I am the dragon god, omniscient and omnipotent. Accept the divine punishment of justice." Danny roared through Blackie's mouth. The Megalosaurus had a large lung capacity, and the sound wave mixed with the smell of sulfur was like a gust of wind, messing up the wet hair of the doctor. Everyone could not help but squint and groan. Blackie's thunderous voice was like the waves, spreading hundreds of meters away. Not to mention the doctors and guards on the boat. Even the onlookers and soldiers near the shore were shocked. "I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent." The doctor's face was pale, and he was almost scared out of his wits by the majestic dragon roar. Could it be that Danny Lilith's megalosaurus had really become a god? Otherwise, how could it speak? Chapter 391. I am innocent. I was coerced by the rebel army. The head of the academicians wailed. Dragon God above, have mercy, please mercy. No, Mayor Side. Danny controlled Blackie's throat and used Smog's tone. She dragged out his voice and spoke in a low and evil tone. Yes, his ferocious dragon face even revealed a smile that sent chills down one's spine. It was said that at the moment before death, time would slow down extremely, and one would recall their past life in an instant. The head of the academicians did notice that time had slowed down. He could clearly see streaks of red light gathering at the entrance of the Megalosaurus roar tunnel. They condensed into form, and the dragon flame was spiraling towards him in a cone shape. But in this long time, there were no images of his past life flashing through his mind. There was only one thought that haunted him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should never have used the thinking of a normal person to predict the actions of Danny Rise, who had awakened the Mad Blood. She might have treated the City of Knowledge and Mother Thean Bella, but she might not treat the Mother Bravos because she had the Mad Blood. Those whose actions are unpredictable are considered mad. I have studied the history of Targaryen and dragons for 30 years. I am definitely a world-class Targaryen expert. To think that I would make such a mistake. Boom! The scorching dragon flame was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It instantly filled the large cabin and burned more than 20 struggling academicians and guards into boiling oil. SSSS, Blackie roared towards the sky. Before the archers on the pier could get into formation, it pushed the burning purple ship away with its wing joints. Its body leaned back and crashed into the moon pond. The lake-sized moon pond rippled. An undercurrent rushed towards the downstream of the flooded town. The spire of the tower and the roof in the northwest direction had ripples. Demon Dragon is in the moon pond. Release the arrows. Quick, quick! Archers, shoot it dead. At this moment, Fatty Bersallo had already struggled to climb up to the pier. As he ran for his life, he waved his arms and shouted at the archers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of archers rained arrows on the moon pond surface and shot into the purple ship that was engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, Dahe had swum out of the estuary and entered the bay. A quarter of an hour later, he jumped out of the sea under the cover of the night and returned to the sky above the Green Eel Inn. At this moment, more than a dozen blazing warships were floating in the canal beside the moon pond. The sky was dyed red, and the small square beside the dock was in a state of chaos. Cries and shouts shook the heavens. The purple-robed army also pushed the dragon-slaying crossbows and barged into the nearby hotels and inns. They occupied the advantageous terrain and set up a defensive line. The soldiers were shouting anxiously, and the shop assistants and merchants were cursing. It was a mess. In fact, when Copernicus led the hundreds of purple-robe army soldiers into the villa, the spectators outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The prediction melon was too big for him to handle, so he prepared to flee back home to seek refuge. The scene of the purple sail fleet being cut up and set ablaze by the flaming demonic sabers also proved their conjecture. However, it was impossible for the purple shirt army to crowd the streets without any defense against the Megalosaurus. As a result, a large number of tourists, merchants, and residents were driven out of their houses, causing the situation on the streets to become even more chaotic. Just as the purple shirt army was busy setting up a formation and the ordinary people were fleeing in all directions, Blackie arrived. However, Blackie did not dive down to spit out dragon flames, as the purple shirt army had expected. He was afraid of arrows. Since he could not spit out dragon flames, he could only attack with his mouth. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar was the opening speech. In an instant, the noise within a radius of a few kilometers seemed to have been paused. The millions of Bravosi people, outsiders, and merchants below were all silent as they stared blankly at the sky. The black dragon was flying at a height of about 500 meters. Under the deep night sky, they could not see it. However, Blackie's nostrils and throat seemed to be on fire. From time to time, he would spit out a string of flames, illuminating the nearby sky and his huge body. I am the eldest son of Dragon Mother Danny Rise, the Black Abyss, Big Black. Blackie's deep and rough voice echoed in the night sky, drifting with the wind within a few kilometers. Not to mention half of the city, at least the residents of Flooded Town, could hear it. Then they began to tremble. The demonic dragon could speak? I am the guardian of justice, the spirit of the sky, the dawn of dawn. However, this was my previous identity. Now everything has changed. The despicable people of Braavosi betrayed the sacred oath, violated the rights of the guests, and attempted to murder Queen Danny Rise, the princess of Dragonstone, Island born of the storm, the great torchbearer of freedom, the queen of Slaver's Bay, the Calixie of the great grassland, and also my mother. At this point, his tone had changed. Previously, he was only majestic and domineering. Now he had become sinister, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was as if every word from his mouth carried the most vicious curse, causing the listeners to lose their courage and their souls to fall into purgatory. Because of the sins of the people of Braavosi, at this time, here, I will become the wings of death, the destined destroyer of the world, the terminator of all things. Unstoppable, undefeatable. Today, I am the great cataclysm. Roar. The dragon flames burn the clouds like fire, igniting the sky above Flooded Town. Then, the black dragon flew away. He left? Big Black, the wings of death, left? By the canal, half of Arya's body was soaked in the cold water. Oh, right now, she was not Arya, but Cat. After meeting the mother of dragons, she did not even leave the garden before breaking up with her master and senior sister. After leaving the true dragon garden through the back door, she became the fishmonger's helper again. Cat. Yes, the kind person let the faceless trainee develop the idea that the Dragon Queen is Stark's mortal enemy, and then let her go. An enemy like the Dragon Queen was too scary. The trainee had to seize the time to improve her cultivation. Cat, where did you go? And why are you standing in the canal? Fishmonger Brusco roared from the boat. Brusco was a fisherman nearby and also Cat's current boss. He had 2 daughters and 3 sons. I went to the Green Eel and to see the Dragon Queen. Cat opened her eyes wide and looked around in the sky. I was worried that the mystic dragon would come down and burn the city. Didn't you hear? He is now the wings of death, the great cataclysm, the terminator of all things. I was afraid of being killed by the mystic dragon, so it was safer to stand by the river. Dad, let's go down too. The wings of death sounds scary, the skinny sister Tilia said with a sobbing tone. It's just as safe on the boat. If the mystic dragon comes, jump into the river, her brother said. The mystic dragon can dive. Did you see what happened to the Sea King's purple sail fleet? The mystic dragon breathed fire from the bottom of the river and burned them in half. The river is shallow. The mystic dragon can't swim over, Cat said proudly. That makes sense. Brusco quickly rowed the small wooden boat to the shore, and when he was about to jump into the river, he suddenly said, "There's no need to stand in the water. It's too cold. Wait for the mystic dragon to come." Ugh. Kitty looked down at her wet gray linen clothes and shuddered. She felt that she was an idiot. He reached out and pulled Cat onto the boat, and her sister Bria handed her a blanket and said in surprise, "I never knew that the mystic dragon could talk. The stories were all lies." Cat wrapped herself in the blanket and said doubtfully, "The Megalosaurus can't talk. The dragons of Alleglia and the dragons of the Targaryen family can't talk either." "But you heard it. The wings of death. What a scary name," Tilia said in fear. Sigh. The mystic dragon is already scary. Being able to talk only makes him scarier. But now the scariest thing is not the mystic dragon, nor is it the Dragon Queen, but the Sea King and those purple shirts. What did they do? Brusco said with an unpleasant expression. "Dad, did the Sea King really go back on a sacred oath and violate the guest rights?" Bria said with a trembling voice. "The mystic dragon can lie." Brusco stared at his eldest daughter. The old fisherman expressed the general opinion of the people of Bravos. The mystic dragon must be telling the truth. Ugh, this is the first time I've seen the mystic dragon in my life. And it's also the first time I've heard the mystic dragon speak. I don't know if he's lying, Bria mumbled. Then, she said thoughtfully, but, from his tone, domineering, cruel, and terrifying, he doesn't seem like a liar. Ugh, dragon. Yes. Cat nodded. She also felt that the mystic dragon, who was so powerful, would not lie. Moreover, she saw with her own eyes 200 purple shirts rushing into the inn, and then the mystic dragon began to burn the fleet in anger. More importantly, Cat participated in the negotiation process and knew that the Dragon Queen had reached an agreement with the Black White House, which meant that she was sincere in negotiating with the people of Bravos. So, what the mystic dragon said was true, and the people of Bravos violated the sacred oath and the guests' rights. Cat's gray eyes flashed with disgust, and she could not help but think of another person who violated the guests' rights, Wald Fry. Thinking of this, Cat began to have a strange sense of identity with the Dragon Queen, and her hostility was not so strong. She even began to wonder if she should eliminate Stark's enemies after learning the faceless skills. Ugh, at this time, Dany was honored to be on Arya's assassination list. It was a name that she would mutter every night before she went to bed. Arya called it the night prayer, and every time she finished it, she would add a sentence at the end, "All mortals have to die." Dragon Queen Dany Liz was just added, and she did not sleep tonight, so she did not have time to curse. The mystic dragon flew away, and he didn't destroy Bravos. Brusco stood on the bow, tiptoed, and looked around, but there was no trace of the mystic dragon in the night sky. Toot, 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 toot. Suddenly, the sound of a short horn came from the entrance of the canal, completely conveying the anxious mood of the person who blew it. What does this mean? Brusco was puzzled. Bravos was a water city, and the canal from the southern continent ran through the whole city. But in addition to the canal, the city was also scattered with channels like a spider's web. Brusco steered the boat and hid in the narrow channel on the other side of the flooded town, which was separated from the canal by a town. After a while, the purple shirt army rode along the stone path on the shore, and as they ran, they shouted, "The Sea King has ordered all fishermen of Bravos to bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately. Remember, bring more fishing nets to the Purple Harbor. Those who disobey will be punished with 20 lashes, and those who complete the mission will be rewarded with 10 silver coins." Why should I bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor? Brusco was confused. Dang, dang, dang. Soon, the sound of a gong came from the channel. Then, the voice of the mayor of the flooded town was heard. "All registered fishermen of the flooded town, bring all your fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately and rescue the Purple Harbor." Chapter 392. In flooded town, 70 to 80 small wooden boats gathered at the Seabird Pier at the corner of the canal. In the dark, moonless night, a group of fishermen hung fishing lanterns from the poles at the bow of the boats. In the vast night, the lanterns glowed faintly like fireflies. The cold wind of early winter blew, creating layers of waves on the surface of the river. The faint light from the lanterns spread out on the surface of the water, as if countless stars were reflected on it. John, Jack, Ross, Brusco. On the pier, a loud tax official stood on a stool and read out a series of names loudly. Most of the time, every time a name was read, someone below would raise their hand in response. If the person did not arrive, the tax official would also use a pen to mark the name on the register. Finally, the loud man waved a stack of parchment papers in his hand and shouted at the brightly lit river, "You are all registered fishermen. Go to Purple Harbor immediately and bring all your fishing nets." "Syndicate, what are we going to Purple Harbor for? Tell us clearly." Brusco stood at the bow of the boat and shouted, "Yes, yes. If you don't say anything, what are we going to do there? We don't know at all." The fishermen who were called out all agreed. These fishermen, like Brusco, lived in flooded town and made a living by catching fish in the canal. "Sai, you saw it earlier, right? Two devil dragons dived into the water and burned all 15 purple sail ships in the canal. Just the number of casualties is over 500. The loud syndicate sighed. Then why did the Sea King violate the sacred oath? In the next few thousand years, Brother Felix, the Sea King will be as famous as the Rat Chef. Even I feel embarrassed for that old man. Some fishermen were very dissatisfied and actually called the Sea King Old Man. How can a small fisherman like Ross interfere in the government's affairs? Syndicate reprimanded angrily. All mortals will die. I'm not even afraid of death. What can the government do to me? A small old man with disheveled hair and ragged hemp clothes said stiffly with his neck straightened. Hearing that all mortals will die, the angry tax official who was about to teach the unruly commoner a lesson immediately shrank back. Fuck, that old bastard Ross is actually related to the Black-White Academy. I can't afford to offend him. I have to remember this in the future. With that thought in mind, Syndicate raised his voice and spoke in a loud yet gentle tone. The mystic dragon is burning the Purple Harbor. He has already burned 70 to 80 ships. Other than the warships, there are also large ships. Many of the ships were filled with goods. It was too tragic. No matter what the Sea King did, we can discuss it tomorrow. The most important thing now is to stop the mystic dragon and help Bravos reduce their losses. It's just like in the early years of the Qing dynasty. If you shout in front of the Jianghu people, Father of Heaven and Mother of Earth, fight the Qing and restore the Ming, everyone will know that you're a member of the Heaven and Earth Association. If you bare your forehead, put your palms together, and say Amit Ba, your neighbors will think you're a monk. If you shout, Oh my God, or Jesus, and then cross your chest, everyone will think you're Christian. All mortals have to die had a similar effect. At the very least, this person believed in the God of Thousand Faces and had dealt with the priests of the Black and White House. As for Purple Harbor, there were three major docks in Bravos: the Square Dock, the Purple Harbor, and the Old Clothier's Dock. The Square Dock was a customs dock located behind the munitions factory. All the ships entering and leaving Bravos had to dock there for the Sea King's customs officers to board and inspect the cargo. The Old Clothier's Dock was in the southwest of the city. It was simple, crude, dirty, and messy. It was a dock specially for foreign merchants. The Purple Harbor was located in the north of Bravos, under the dome of the Sea King's palace. Only the natives of Bravos could use it. The mystic dragon went to the Purple Harbor. The fishermen were shocked at first, but then they felt that it was only natural. The mystic dragon had said before that he would transform into the wings of death and bring a catastrophe to Bravos. The flooded town was definitely not as valuable as the Purple Harbor. The Purple Harbor has been set ablaze by the mystic flame. The sea is burning. The mystic dragon is very vicious. He specifically targeted large ships and warships. Ships with a capacity of more than 800 tons, the invincible Purple Sail Fleet, are almost completely destroyed. As Syndicate spoke, his voice choked and tears flowed down his cheeks. Hearing that the Purple Harbor had suffered such a huge loss, the fishermen who were originally dissatisfied with the Sea King's betrayal of his oath fell silent with worry. No matter how shameless the Sea King and his family were, they were still their king and country. No matter how reasonable the Dragon Queen and the Mystic Dragon were, the target of their revenge was still their own family. Roth rubbed his messy white hair and sighed helplessly. He asked, "What's the use of fishing nets?" You can cast layers of fishing nets near the dock or warships to stop the Mystic Dragon from approaching, Syndicate quickly said. That can't be right. The Mystic Dragon is ferocious. It can spit fire and dive. Our fishing nets are not prepared to catch large sea fish. If they can't even catch whales, how can they stop the Mystic Dragon that is 10 times stronger than whales? Brusk doubted. Of course they can't stop it. But if there are enough of them, they can wrap around its wings, neck, and legs at least for a moment. Then, while the Mystic Dragon is struggling, our warships will approach and kill it with the Dragon Slayer crossbow, Syndicate said. Soon, hundreds of fishing boats sailed out of the river and along the bay, heading towards the Sea King's palace in the north. Well, except for the flooded town, fishermen from more than a dozen islands nearby had all come. In the eyes of the White Dragon, Hundreds of boats and hundreds of fishing lights were like a group of wishing boats, slowly drifting towards the purple harbor. Yes, Whitey was here too. Dragonstone Island was less than 1,500 kilometers away from Bravos, a 4 to 5 hour flight. Blackie was the only megalosaurus that had entered Bravos from the main gate. The ring-shaped mountain range could stop ships and waves, but it could not stop the megalosaurus. Whitey did not take the route of the Titan. He quietly entered Bravos from an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. After dark, he quietly landed in the sea west of the flooded town. The lower city of the flooded town was submerged by the sea. Only the half-sunken tower and the top of the dome were above the water. Whitey hid near the buildings that were above the water. After Blackie sent Gerald to the Green Eel Inn, he also lurked there. When Copernicus was killing the Sea King, Whitey sneaked to the Green Eel Inn's garbage channel that was connected to the bottom of the river. Danny was just a spiritual projection, and her real body was not there at all. The main purpose of the Megalosaurus was to save Gerald. As for the dozen or so assassins downstairs, they were just handymen and knew nothing. Gerald did not tell them his real identity when he hired them. The secret passage of a slide was not complicated. The garbage channel was ready-made. It was connected from the movable floor to the copper pipe that led to the garbage entrance on the second floor. Gerald Dane could build it himself, and the craftsman did not know about it. As soon as he fell into the water, Whitey found him. Then the white dragon carried the reserve White Knight and quickly dived upstream of the canal. After leaving the warships, it flew into the sky and hovered as a reconnaissance aircraft. With the help of the double dragon spirit, although Blackie was at the bottom of the river, he knew the situation above the river like the back of his hand. He accurately located each warship and began to kill. The flooded town was not far from the Purple Harbor. After leaving the canal, they would reach the periphery of the harbor 3 or 4 kilometers north. The fishermen did not find the mystic dragon before, and did not know that the mystic dragon was wreaking havoc in the Purple Harbor. The main reason was that they were afraid of being affected by the mystic dragon's anger. Like Brusco, they hid in the small canal in the city. Their vision was blocked by the island and the tall tower. In fact, when the boats sailed out of the harbor and entered the bay, they could vaguely see the fire in the northeast. The Purple Harbor, which was once clean and tidy with orderly rows of ships, seemed to be being dragged into a fiery hell by the mystic dragon. The fire soared into the sky, thick smoke filled the air, and the air was filled with a choking smell. The fire spread for 4 or 5 kilometers, and the semi-arc wharf below the Sea King Palace was all set ablaze. Passing hundreds of broken ship shells that floated on the river like dead leaves, the fishing boat gradually approached the wharf. Kitty even saw countless crew members and merchants struggling on the deck and on the wharf. They cried inhumanly, cried for help, and cursed in despair. They cursed the mystic dragon, the dragon queen, and the Sea King and the council that caused them to suffer an unexpected disaster. Although the mystic dragon came and went freely in the Deepwater Harbor and the dragon flames were not extinguished, the chatter in his mouth did not stop. Every time he continued to spit fire for more than a minute and set a large number of ships on fire, he would hide at a safe distance and stick his neck out to take a few breaths of fresh air. At the same time, he would roar a few times with a thunderous voice. He recounted the agreement and oath between the people of Bravos and the Dragon Lady, as well as the betrayal of the oath by the Bravos' Purple Shirt Army, the Council, and the Sea King Palace. The Sea King Palace represented the government of Bravos, as well as the violation of the rights of the guests. Then he announced his identity, the Wings of Death, and the meaning of the Wings of Death. "Oh, I am the Wings of Death. The world trembles because of my torture, and the sinful Sea King Palace collapses in my anger. In the end, the Bravos that betrayed the oath will be destroyed. In my shadow, everything will turn to ashes. In my demon flames, the impurities will be cleansed." As a matter of fact, when Brusco's fishing boat rushed over, he just happened to see the mystic dragon, Dan, and I showing off. Gods, the Wings of Death is too scary. The Purple Harbor is finished. We can't save it. The cat was carrying a bundle of fishing nets, her gray eyes full of fear. In view of the possibility of not returning from this trip, Brusco left his son and daughter in flooded town and let the cat he hired die with him. Brusco frowned as he observed the situation at the harbor. The fire was indeed terrifying, but the harbor had originally been designed to prevent the fire from spreading. Otherwise, if one of the wooden sailboats caught fire, wouldn't it ignite the nearby ships and burn the camp for 800 miles? He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can still save it. There are 700 to 800 ships in the Purple Harbor." The fire looks scary now, but in fact, only 100 ships on the periphery are burning. If we're lucky, maybe half of them can be saved. It had to be said that the fishing net really stopped the megalosaurus. When Blackie spat fire to burn the ship, it had to swim in a backstroke position, relying on its tail to swim quickly to the bottom of the ship. During this time, it retracted its wings to its left and right ribs to maintain balance and spit out dragon flames from its mouth. In other words, it couldn't dive too deep. Otherwise, the dragon flames would lose their lethality and wouldn't be able to burn through the thick and sturdy bottom of the ship. Therefore, layers of fishing nets were placed around the ship to entangle its body. If Blackie had Smog's physique and had a few hundred tons of strength, it could even smash through steel and iron pillars that were as thick as a person's arms. It could also withstand the toppling of mountains. The fishing nets were just willow catkins that it encountered when running by the river. They would confuse its eyes, but they couldn't stop its pace. Unfortunately, Blackie's current weight was only half a ton. It couldn't break free from the layers of fishing nets. After burning 17 or 18 small fishing boats and having half of its body caught in the fishing nets, Blackie dived into the deep sea. After reaching a safe distance, it leaped into the air. "Ignorant ants, you don't know who you've angered." After saying this, it ran away. Chapter 393. It felt like a long time had passed, but the dragon flame demonic blade that pierced through the bottom of the ship did not appear again. Kat asked anxiously, "Did the demonic dragon leave?" Well, Aria was lucky that the wooden ship she was on did not become one of the dozens of fishing ships that were engulfed by the demonic flame. There were too many fishing ships on the sea. 2,000 to 3,000 fishing ships were scattered around the Purple Harbor. Even if there were no fishing nets, there were too many of them. Blackie cannot burn all of them. He'll come back. Didn't you hear what he said? He's enraged. Brusco gulped and said worriedly, "I don't know what other evil tricks he has. Anyway, Bravos is in big trouble. What is the Sea King thinking? Why would he violate the oath and violate the rights of the guests?" In the end, the poor fisherman who was a little cunning could not help but complain about the government. The fisherman who had a job that was not dangerous and could earn 10 silver radiance coins resented the government's treachery. The big merchants and moneylenders who had docked their ships at the Purple Harbor were so angry that their lungs were about to burst. "What do you mean? Why did we, the people of Bravos, violate the sacred oath and violate the rights of the guests?" Someone shouted at the closed gate of the Sea King Palace. Well, the square between the Sea King Palace and the Purple Harbor was crowded with panicked people. There were some lucky sea merchants whose ships were engulfed in flames, and they were anxiously urging their sailors to put out the fire. There were also some unlucky ones whose entire fortune was among the more than 200 ships burned by the demonic dragon. At this moment, they were paralyzed on the ground, wailing loudly. There were also sailors who escaped from the dock area and the crew of the Purple Sail Fleet. Some of them only had their faces blackened by the smoke and were looking for water. Some of them were drenched and luckily escaped the disaster. They were lying on the stone slabs and gasping for breath. There were also injured people who were burned by the fire, exposing their charred and wet wounds. Their companions were shouting for the healers. More people carried wooden buckets and stretchers to the dock to stop the fire from spreading and save the crew in the fire and in the sea. Bam, bam, bam. After yelling and cursing for a while, the doors of the Ocean Palace remained shut. No one answered. Some of the sea merchants could not hold back their anger and kicked the thick oak door. Sea King Brother Felic, come out. Come out and give the Dragon Queen an explanation. Come out and quell the mystic dragon's anger, Brother Felic. The merchant shouted loudly. Well, they didn't know that old Brother Fry had died a long time ago. At this time, the government officials in the Sea King Palace did not know about the plan of the guard and the doctor. They really thought that the Sea King had done something that angered both men and gods. Hearing the curses of the citizens outside the door, not only did they not dare to go out to appease them, they even had a guilty conscience. They tightly shut the door, worried that the angry citizens and merchants would rush in and tear them apart. Of course, the leadership of Bravos was not limited to the dozen doctors and 9 guards on the purple ship. In fact, there were hundreds of key keepers in the Iron Treasury and more than 1,000 shareholders. The 9 guards were only representatives chosen by them. Even if the Black Dragon's dragon flame almost wiped out the entire council, it could not completely paralyze the administration and military command of Bravos. However, it would take time to elect a new Sea King, a new council, and even a new leadership. Tonight was destined to be chaotic. As for the fake Sea King, Copernicus' herald's son, ever since he failed to capture the Dragon Queen and caused the deaths of the Sea King, the doctors, and the guards, he had lost control of the Purple Army. In fact, he had never really controlled the Purple Army. Leading Bravos with the identity of the Sea King had become an extravagant hope. Forget about the Sea King. He just wanted to save his life. If we can't compromise, why should we give her an explanation? We haven't lost. Bravos has a stronger fleet than the Alliance and more wealth. We can attack Dragonstone Island, hire mercenaries to conquer Slave Bay, form an alliance with the Iron Throne, and even join the Alliance. There are too many ways to deal with her. Why should we surrender and apologize? In the upper reaches of the canal on Spring Island, 8 kilometers southeast of flooded town, in an inconspicuous gray stone house, Copernicus waved his arms and shouted loudly, hoping to arouse the fighting spirit of his new colleagues. Well, in just 1 or 2 hours, his fake regime had been successfully established. It wasn't a fake regime. The rights of these acting doctors and guards had been tacitly approved by the shareholders of the Iron Treasury. In terms of functions, they were not much different from the legitimate counselors. However, the temporary counselors were only responsible for dealing with the crisis of the Mother of Dragons and had to be dismissed immediately after completing the task because they did not have the qualifications to become doctors and guards. A doctor required sufficient knowledge and management wisdom, but more importantly, their family had the qualifications of a doctor. Just like the noble titles of Westeros, Lucian, who was killed by Dany on Dragonstone Island, his father, Damian Lannister, was the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. However, Damian belonged to a branch family, and before the main family of Tywin died, he could never become the guardian of the Western region or the Duke of Casterly Rock. Bassaro's fat face was full of helplessness and said, "Your Majesty, the loss of the Purple Harbor is too great. It's beyond what we can bear. More importantly, the mystic dragon can speak," and before we could mobilize public opinion, the negotiation was announced loudly by it. What a loud voice. Almost half of the city's residents and merchants know about it. Even the merchants of the Old Clothes Merchants' Wharf know about it. Copernicus, Your Majesty, you must deal with this matter as soon as possible, or else the reputation that the Iron Treasury has built for thousands of years will be finished. A square-faced acting doctor with a firm expression said in a deep voice, "If the news spreads, the Iron Treasury's reputation will definitely decline worldwide, and this is something that the shareholders cannot tolerate." The acting guards also echoed. Copernicus's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, Bravos is the strongest country in the world and the head of the 9 free trade city-states. If we really surrender, what will the people of the world think? In the future, will the Iron Treasury still have the confidence to say to anyone that the Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted?" The square-faced acting doctor gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, we don't have to surrender to that woman if there's a possibility of victory. No, as long as we can guarantee that Bravos will not suffer more losses, we could declare war with her. A brown-skinned old Jujesni nodded and said, "Yes, the Purple Harbor was burned, and thousands of purple-shirt soldiers, local merchants and sailors were burned to death. How deep is the hatred? If we can get rid of that Deathwing." At this point, the short and fat old man said with lingering fear, "Deathwing is too scary. Killing it should be a higher priority than Dragon Queen. Otherwise, even if we kill Dragon Queen, Deathwing will still be haunting Bravos like a nightmare." Everyone heard him. He called himself the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. How can a son not avenge his mother? The old man had the blood of the Jujesni tribe, but he was a true Bravashan, and his ancestor was one of the moon chanters who founded Bravos. Yes, Deathwing is a terrifying enemy that far surpasses Dragon Queen. I never thought that the mystic dragon could be so smart, able to talk dive, know how to change strategies, and know how to avoid dragon-slaying crossbows and fishing nets. It's smarter than humans. Everyone agreed. Your Majesty, in Valeglia's time, the Arathonians were nobler than Targaryen. Do you know what's the situation with Deathwing? Fatty Bersalo asked solemnly. My family is only a side branch, Copernicus said with a conflicted expression. In Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been tens of thousands of megalosaurus, but I'm not sure if a dragon has ever spoken. You should ask the Materis about this. They secretly joined the alliance, and obviously have ulterior motives towards Dany Rise. In fact, the secret that Dany Rise obtained the inheritance of the Great Wizard was also leaked by them. Perhaps there are direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks in Materis, and they know more secrets. The secret of Deathwing can be explored in the future. I just want to confirm if the Bravos garrison can stop the mystic dragon from attacking again. The square-faced acting professor said. Copernicus nodded and said, "Yes, of course they can. Dragon-slaying crossbows are a regular weapon in Bravos, and over the past few hundred years, we have accumulated thousands of them to guard against threats from the sky. Also, the news from the Purple Harbor said that fishing nets can indeed trap the mystic dragon underwater, and we don't lack fishing nets. It's impossible to kill Deathwing, but after blocking attacks from the sky and the water, Deathwing can't do more damage to us." But Deathwing said before he left that he was enraged. It seems like he's going to go crazy. The short and fat Jujesni said worriedly, "Let him go crazy. I don't believe he can be that arrogant. It's just a young dragon that's not even 3 years old. Is it that amazing that he can talk?" Copernicus pulled his bow tie and said loudly, "Of course it's amazing. The first time we heard him speak about Deathwing, we were scared to death." Everyone nodded silently. Let's hope so. The mystic dragon had disappeared for a long time. From the time he left with those harsh words to the time the fire in the Purple Harbor was under control, it had already been 2 hours. While everyone was filled with anticipation, debating whether the mystic dragon had run out of tricks or had given up on punishing Bravos, Cantona led a large group of purple-robed soldiers back from flooded town. While maintaining order in the harbor, Captain Cantona's eyes were filled with the will to die. He stood in the middle of the crowd and forcefully admitted to the coup. For the peace of the 9 free trade cities, Cantona and I have supported Sir Copernicus' coup, taking control of the council and overthrowing Brother Felic. Right now, His Majesty Copernicus is the new Sea King of Bravos. The citizens of Purple Harbor were filled with anger when they heard this, cursing Cantona and the purple-robed army, loudly protesting. Not long after, the officials of the Sea King's palace also received the news of the coup. The thick doors opened, and the old Sea King's palace steward walked out alone. He faced the people in the square with tears in his eyes and a choked voice. Bravos did not throw away its honor, nor did it violate the rights of its guests. Sea King Felic and Chief Swordsman Kaluo sacrificed their lives to protect Queen Dany Liz. They fulfilled their duties as hosts and did their best to protect their guests. His Majesty Sea King fulfilled his oath and defended the honor of Bravos. The citizens around the square were filled with righteous indignation as they excitedly shouted, "Long live Sea King Felic! Oppose the coup and disarm the purple-robed army." What's the use of saying this now? The Dragon Queen doesn't care if we have a coup or not. The Mystic Dragon's revenge will not be delayed because of a coup. The unkempt fisherman Ross said with a sigh. Arya was sleeping on the fishing boat beside them. She rubbed her eyes when she heard this and looked up at the sky in a daze, saying, "Has the mystic dragon left? There are crossbows and fishing nets. What can the wings of death do?" "Ah, the sky. Look, there are meteors in the sky. Meteors are falling towards the purple harbor." Chapter 394. Bravos was made up of hundreds of small islands, surrounded by a group of wall-like islands that firmly protected the lagoon in their arms. Only the Titan's narrow gorge could be seen. This ring of mountainous islands blocked the storms and tsunamis from the narrow sea in the west and the trembling sea in the north for the people of Bravos. At this time, it also blocked the view of the Bravos fleet for the Dragon Queen's ship. There was no moon tonight. Under the dark night, a 30-meter-long, flat-bottomed cargo ship was quietly parked in the northeast direction of the ring of mountainous islands. It was separated from the Ocean Palace by a 10-meter-high craggy hill and a 7 to 8-kilometer-wide lagoon. It was not a remote place, and most ships sailing to Iban Island in the east used this route. But very few ships docked here. "They're here." Dany stood at the bow of the ship, and her sight seemed to penetrate the mountains and see the Ocean Palace in the distance. It's late at night. There are only some government officials in the Ocean Palace, and the families of the guards and doctors are scattered all over Bravos. "They won't be hurt too much," Geralt said. In the past 3 or 4 hours, his hair and underwear had been dried by the charcoal fire on the deck. "I'm just imposing fear. No matter what, the 2 dragons can't destroy Bravos." Dany sighed. "Will the people of Bravos be afraid and give in?" "They will definitely be afraid, but they won't really give in. The long night is coming, and a short surrender is enough." Geralt's purple pupils contracted, and he hesitated. The people of Bravos think that the deviants and the long night are not directly related. Yes, the deviants have existed for many years. They have always been in the land of eternal winter and have never really disappeared. But this time is different. The dragons were hatched by me, and the deviants went south to the Great Wall. These are all signs of great changes in the world. And I have personally contacted the deviants. They are testing the strength of the Megalosaurus and me, just like understanding the enemy's intelligence before a war. There is no doubt that this winter will not end easily. It is the long night. Geralt's strong jaw muscles slowly relaxed, as if he had accepted the cruel reality helplessly. After a while, he said dryly, "What should I do next? When Bravos is defeated by me, you take the fleet to the EC to pick up the barbarians. Here it is, do you see it?" Dany stretched out her right hand and pointed at a blurry dark red light spot in the dark sky. "Is that a meteor?" "Ah!" What the Brusco was complaining to the fisherman nearby that the treasurer had paid the promised 10 silver radiance so that he could go home. Seeing the cat stomping the small boat up and down, he couldn't help but get angry. But the moment he raised his head, he also saw the meteor that was getting brighter and brighter. It was bright red, like a red sword, cutting through the sky with the force of thunder, like the punishment of the heavens. Rumble. Gradually, there was no need for Mao or his reminder. Thunderous explosions came from above the dock. Everyone looked up and was aghast. Everyone frantically fled. "Meteor, a meteor is flying over." Thousands of people shouted in fear, but they still couldn't suppress the meteor. The roar of the falling meteor was like a tornado blowing in their ears. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Meteor, falling towards the Sea King's palace. Mao-Er's face was distorted as she screamed in horror. But in the end, even she couldn't hear her own screams. There was a flash of red in the sky, and then there was silence. The sky, the earth, the sea, and the wooden boat were shaking violently, but no sound could be heard anymore. Or rather, their ears were filled with the sound of the huge explosion, and no other sound could be heard. Boom! The majestic Sea King's palace made of marble was like fresh cow dung that was hit by a stone. When the bright red meteor fell, the solid stone walls had no resistance, and large pieces of broken stone splattered everywhere. Visible to the naked eye, the tall stone palace that used to overlook the purple harbor burst into pieces in the red light and smoke. The stone dome and walls burst into pieces, the stone foundation burst into pieces, and the stones fell in all directions like a storm. The boulders were as big as carriages, as big as millstones, as big as a human head, but most were smaller than a fist. The edge of the square was also affected. Within 30 to 50 meters of the palace, there were almost no people standing. Wails and cries were everywhere, and corpses were piled up everywhere. After a full minute, Mao recovered her hearing. Looking at the Sea King's palace that had almost completely disappeared, she was in a daze and almost couldn't believe it. The 20-meter-tall circular dome was built on a hill that was 10 meters higher than the dock. It covered an area of more than 400 square meters and was made of white marble. It faced north and the Purple Harbor Dock in the north. This was the place where the Sea King held court. Now the palace in the east had completely disappeared, leaving behind a steaming crater of unknown depth. The remaining walls in the west had collapsed outwards. Oh gods, is this the punishment of the gods? Did the meteorite fall on the Sea King's palace? Brusco knelt at the bow of the ship, holding his head and wailing. Punishment. Mao. Repeated the word in her mouth. Suddenly, her gray eyes bulged and her body shuddered. Her horse-like face was pale as she screamed, Mystic Dragon, this is the Mystic Dragon's punishment. The wings of death plucked a star from the sky and threw it on the Sea King's palace. Mystic Dragon? Brusco was stunned. He looked up at the empty sky. There is no Mystic Dragon. The Mystic Dragon's flying speed was not as fast as the meteorite. At this moment, Blackie was still on his way to the scene of the show. On the day that Danny took down Dragonstone Island, Geraldine had just arrived in Bravos. He did not immediately go to the Sea King's palace to seek an audience with the Sea King. Instead, he did 3 things in advance according to Danny's request. First, choose a safe place for negotiation, a hotel or hotel by the river or the sea. Second, renovate the hotel and build a secret passage that could quickly reach the bottom of the river. Third, hire a ship from Dorne and purchase a batch of supplies. A certain number of round-headed iron pillars of about 500 pounds and a certain number of barrels of kerosene of 100 pounds were to be transported to the outer sea of Bravos by cargo ships. As the world's top trading city-state, Bravos Commercial Street could easily provide the above goods. These arrangements were just in case. If the people of Bravos were willing to negotiate honestly, then she would not initiate a conflict. If the facts proved that human nature could not withstand the test. For the first time, Danny even sincerely admired Xiangyu. How many tyrants and political dignitaries could abide by the rules and maintain their honor in the face of Liu Bang, who had entered their territory? As for Copernicus's coup, she was not stupid, and she did not have the blood of madness. This kind of trick was completely useless against her. Whether or not Copernicus's coup had the tacit approval of the Iron Treasury and the government, it was a fact that Bravos had attacked her. However, Danny did feel sorry for the Sea King, Brother Felic, and the chief swordsman, Quiro. Those two were definitely innocent. They had kept their oath and fulfilled their obligations as hosts to the guests. Unfortunately, politics was so dirty. No matter how noble a character or great honor was, it would be tarnished in the face of politics. The only thing she could do was to position the meteor fall as far away from the Sea King's palace and Brother Felic's family as possible. After being blocked by the fishing net, Dahe and Little White went to the cargo ship docked in the trembling sea. Little White put Geralt on the deck. With the cooperation of the Dorne sailors, Dahe grabbed the chain at the end of the iron pillar and began the second act of the fake meteor fall, while the first act was dedicated to the people of Zingis. It failed. Dahe hovered in the air for more than an hour and stopped at an altitude of about 35 kilometers from ground. This time, Danny did not give Dahe the coordinates. Instead, under the second dragon spirit, Dahe and Little White could sense each other. Little White locked onto the target and dived vertically. At the same time, Dahe accelerated with the round-headed iron pillar. Dahe, Little White, and the Sea King's 100 Beast Garden. The three of them were in the same line. In theory, the round-headed iron pillar should fall in the 100 Beast Garden and kill the thousands of rare animals collected by the Sea King from all over the world. In the end, it was much better than the last time in Zingi's. The iron pillar did not break. It only deviated less than 100 meters from the target and hit the east side of the main hall, where the Sea King hosted the court meeting. As soon as the round-headed iron pillar was thrown, Dahe began to hover and dive. After flying for more than 15 minutes, it appeared again in the sky above the purple harbor. At this time, a long time had passed since the meteor fall. The people of Bravos had recovered from the shock. Some were busy rescuing the injured, some went into the 10-meter-deep crater to check, and some stood in the square and wailed for their families. Even more people, after regaining their senses, immediately left the cursed land by boat. Then, a familiar, horrifying voice sounded in the sky. This is the dragon god's forbidden curse. Meteor fall. I pick up the stars with my left hand and put my right hand down. When I put my palms together, heaven and earth tremble in my palm. I am the light messenger. I am the vanguard justice. I am the prophet of fate, and I am also the wing of death. It is not my intention to bring death and fear. But if I want to make the world cleaner and holier, I must cleanse the filth and decay. Oath breakers, this is only the beginning. Tremble, cry, wail, and repent in pain. Dahe's loudspeaker came online. Danny used his loud voice to say, to spread endless fear and despair on the heads of the people of Bravos below. Then, with a roar, he ran away again. But this time, no one really thought that the devil dragon had left. The devil dragon went to the sky to get the stars again. Everyone screamed in fear as they fled the purple harbor in a panic. In the halls of the Sea King's palace that were not affected by the meteor, a large number of maids, guards, and officials escorted the family of the old Sea King to the canal. They took a small boat and left the island that was targeted by the devil dragon. They were wrong. The second meteor did fall 2 hours later, but it did not fall on the empty Sea King's palace. Danny's second target was the munitions factory. It was located on a reef island at the entrance of the Great Lagoon. The island protruded like a fist on the surface of the water. Although it was not big, it was the station of the Bravos City Fleet. It was also the shipbuilding center of Bravos. To be honest, the second meteor fall was not as shocking as the first one. It fell on a shipyard and smashed a 7 to 8 meter deep crater. More than a dozen shipwrights on night duty were killed, 2 docks were destroyed, and several ships under construction were destroyed. But the fear that it brought to the people of Bravos was no less than the first one. Even the death of 100 Sea Kings could not shake Bravos' position as the overlord of the free cities, but the destruction of the munitions factory. Even if the ships and shipwrights left the port immediately, the shipbuilding industry of Bravos would suffer irreversible damage. Chapter 395. At dawn, a thick fog covered the lagoon like a blanket. The visibility of the human eye was only a few hundred meters. Before the people of Bravos could wake up from their nightmare last night, something even scarier happened. The third meteorite landed in front of the Titan, splashing water dozens of meters high. It missed. But the Devil Dragon's goal was clear. He wanted to destroy the Titan. In terms of symbolism, the Titan was to the people of Bravos what the Statue of Liberty was to the Americans. In terms of national security, the Titan guarded the only entrance to Bravos. Without the Titan fortress, its defense would be reduced by half. Also, the canyon was too narrow. If the Titan collapsed, the falling rocks would definitely block the entrance. The fourth meteorite was not a meteorite from the sky. The 2 dragons each carried 4 or 5 barrels of kerosene filled with linen and threw them on the Titan's head from a height of 500 meters. This time, they did not miss the target. Half of the Titan's body burned. The high temperature did not kill many guards. When the meteorite fell into the sea and splashed water, 99% of the guards in the Titan fortress had evacuated. Only a small group of death squads remained on the Titan's shoulders, head, and mouth to control the dragon-slaying crossbows. The Titan's chest and head were mostly made of bronze and boulders. It would not be melted by the kerosene barrels. But the high temperature still changed the Titan's face. From a tough guy who stood tall and roared angrily, he became a down-and-out old man with droopy eyelids, a crooked nose, a slanted mouth, and a wrinkled face. Bronze deformed under the high temperature. At this time, the sky was bright. Countless foreign ships left the old-clothes merchant's dock and rushed out of the canyon. There were also countless foreign sea merchants who rushed into the iron treasury. They took their deposit certificates and exchanged them for gold. They also canceled their personal accounts in the iron treasury, planning to leave Bravos forever. Then, small wooden boats with families moving appeared in the canals of Bravos on Spring Island. In an inconspicuous gray stone bungalow, a large round table was set up in the living room. Old man Jajesnai's hands were trembling as he held the parchment. His sallow face was distorted. Suddenly, he put down the parchment and pointed at the Sea King Copernicus who was sitting at the head of the table. He roared, "Take down this traitor who has disrupted the court and tarnished the honor and reputation of Bravos." Copernicus's face was as pale as a corpse. Fatty Bersallo rubbed his face tiredly and said dejectedly, "Copernicus, it's your turn to sacrifice yourself for Bravos. Copernicus, we will remember you." The deputy counselors looked at Copernicus with sincerity and tears in their eyes. But Copernicus was so touched that his face was contorted and his lungs were about to explode. "Your Highness the Sea King, you have 2 sons, 3 daughters, a mother who is almost 60 years old, 4 brothers, 1 sister, and so many cousins that they can occupy an entire street." The square-faced middle-aged man said stiffly. Copernicus felt as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He slumped into the wooden chair, looking dejected. "Give me a bottle of sweet sleeping flowers. I'm afraid of pain." Sweet sleeping flower was a poison that could cause a painless death. "Be brave, your majesty." Seeing that Copernicus had compromised, Fatty Bersallo was invigorated and comforted him gently. "You are the main culprit, the source of all evil, and the starting point of all disasters and curses. You must endure the curses of the people, the whipping of the mother of dragons, the roasting of the devil dragon's devil flame. Only then can the people vent their anger, restore the world's trust in Bravos, and calm the anger of the Dragon Queen. It will also allow Deathwing to complete his mission of cleansing the world of evil and become the guardian of peace and justice once again." Copernicus's facial muscles were so twisted that his facial features were almost dislocated. "Bersallo, my mother of the Devil Dragon." The people of Bravos raised their flag and surrendered to the Devil Dragon. The Devil Dragon soared in the sky, and more than 10 strong horses followed him, running on the ground, waving a huge peace flag in his hand, a colorful striped flag. "Great big black dragon god, your excellency Deathwing. The rebels have been taken down, the filth has been cleansed, and justice has been served. Mercy, mercy." The knight shouted as he ran. Danny did not intend to pay attention to them. In the original plan, at least 40 iron pillars and 200 barrels of kerosene should be thrown out of the ship. Now, it was not even 1/10 of it. How could she show the mercy? But after a while, even the kind man, the fat Bersallo, joined in, holding a peace flag, shouting to the black dragon in the sky, "The rebels have been killed, please negotiate." She had to give face to the Black White House, otherwise this conflict could really escalate into an all-out war with no bottom line. She had to admit that Danny was very afraid of the Black White House, especially after confirming that the faceless ones of Bravos were not concentrated in the Black White House. Her fear deepened a step. No matter how much she practiced magic and martial arts, and how much devil flame she had, she could not hurt the invisible enemy. But the enemy in the dark could see her every move, every friend. Fortunately, the Black White House, like her, was in a very awkward situation. The faceless ones could not do anything to the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen could threaten the foundation of the Black White House Bravos. Above an arch bridge spanning two islands, Big Black descended to a height of 200 meters, hovering above the knights, and said with a rumbling voice, "What do you want to say?" "I am busy looking for the next punishment point." Bersalo and the others were shocked when they heard this, because the mystic dragon was flying along the Sweet Water Canal in the direction of the Purple Wind Island. The Sweet Water Canal was the lifeline of the people of Bravos. The canal was built of limestone and bricks, supported by a stepped bridge below, like a viaduct in a modern city, spanning over the city, providing the people of Bravos with clear, drinkable fresh water. The fresh water came from the southern continent of Ursos, the spring lake in the mountains, across swamps and shoals, all the way to the mouth of the Bravos Canal dozens of kilometers away. The whole of Bravos, from the beggars to the Sea King, from the dockworkers to the guards of the Iron Vault, all depended on this canal to sustain their lives. Because the seawater in the canal was not drinkable, and the water in the canal flowed from the swamps, drinking it directly would cause diseases, so it could not be drunk without boiling it. The mystic dragon was going to attack the Sweet Water Canal. Moreover, the poor used buckets to draw water from the public fountain, while the rich built pipes directly to bring the water into their homes. In other words, the rich could find their homes by following the pipes among them. The Purple Wind Island was the place where the pipes were densely packed. This meant that the rich gathered in the Purple Wind Island. Damn it! How could the mystic dragon be so smart and so cunning? How could he let people live? Great BB, please have mercy. We have something to say. Fatty Bersalo put the peace flag in his hand aside. His hands formed a trumpet around his sausage mouth and shouted with all his might, "Please pause and listen to me. The insane, unethical, insidious, greedy, bloodthirsty, without honor. Copernicus has been arrested by the Revolutionary Army this morning, and his puppet regime has been overthrown. Many of the Purple Shirt Army who started the rebellion have also been arrested and detained, waiting for you to exercise your authority to wash away the sins of the world and give them justice. Bravos is treacherous. I can no longer trust you." The mystic dragon shook his big head and said with a loud voice, "I am willing to endorse the second negotiation and swear in the name of the God of Thousand Faces. The Black and White House and Bravos will live and die together, share honor and disgrace together, and will never allow Bravos to break its oath and lose its honor again." The kind voice was calm, but people could feel the determination in his words. The Faceless One and Bravos will live and die together, and to destroy Bravos is equivalent to waging a life-and-death war with the Black and White House. Good. The Faceless One's reputation is known all over the world. Since the Black and White House vouches for Bravos, I am willing to inform my mother of your request for the second negotiation. Blackie announced loudly so that the residents and merchants on the nearby islands could hear his voice. Ah, the nightmare is finally over. The people of Bravos, who had been frightened all night, wept with joy. There were also foreign merchants who were worried. I hope the Black and White House won't go back on their word. Otherwise, Bravos really can't stay anymore. The Black and White House, the nest of the Faceless One, don't you believe in their reputation? In today's world, even the Iron Treasury can't be trusted. A group of killers. Sure you want to die? How dare you speak ill of the Faceless One? If you want to say it, you should say it quietly, in front of so many people. Don't be silly. His companion dissuaded in a loud voice. The people around them looked at them strangely. Blackie flew up into the sky and disappeared in the dense fog. Under the guarantee of the School of Black and White, the news that the Bravosi officials were going to negotiate with the Dragon Queen for the second time quickly spread. The people of Bravosi had mixed feelings. There was anticipation, worry, fear, and resentment. They didn't know whether to hate the mystic dragon or the Dragon Queen or the government that went back on their word. Only the government made a decision for them. The coup leader Copernicus Arathorn and the traitor Cantona of the Purple Shirt Army were arrested, detained on the deck of the Purple Ship, and paraded along the canal. Many heralds on horseback or in boats ran through the streets of Bravos, announcing to the people that the rebellion had been quelled and the puppet government had been overthrown. It seemed to be hinting that everyone should hurry up and throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. Anger, fear, hatred, disgust, and other negative emotions seemed to have found a channel to vent. The people flocked to the canal, and some even followed in boats, cursing and throwing rotten tomatoes along the way. When the foreigners on the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf heard the roar of the Black Dragon, they also had mixed feelings. Some of them were relieved. Their ships and goods were saved. Some of them were disappointed. Damn it! Why are the people of Bravos so cowardly? Our alliance army of hundreds of thousands is marching towards Slave Bay. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can join the alliance army and fight the mother of dragons to the end. At least we can use the flesh and blood of Bravos to block the mystic dragon's meteor fall for us. It would be even better if we could keep 1 or 2 mystic dragons at bay. Especially that Deathwing, it's too scary. The Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf, Laurel Wind's Bridge. Father, are we leaving Bravos immediately? The bald black girl Ko-Jia asked her father. This, Kulu, who was wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, was hesitant. I believe in the Dragon Queen's reputation. As long as the negotiation is successful, the Mystic Dragon will definitely not wreak havoc in Bravos. In fact, last night Big Black, Deathwing had already shown mercy to the foreign merchants. Otherwise, the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf would have been burned to the ground. But now I don't believe in the Bravos. Roar in nightmarish black figures swept across the wharf. I am the holy light. I am the messenger of justice. The negotiation has been completed. I am no longer Deathwing. The holy Megalosaurus said. Chapter 396. At this moment, death and fear have left me. I am the holy light, the holy dragon of light, the messenger of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danny Liz. I am also the great guardian of light of the Seven Gods Church under her command, the great mighty dragon of heaven. He's not called Wings of Death anymore. Kualu's black face twitched. Holy Dragon of Light doesn't seem to match his shiny black skin. Wings of Death is more suitable. Although his skin is black, his heart is holy and bright, just like the people of the Midsummer Islands. Black girl Ko-Jia looked up at the sky, her eyes blurred with admiration. That's true. Looking down at his black, jade-like skin, Captain Kulu couldn't help but nod in agreement. The people at the docks were shocked and in an uproar. The holy dragon of light in the sky continued. The Black White House lives up to its name. Under the leadership of the High Priest of the God of Thousand Faces, the negotiations have been completed in front of the Black White House. Finished so quickly? Black Girl was shocked. Sigh, after experiencing the pain brought by Wings of Death. How could the negotiations not be fast? Even if Dragon Queen proposed an unfair treaty, Bravos would have to agree immediately. The Black Captain sighed. The radiant holy dragon's majestic voice reverberated throughout the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf. There are only 4 conditions. First, the Dragon Queen will deposit the gold from Slave Bay into the Iron Treasury, and the Iron Treasury will charge a 13% service fee. This, Kualu was confused. This is too reasonable. The people of Bravos took the initiative to admit defeat, so Dragon Queen should take the opportunity. Second, Dragon Queen will buy at least 50 million gold royals worth of grain from the Iron Treasury at 130% of the current grain price. The delivery will be completed in 5 years. Holy Dragon of Light threw another bomb into the crowd at the docks. 50 million? Oh gods, how much is that? How much grain? Is Dragon Queen crazy? The merchants cried out in shock. Wings of Death, why is Dragon Queen buying grain? A brave sailor climbed up the mast and shouted at Black. Whoosh! Big Black swooped down and whizzed past the sailor's head, causing the crowd below to cry out in alarm. Then, the Black Dragon began to circle around the large ship and roared. Seaman, what did you call me? I am the Holy Light. I am the Holy Dragon of Light, the emissary of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danny Liz, the great guardian of light of the Church of the Seven Gods of Slave Bay. Could it be that you want to awaken Deathwing? Blackie's loud and sonorous voice slowly became low, and the already dark sky seemed to be even more cloudy. No, holy light, spare my life. Holy dragon is merciful. I was wrong. The sailor hugged the mast and howled. The warm liquid soaked through his gray linen trousers and dripped onto the deck from the sky. It then drifted into the mouth of the first mate who was looking up at the sky. No, mercy. The holy dragon seemed to have truly transformed into a demonic dragon. It extended its claws, and when it swooped down at a low altitude, it pinched the sailor between its claws. Kasha, the masts on the top floor were all broken. The sailor who was held in the demonic dragon's claws was scared out of his wits and could only use all his strength to howl loudly. You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon. I will punish you. The demonic dragon said fiercely. The sailor peed and shit flew everywhere. His consciousness was blurred, and he could only remember to howl. The demonic dragon is going to eat people. The sailors and merchants at the dock cried out in shock. His Blackie's roar was like thunder, and it was frightening. Seaman, you have two choices. Either answer one of my questions, or I throw you from the sky into the sea. The demonic dragon doesn't eat people, a sailor at the dock said disappointedly. Damn it. Lower your voice. That's not Deathwing, not demonic dragon. It's holy light, the holy megalosaurus, the holy dragon of light. Don't call the wrong name. His companion said nervously. I have a riddle. Listen carefully. The holy dragon Big Black's voice rumbled. It's fat, doesn't like to clean or bathe, and everyone says it's lazy, sleeping after eating and drinking. What is it? The sailor rolled his eyes and screamed involuntarily. Pig, pig. The sailors, merchants, and citizens at the dock stamped their feet and beat their chests. They wanted to shout out loud and show the holy dragon their wisdom. Stupid pig, you don't even know this. The holy dragon Big Black snorted and threw the sailor from the sky. He was about 50 meters away and fell near the ship while screaming. Immediately, the sailors on the same ship jumped into the sea and pulled him up to the deck. He's still breathing. Seeing the sailor's eyes roll back and his chest rise and fall violently, the people on the ship sighed in relief. I am the dragon god, and my words are like a mountain. If I say I'm no longer Deathwing, then I'm no longer. As for food, the holy dragon Big Black sighed. The people were surprised. Did they hear the sentiments of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? Then they heard the holy dragon Big Black start to talk about the appearance of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall and the coming of the eternal night. Is that true? The people at the dock were stunned, as if they had seen a crazy dragon. With the way the devil dragon and the holy dragon changed identities back and forth, it did not seem excessive to call him a mad dragon. Could it be that it was the same as the mad blood passed down in the Targaryen ancestors, that the eldest son of the dragon mother had also inherited her mad blood? Through Big Black's eyes, Dany saw the reaction of the people below and muttered in her heart, could this be the legendary great calamity of the world? Everyone's clear minds have been clouded by the calamity aura and become stupid and dull. However, she had already expected the reactions of the people, so she deliberately used this as a pretext to make a fuss and made up an eye-catching legend of the holy dragon and the sailor. Too many shocking events had happened in Bravos in the past 2 days. If she talked about the eternal night in a dull manner, the people's attention would be taken away by more exciting melons. For example, the death of the Sea King, the coup in Bravos, the annihilation of the Parliament, the Devil Dragon's disappearance, the Devil Dragon's words, the meteorites falling from the sky, the fire of the Purple Harbor, the Black and White School's attack. It seemed that these melons were bigger and sweeter than the illusory eternal night. After all, everyone had listened to the prophecies of Yasuo, Ahai, and the eternal night for thousands of years, and they were numb and tired of it. Therefore, She should use a more exciting and more legendary story of the Holy Dragon's riddle to promote the eternal night. Mentioning the hot search terms sailor, Holy Dragon's face, riddle, and pig could also spread the news of the eternal night. The Holy Dragon Big Black began to cosplay as the Buddha in Journey to the West, and its voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, with a strange sense of mercy and compassion, echoing in the new fields of tens of thousands of people at the docks. I am the Dragon God, and I have crossed the timeline and seen the future, where there is no place for you. Bravos and all the other cities in the world will be covered in ice and snow in the eternal night, and the people will starve for thousands of miles, and the city will be like hell on earth. This is the secret of heaven. This is fate, and those who reveal it will be punished by heaven. However, I am the merciful Holy Dragon of Light, and I can't bear to see the people of the world suffer. Today, I am willing to bear the calamity of 10 fates, and I advise everyone to put down the golden dragon and become farmers. Pick up the hoe and plant sweet potatoes. 7 gods above, good indeed, good indeed. Silence filled the docks, and no one spoke for a long time. Only the melodious sound of the bell came from the distant tower, and made the atmosphere inexplicably sacred. The black dragon in the sky seemed to be covered in a layer of holy golden light, and its body also became so huge that it covered the sky, as if a merciful God was looking at them from the heavens. The people of the other world who were facing the Buddha for the first time didn't know how to react. They looked at each other, and their eyes were blank, and they didn't know what to do. There was an indescribable sense of absurdity and warmth in their hearts. Will there really be a long night? Kuhulu suddenly shouted. Ah, Laurel Wind! Big Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he quickly recognized the familiar black captain below. He circled above Laurel Wind and changed his tone and tone again. From the Buddha to Smog, and his voice was low with a hint of evil. It's Captain Kuhulu, M.O. I remember you. That year, in Kuhulu, I drew a picture of you. Big Black said with an evil voice, and his cadence was like a poem. It was as if he was reciting a poem full of emotions, which made the bones of the people below go soft. Father, the Holy Dragon recognized us. Black Girl Ko Jia screamed crazily. Kuhulu's face was also red, and he was dizzy as if he was drunk. He had never been so proud of being recognized like this, and he wanted to announce to the world, "Did you see me? Holy Dragon of Light, Wings of Death, BB, you recognize me? Stop running ships. Go home. The long night is coming. My eyes can see through time and space, and I can see the dark power stirring in the land of eternal winter." Big Black sighed with a melodious tone. Then he raised his body, and his voice spread in all directions. The third treaty. Bravos will rent 80 large ships of more than 400 tons from the Mother of Dragons at cost price for 2 years, and the Mother of Dragons has the right to renew the lease. The fourth treaty. The Mother of Dragons and Bravos will jointly acknowledge the rebellion of Copernicus Arathorn, and all the sins will be blamed on her. The Sea King, Brother Felix, did not violate the oath, and also followed the tradition of the guest's rights, and tried his best to protect the guest, the Mother of Dragons. This is a sacred contract witnessed by the gods. Good. After saying that, the black dragon circled in the sky, flicked his tail lightly, and broke through the thick fog, disappearing into the horizon. Hey, don't go, I haven't. Kuhulu suddenly came to his senses and reached out to grab at the air a few times and muttered regretfully, I didn't even have time to answer. Why did the Holy Dragon leave? Just these 4? So simple. Ko Jia had a strange expression. Were the people of Bravos thinking? The Mother of Dragons didn't make any unfair terms. Why did they have to make such a fuss? Just the loss of the Purple Harbor alone is more than 5 million gold royals, right? The black captain shook his head and sighed. It has nothing to do with the terms. The Mother of Dragons is standing against a collapsing wall, and those who are hostile to her can't help but want to push down the wall and kill her. If not for the treaty of ceding land and paying reparations, I would suspect that she is deliberately fishing. It was not that Bravos did not pay reparations, but they said it in a different way. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Queen agree to the fourth clause and acknowledge the Copernicus coup? Acknowledging the Copernicus coup meant that Bravos did not violate the oath and did not violate the guests' rights. In the future, when faced with the world's criticism and ridicule, the people of Bravos would have a reason to loudly declare that they did their best, to fulfill the oath, that they did their best to protect the guest, but that there was a traitor in the family, and they could not do anything. The money that the people of Bravos gave the Dragon Queen to keep her mouth shut was the 80 giant ships, each with a load of more than 400 tons, equipped with 4,000 experienced sailors, and 80 captains familiar with the trembling sea, the narrow sea, and the summer sea. And the 80 ships were not empty. They were all filled with supplies: wool, cotton, barley, cheese, butter, sausages, animal tendons, horseshoes, more than 40,000 tons of supplies. And all this only cost the Dragon Queen 200,000 gold royals. The 200,000 gold royals were not paid to the people of Bravos, but the wages of the 4,000 sailors and the 80 captains for the next 2 years, as well as the maintenance of the 80 ships. In addition, there were some small conditions, such as giving Gerald a tile steel sword or asking for a dragon egg. No, it was sent to Volantis. But the people of Bravos promised to buy a stone egg for Danny in the future. Chapter 397. The second negotiation took place in front of the gate of the Black and White House. Little White put Gerald Dane on the island, and Danny did not show up. Then Blackie informed Bizarro and the Kind Man of the new negotiation location. They were a little shocked. They did not expect the Dragon Queen to go to the Black and White House. The three quickly reached 4 agreements. The first 2 were very fair. The gold royals from Slave Bay would be deposited into the Iron Treasury, and the handling fee would be reduced from 13.5% to 13%. The Iron Treasury would act as a middleman for the grain, and the price of grain would rise by 30% above the highest price, which was the Iron Treasury's commission. Of course, they could earn more or less. It all depended on the Iron Treasury's methods. They only needed to give enough grain to the Dragon Queen 5 years later. Danny did not expect to receive any grain. The long night was coming. Who would sell the life-saving grain? The Iron Treasury would encourage the people of the Western continent to grow grain in the next 5 years. Just like Guanzhong buying deer to defeat Chu, Danny's goal would be achieved. As for the benefits, it would probably only give Danny peace of mind. Knowing that the long night was coming, she would do her best to save people. Not mentioning how much she could save, she had a clear conscience. The last 2 terms were the result of a compromise between the 2 sides. The Dragon Queen received a large fleet for free, a ready-made fleet and tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Bravos tried to reduce the risk of breaking the oath and violating the guests' rights. At the same time, they received the Dragon Queen's forgiveness. She would no longer send her eldest son to fall from the sky and chat about daily life in the sky of Bravos. At the end of the negotiation, the people of Bravos escorted the leaders of the coup, including Copernicus and Cantona, who were bruised and covered in dirt, to let the wings of death judge them. They would be sprayed with dragon flames to vent for the Dragon Queen. Danny refused. Mother said that this is the internal affairs of Bravos. She will not interfere. And Copernicus's father, old Arathorn, once invited her to a meal, so she has to forgive Sir Copernicus. If possible, let him continue to be the Sea King, Dahe said in a rumbling voice as it flew in the air. Copernicus, who had been ashen-faced, immediately came back to life. He knelt on the ground and thanked the Dragon Queen for sparing his life. He also talked about his friendship with little Danny when he was young. They had a meal together. Finally, he made a sincere promise that as long as he was the Sea King, he would strive to maintain the traditional friendship between Bravos and Targaryen. Even Geraldine was disgusted, not to mention Bersalo and the Kind Man. After signing the agreement, Big Black flew to Slaver's Bay, Little White returned to Dragonstone Island, and Geraldine would lead the fleet to the East Sea. That night, Dragonstone Island, in the drawing room at the top of the Stone Drum Tower. It was a circular room with 4 tall, narrow windows facing east, west, north, and south. There was a strangely shaped, long wooden table in the room. A detailed map of the 7 kingdoms was carved on the table. It was almost a miniature Westeros of the same scale. The map table was 15 meters long. At the location of Dragonstone Island on the map, there was a seat overlooking the entire map. Aegon had sat here to think about his plan to conquer the Western continent. That's more or less it. Dany sat at the head of the table and told Barristan what had happened in Braavos. There were only the 2 of them in the huge room. Dany was still a spiritual projection. In reality, Barristan was alone. Can Big Black really speak? Barristan thought carefully for a while, still in disbelief. After swallowing the rat chef, his vocal cords seem to have evolved. Not only can he speak, but he can also produce complex and varied tones. It's very strange. Dany thought about how she used Big Black's mouth to switch between Smaug, the holy megalosaurus, and the Buddha. She could not help but laugh strangely. I'm afraid that the people of Braavos will not give up on revenge. White Knight said worriedly, if they want to take revenge on me, they will have to survive the long night first. Dany sneered. Barristan thought for a while and said, since Big Black can speak, let him walk around the City of Knowledge and the King's Landing. In the past 10 days since we took down Dragonstone Island, the City of Knowledge has not stopped. Almost every day, there are messenger crows spreading rumors about you to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Today, they say that you violated the rights of a guest. Tomorrow, they say that you studied evil blood witchcraft and are a witch. The day after tomorrow, they say that you inherited the mad blood of King Aerys and are the Mad King II. The old knight carefully observed Dany's expression. Seeing that she was only smiling and not angry, he continued. The day after tomorrow, they say that you are full of lies and that you are trying to use deviant ghosts to distract the nobles of the 7 kingdoms so that the Iron Throne will overlook the fact that Targaryen has returned to the Westeros. Yes, Barristan informed the City of Knowledge and the 7 kingdoms about the deviant ghosts, but no one believed him. Some scholars in the City of Knowledge even claimed that the Dr. Barristan of the Great Wall was a fake, and that the real doctor was killed by you during the rebellion in the City of Knowledge. Yes, that fake doctor was actually Scholar Ymon in disguise. Ugh, they can even say such things. The City of Knowledge is completely shameless. Dany's mouth twitched. Sigh, if the City of Knowledge violated the rights of a guest is proven to be true, not to mention face, even survival will become difficult. They dare to send messenger crows to Dragonstone Island and speak ill of me to my face. Dany asked suspiciously. Not all. Barristan suddenly laughed. Your Majesty, you have no idea how much the people of the 7 kingdoms love you. If the City of Knowledge makes any strange movements, countless messenger crows will immediately fly from all over the 7 kingdoms to report the rebellious actions of the City of Knowledge to you. Oh, what do you mean? Dany was interested. The second day after you left, Count Doran Baramin of Sharphorn City of Marsail's Cape came to Dragonstone Island, intending to pledge his loyalty to you. There was only a narrow waterway between Dragonstone Island and Marsail's Cape, known as the Throat. The Throat was the exit of Blackwater Bay. If she could obtain the loyalty of Sharphorn City, then Dany might be able to seal off the Throat and prevent trade between the King's Landing and the other side of the narrow waterway. And Baramin of Sharphorn City was not only a noble, he was also one of the few direct vassals of Dragonstone Island. Did you forget that at the Great Wall, Stannis' army had a blue swordfish flag? Dany said hesitantly. The blue swordfish was the insignia of the Count of Sharphorn City. Yes, Count Doran's uncle joined Stannis' army and went to the Great Wall, but this does not affect Sharphorn City's loyalty to you. I don't want his loyalty. The more territory, the greater the responsibility. Dany said. I understand. Barristan nodded. Other than Count Doran, there were many other nobles who sent letters to discuss their loyalty. The King's Landing, Hugin, Dorne the Valley, There might be spies from the Iron Throne among them, but you did not intend to conquer the Westeros immediately, so I rejected all the nobles' offers to pledge their allegiance. I also explained your plan to them one by one. You will not fight for the Iron Throne before the next summer. Also, if someone really ends a long night, you will also pledge your allegiance to him. Dany, wave her hand. I will not pledge my allegiance. The Duke of Dragonstone Island will be passed to my descendants. She did not even want the Iron Throne. How could she become a vassal of the Westeros? Speaking of descendants, Barristan asked hesitantly, since you know that the kingdom needs descendants to inherit it, why did you reject Count Sitiga's marriage plan? I feel that heir Sitiga is not bad. He is capable and good-looking. His family background is also worthy of you. Most importantly, he values honor and is a qualified knight. Just because his name is Aerys, he was eliminated in the first round. Dany gave a strange smile. Ugh, this reason is too. Barristan's face twisted. I'm afraid Count Sitiga will not accept it. If I have to satisfy every vassal, then why should I be a queen? Sitiga is different. Barristan emphasized. Do you think I will sacrifice myself for Sitiga? Your Majesty, no one can force you to choose Sir Sitiga. Don't worry about this. If the long night cannot pass, there is no point in having 4 generations under one roof. After the long night, I am still young and have plenty of time. After that, Dany asked again, what's the reaction from the King's Landing? On the 3rd day after we took down Dragonstone Island, Kevan Lannister returned to the King's Landing and quickly took control of the Imperial Conference, replacing Cersei as the regent. He is currently trying to reach an understanding with House Tyrell. At the very least, the food from Riverbend is being transported to the King's Landing along the Monday River. The High Court doesn't believe in the other ghosts. Dany frowned. Whether they believe it or not, the King's Landing is short of food. As long as the High Court wants to continue playing this game of power with Lannister, they can only transport food over. Otherwise, Tommen's rule will collapse, and the Tyrells' previous investments will all go down the drain. After a pause, Barristan continued, actually, this is good too. Food is finally circulating in the 7 kingdoms. If the High Court is short of food, they will at least hurry up and plan another batch of food. Dany sighed. Now I understand why the Great Sparrow did not keep her promise and only bought 500,000 gold royals worth of food from the free cities. Continue, what else did Kevan do? He personally went to the Great Cathedral of Baelor to meet the Great Sparrow and persuade the church to support Tommen's rule. Dany nodded and praised. Not bad. He really cleaned up the mess that Cersei made. With the army and food from Riverbend and the church's support, if not for my sudden appearance, Tommen's throne would have been secured. Your Majesty, Kevan also considered your influence and sent a letter to Dragonstone Island as soon as he arrived at King's Landing. Barristan said strangely. Oh, Dany's interest was piqued, and she quickly asked, what did he say? First, he promised to redeem Sir Rake. Yes, 5,000 gold royals, not one less. He also acknowledged Targaryen's ownership of Dragonstone Island. No matter who sits on the Iron Throne in the end, Dragonstone Island will always be the land of the Targaryens. Then, on behalf of Lannister and the Iron Throne, he accepted your promise to end the other ghosts as king. He also promised that after the chaos in Time Inn is quelled and the sea route to the north is reopened, Casterly Rock will ship a batch of supplies from Lannister Harbor to the Shadow Tower. If you don't block the sea route, you will also ship a batch of refugees from King's Landing to the Great Wall as Night Watchers. But he asked you to abide by the oath you made at the Great Wall. You will not take the initiative to become enemies with any noble or king who supports the Great Wall. In other words, you can't attack the West and the areas under King's Landing's control. Haha, he has a good plan. He used this method to buy time and stabilize the chaotic situation in King's Landing. Dany sneered. Barristan nodded and sighed. I can see his purpose. He even knows that we can guess his purpose. But if you break the oath, he will only be happier. No matter how many messenger crows the City of Knowledge sends out, there are only a few nobles in the 7 kingdoms who believe that you violated the guest's rights. Even Kevan said in his letter that he and Lannister both thought that the City of Knowledge was lying. In fact, The people of the Seven Kingdoms can't find a reason for you to go against the City of Knowledge. But the oath on the Great Wall is known by too many people. If you really become an oath breaker, all your enemies will be overjoyed. Why should I break the oath? The one who ends the long night is king. If they can't do it, it will be useless even if Lannister can build an iron bucket. If they can do it, let them be king, Dany said with a faint smile. King's Landing was a huge problem. One touch, and you would get shit on your hands. She didn't even want Sharphorn City, which was next to Dragonstone Island, so why would she get involved in that mess? Besides, even if Lannister was better at killing than Arya and really ended the long night, it didn't mean that Dany would give up on the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister. Barristan suddenly became serious and said, Your Majesty, Sir Kevan is very rational. The Iron Throne and Dragonstone Island won't be in conflict for the time being. But Cersei, that crazy woman, will be released soon. At that time, Chapter 398. Barristan explained, when Sir Kevan returned to King's Landing, the first thing he did was not to rescue Cersei. First, he tried to become the regent. Then he resolved the conflict between Lannister, Tyrell, and Dragonstone Island, and then the conflict between the Iron Throne and the Church. Only after he stabilized his power as the regent did he try to get Cersei out of the cathedral. Cersei is crazy. When she regains power over King's Landing, she may not be as considerate as Sir Kevan. We have to be careful. So what if Cersei is compared to Braavos? No matter how crazy she is, I can still make her wake up, Dany said coldly. The White Knight said, Maybe not. Cersei, like Queen Marjorie, did not escape trial. She was only released on bail and will continue to be tried by the Church. Also, Queen Cersei admitted to having. At this point, the White Knight's face was full of shame, as if it was difficult to continue. In the end, under Dany's curious gaze, he stammered, Cersei had an affair with the White Knight, Osfriel, Kate, and Blake, the three brothers. Sigh, what kind of world is this? The White Knight stomped his feet and wailed. Dany was focusing on the wrong thing. The three brothers. Speaking of which, why didn't I see such an exciting scene in Game of Thrones? Was she watching the edited version of Game of Thrones? I don't remember the Kate and Blake brothers being in the plot. Queen Cersei was charged with 4 crimes. 1. Infidelity, having an affair with her cousin, Lancel, Kate, and Blake, and I don't know who too. Blasphemy. She ordered the Kate and Blake brothers to murder the Archbishop, who was the predecessor of the Great Sparrow. 3. Murder of King Robert. 4. Incest with Jaime, using her bastard son to occupy the Iron Throne that belonged to Theon Baela. Queen Cersei was very smart. She admitted to the first crime of infidelity, but refused to admit to the last 3. Infidelity did not take her life. The Church would only sentence her to be paraded through the streets. Any one of the last 3 could consign her to eternal damnation. However, Lancel Lannister has already converted to the 7 gods. He was also involved in the assassination of the king. He has already told the Archbishop all his secrets. Your Majesty, do you remember Lancel? How could she forget the one-armed hero who put a hat on Jaime's head? Dany nodded. The one-armed commander of the beggar army was the Big Sparrow he took me to see. He was a very pious and promising young man. The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. What kind of future would a disabled person who is only 18 years old have if he was as old and dispirited as an 80-year-old? The previous archbishop was murdered because Lancel went to the Holy Cathedral to confess his sins. Cersei killed him to silence him. Obviously, Lancel also told the Big Sparrow the secret. Under normal circumstances, with both witnesses and evidence, Cersei would not be able to escape. Why did Cersei keep Lancel around and tell everyone about her bad deeds? If she wanted to silence someone, she should have killed Lancel. Killing the Archbishop would not solve the root of the problem, Dany said. Maybe she couldn't find a chance. Lancel joined the Congregation of the Poor and has a large army of beggars around her. It's useless. Even if there are witnesses and evidence, Cersei can easily escape the trial, Dany said with a sigh. Oh, how so? The trial will be held in the Holy Cathedral. The nobles, the monks, and the people of King's Landing will all be witnesses. Lancel will definitely testify against Cersei in front of everyone. What else can Cersei do but use force to subdue the church? Trial by martial arts. Varystan was stunned as well. Trial by martial arts was the biggest loophole in the Westeros legal system. Or rather, it was a loophole that the people who made the law deliberately left for the nobles. Even if Robert was resurrected by the Lord of Light, he would not be able to convict his wife, let alone Lancel, as long as Cersei won the trial by martial arts. Trial by martial arts was a tradition of the Undulls. The Church of the Seven not only approved of the trial by martial arts, but also created an even more sacred tournament of the Seven, a 7-person team that would hold a trial by martial arts. They believed that the 7 gods would decide who was the real sinner. What was more hilarious was that during the reign of Meg the Cruel, Meg rode a dragon and burned the Holy Cathedral, slaughtering the monks and the church's armed forces like pigs and dogs. In the end, Meg the Cruel won the tournament of the 7 against the Knights of the Sword, the Sons of War. The 7 most powerful and devout Knights of the Sword all died in battle, and Meg won the tournament of the 7. Meg did not even ride a dragon. She rode a horse in the tournament, completely following the tradition of the Church of the Seven. It was hard to imagine how crazy the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven must have been. It was obvious that the church would be slapped in the face again. Cersei had an invincible existence under her command, the complete Magic Mountain. Even Dany did not have the confidence to defeat the true Magic Mountain in a one-on-one duel, much less the Big Sparrow who was lacking in talents. Thinking about this, Dany felt that the plot of Cersei blowing up the Holy Cathedral in Game of Thrones was a little illogical. Cersei had the confidence to clear her name through the normal way, so why did she? Blowing up the Holy Cathedral and escaping the trial, it meant that her crime was confirmed. It was like a person who could win a lawsuit but ran away with innocence. Could it be that Cersei had also awakened the Mad Blood? The Mad Blood was not a gene, but a virus that was hidden on the Iron Throne. Anyone who sat on it would be infected. It was obvious that before becoming the king of the Westeros, the Targaryen had been passed down for at least 6,000 years. It was obvious that during the 6,000 years in Valeglia, the Targaryens were not crazy at all. Who would dare to go crazy in the face of the powerful Great Wizard and the 14 Fire Peak families? But once they ascended the Iron Throne, almost every generation of Targaryens would have someone awaken the Mad Blood gene. What was the reason for this? When is Cersei's parade? Dany suddenly asked with great interest. 3 days later in the morning. You want to see it? Varystan asked with a strange expression. You don't want to see the naked Empress Dowager? Cersei was known as the most beautiful woman in the world back then. No, I don't want to see it at all. Varystan hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay. You can ride Whitey there. Wear a pair of binoculars and go quietly. Dany encouraged. Aye. The old knight's face turned red and quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, the first batch of Dragon's Heart has been mined. Do you want to see it? As he spoke, he walked to the narrow window on the east side and pointed at a windowless stone house that was lit up. We captured more than 30 Lannister soldiers. The price was too high, 10 gold royals for each soldier. Kevin did not redeem them. Count Bronn left them in the volcanic grotto to mine the Dragon's Heart. Count Valerian and Count Sedega brought 5 blacksmiths and more than 30 blacksmith apprentices from their territories. They're forging Dragon's Heart weapons day and night. Dany's body disappeared from the throne on the map table like a phantom and appeared beside the White Knight. The castle on Dragonstone Island was built in the style of the Megalosaurus. For example, the kitchen was a dragon curled up in a ball. The smoke and steam from the oven came out of its nostrils. The hall was a dragon lying on the ground. People entered through its huge, open mouth. The stone drum tower was built on top of the Dragon Mountain. It was like a megalosaurus with its head held high. The stone drum tower was the dragon's torso. The map hall was at the dragon's head. The 2 wings of the stone dragon were spread out. There was a blacksmith shop, a stable, and a warehouse. At this time, the blacksmith shop on the left wing of the stone dragon was brightly lit. It was steaming hot. The sound of hammering could be heard. Occasionally, the blacksmith's loud scolding of his apprentices could be heard. Opposite the megalosaurus-shaped stone drum tower, there was a 10-meter-tall, circular stone tower. It looked like a coiling dragon coiling around a stone pillar. That was the dungeon tower. Between the stone drum tower and the dungeon tower was an arched stone bridge in the air. The dungeon tower also had lights. Sometimes, there was the sound of metal wheels being dragged on the rails. The castle on Dragonstone Island was built on top of a low volcano called Dragon Mountain. There was a passage in the dungeon tower that led to the interior of Dragon Mountain. The Targaryen ancestors had also built a full set of mining facilities. There were mines, rails, and human-powered mine carts. The entire castle on Dragonstone Island was built using Valeglia's stone craftsmanship. The mining facilities were also copied from the mines of the 14th Fire Peak. It was extremely sturdy. 300 years later, it was still working well. No one knew what Targaryen was trying to dig for on Dragonstone Island. After 100 years, he had dug from Dragon Mountain to the bottom of the sea. Half of the mountain below the castle was empty. The reason why the stone drum tower was called that was because every time a storm came, the waves would surge violently and cause a rumbling sound in the castle, like the beating of a drum. Because the bottom was empty, it was like putting a bowl upside down in a basin of water. When the water rippled, there would definitely be a dull sound in the bowl. The waves were beating on the stone drum. Danny had also been to the bottom of the mine. It was mostly filled with dragon crystal and iron ore. The ratio was about 6-4, with dragon crystal taking up 60%. The amount of precious metals, such as gold and silver, was almost zero. She had no idea what Targaryen was trying to dig from the mine. She asked old Yamant, and he didn't know either. If they didn't deal with the other ghosts, Dragonstone Island had no value at all. Are there enough miners? Danny asked. Yes. Count Valerian also recruited 100 farmers on Tidehead Island. The key is that the dragon crystal doesn't need to be refined. The more they mine, the more dragon crystal weapons can be made. The blacksmiths are completely busy, otherwise they wouldn't have to work overtime. How much is the daily production of dragon crystal weapons? Danny asked again. The standard mold you designed is very suitable for making dragon crystal weapons. After the dragon crystal is melted and poured into the mold, it cools and takes shape very quickly. If we focus on making arrowheads, we can produce at least 2,000 arrowheads a day. If we focus on making weapons, we can make about 100 short swords. It's still a little low. Arrange for people to go to King's Landing to recruit a group of blacksmiths and expand the production. Dragon crystal weapons were brittle and hard, and their lifespan was extremely short. When the night came, the consumption rate would be very fast. Oh, right. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that there was a very good blacksmith in King's Landing who had mastered the technique of recasting steel swords. Do you still remember Brittany's Oathkeeper sword? Yes, the House of Stark's Eyes was recast by Tywin into 2 long swords, Joffrey's Widow's Howl and Brittany's Oathkeeper's sword. Haha, the Widow's Howl, it's so fitting. Catelyn in the Red Wedding and Cersei in the Purple Wedding were both widows. They both let out the most desperate and sorrowful wails as mothers. Danny said with a strange expression, Your Majesty, you want to find Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott? Varystan asked in surprise. Tell Bronn that no matter what, he must invite Blacksmith Tobu to Dragonstone Island. I also need a set of Tidehead armor. Danny laughed. Chapter 399. Danny decided to go to King's Landing 3 days later to see Cersei's Mimi. Just as she was hesitating whether to send Whitey to be a bystander or send Blackie to chat with the people of King's Landing about the Empress Dowager's health, Marwyn, who was chewing on a piece of sour grass, contacted her urgently. Yes, it was Professor Marwyn from the City of Knowledge. He, Black's sister Larissa, and the 5th White Knight, Grey Iron Garthhider, were all on Old Town's grain purchasing fleet. Every night, Danny had 2 fixed tasks. First, She would give Kuei she a soul-cleansing, true dragon roar. Then, she would use the glass candle to search for traces of Marwyn, one-eyed faceless, and Jia Kuan for 3 minutes. As for the two faceless, needless to say, Danny wished she could keep an eye on them at all times. It would be best if she could find all the faceless strongholds. As for Marwyn, it was just a routine search. Most of the time, Danny could not find him because he was not online at all. Marwyn and Danny had an agreement. If there was an accident, he would activate the glass candle and contact her at a fixed time at night. After all, Hyder's grain purchasing fleet had dozens of ships, 3 million gold royals, and the magic books that Old Town had found in the City of Knowledge. If they were robbed by pirates, the loss would be huge. Her worries were not groundless. The Stone Steps Archipelago was the world's most notorious pirate den. It was the entrance to the narrow sea, which fed pirates from all over the world. Even Taiman often went to the Stone Steps Archipelago to train his pirate skills. For example, Yulon had been a pirate on the Stone Steps Archipelago when you were young. Asha Greyjoy had also been on the Stone Steps Archipelago for 3 to 5 years. As soon as Hyder's fleet left the Summer Sea, they were targeted by pirates. In Old Town's Old Town negotiated the price with the grain merchant on the other side of the narrow sea and confirmed the quantity of grain. Then, the grain purchasing fleet would transport the gold over. The grain merchant would then start to distribute the grain from the small merchants and farm owners. Once Hyder's gold was transported to Mir and Pintos, the trading princes of Mir and Pintos would also transfer the grain to the port. It was just in time to fulfill the last part of the contract in Mir and Pintos. 1 hand for the money, 1 hand for the goods. In other words, the news of Hathor transporting gold to the trading city-states had long spread throughout the narrow sea. Even the people of Bravos in the north knew about it. In fact, Hathor's large-scale purchase of grain had caused the price of grain to skyrocket by 5 times. During the day, Danny's spiritual projection and Jero were in Bravos. During the evening, Danny's spiritual projection and Barristan were on Dragonstone Island. At midnight, Danny's spiritual projection crossed 6,000 kilometers through the glass candle and arrived at the captain's cabin of the White Tower at the entrance of the narrow sea. Just like what Danny had said to Stannis that day. Unlike some kings who had too much time on their hands and could only grind their teeth to pass the time, the Dragon Queen was really busy. What's the situation? Danny's voice was erratic, like a mobile phone with bad signal. It was not just her voice. Even her spiritual projection was a blurry, silver-gray figure. It was like a 150-inch 8K LCD screen playing a low-resolution VCD. This was because the distance was too far. Danny had announced that she had gone to Bravos, but her real body had been hiding in Slave Bay to comprehend the Song of Wind. There were only 3 people in the small captain's cabin. The bullneck Marvin, the embarrassed White Knight Garth Hyder, and the magic apprentice Larissa. Marvin and Garth looked at each other. In the end, the White Knight stepped forward and bowed. He said, "One day after leaving Sun Halberd City, there was a fast-paddling ship following behind us. It was just that Hyder's fleet was too large for the pirates to handle, so they did not attack immediately. When the fleet gets close to Broken Arm Corner, more and more pirates will surround us. There will definitely be a huge battle." "How many ships do you have? How many sailors do you have?" Danny asked. "More than 100. Most of them are flat-bottomed sailing ships with a capacity of 200 tons. They're coastal cargo ships. The number of longships and warships with hammers does not exceed 10. The number of sailors is less than 2,000, the second son of the Hyder family said. "If I came to save you, there would be no way to hide the fact that Count Hyder has sided with me," Danny said with a smile. On one hand, the old man of Old Town sought refuge with the Dragon Queen to ensure the future prosperity of his family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to immediately raise his flag against the Iron Throne, especially since his lord, High Court Tyrell, was on the side of Lannister. Garth remembered his father's request and could not help but lower his head in shame. He blushed and said, "My father has considered this. He asked you to pretend to be a pirate and hijack this fleet." "What?" Danny suspected that she was hearing things. She said uncertainly, "You asked me to rob you as a pirate?" Gray iron. Garth's face turned as red as monkey's butt. He mumbled, "Your Majesty, you did not hear wrongly. Everyone in the world knows that the Hyder family has ordered 3 million gold royals worth of food from the Free City. So, the pirates of the Narrow Sea swarmed over, intending to rob the ships of the gold royals. When you knew about this, you also—" I'm sorry." Garth could not continue. He closed his eyes and apologized awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. My father, even if he did not meet the pirates of the Stone Steps Archipelago, he would have asked you to stop the fleet at Blackwater Bay." "All right, I understand." Danny ended her night's embarrassing situation at the right time and comforted him. "You don't have to apologize. Count Hyder is only protecting the peace of Old Town and the hundreds of thousands of people in Hyder's territory from being affected by the war. Your Majesty—" Garth's blue eyes widened. He was very touched. 10,000 years ago, at the end of the First Era, there was a land bridge known as the Arm of Dorn that connected the Westeros Dorn and the disputed land of Ursos together. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros through the Wall of Dorn, the Green Prophet of the Children of the Forest joined forces to cast powerful magic. They shattered the land bridge, which was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long, into countless islands of different sizes, which became the Stone Steps Archipelago today. The Stone Steps Archipelago was located at the entrance of the Narrow Sea. Half of the world's sea trade ships would pass through here. With such a golden route, even Valeglia occupied one of the islands and built a free fortress Tarosai. One of the islands was called the Torture Abyss. It might not be the largest island, but it had a port comparable to Tarosai's. It was a hot afternoon at the Torture Abyss port. Blue sky, white clouds, and a warm northeast wind. Waves came from the shore, wave after wave, gently buffering the hull of the ship that was painted with a new brown paint. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn sounded at the port. The sailors busied themselves in the sun. Some twisted the lock and pulled the anchor out of the sea. Some sailors pulled up the white sails under the command of the first mate. Thousands of rowers put their oars into the sea and paddled the wooden oars rhythmically to the beat of the drums. 10 gigantic warships lined up at the port. The white sails were pulled up slowly, and they slowly sailed toward the vast sea outside the port. Hiss! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the sky. Then, the sailors on the deck felt a shadow slide over their heads. They looked up and saw a black dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters emerging from the white clouds. It flew over the heads of the 10 gigantic warships, one by one. "Ah, dragon, magic dragon!" The sailors screamed crazily. It was unknown whether it was excitement, fear, or both. "The mother of dragons is here. Quick, quick, set up the ballista." A captain on the bridge shouted hurriedly. Seeing that his subordinates were still greedily looking up at the megalosaurus, he stomped his feet anxiously and scolded. "What are you all doing? We're pirates. Someone like the mother of dragons won't even let a slave owner go. Why would she come here to look at the scenery? She's probably here to get rid of a scourge for the people. We're the scourge." Woo woo woo. Just then, a slow and drawn-out bugle call came from the flagship, followed by flag signal. "Do not act rashly, and do not do anything hostile. I'm the eldest son of the mother dragon, Danny Rise." The black dragon's voice was loud, like a clap of thunder. It made the pirates below dizzy. "Ah, dragon can speak?" The pirates were stunned. "I'm the holy light. I'm the mighty dragon of heaven. I am—" Blackie's title was now longer than his mother's. He spoke a long sentence in a dignified manner, not caring if the people below remembered it. "Is the pirate leader below, or I in Viswy?" Blackie the Sky Dragon began to get to the point. At this time, the warships that were preparing to leave the bay had stopped moving. When the rowers heard the megalosaurus voice, they put down their long oars and climbed out of their cabins to the deck, looking up in surprise. "I am Orion Viswy, the great megalosaurus of the holy light, the mighty dragon of heaven." I am willing to serve Her Majesty Danny Rise. I am the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island. My father was the previous Count Valerian. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Targaryen." On the bridge of the flagship, a young man with shoulder-length silver hair waved his arms wildly at the sky as he shouted loudly. Without waiting for Blackie to say the purpose of this trip, the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island raised his hands in surrender. Even the Dragon Queen in Blackie's mind stopped working and was stunned. On the day they left the wall, Dany had spent a night on Tidehead Island. During that time, apart from talking about her experience on the wall, she also had a short conversation with the young Count Monterey. Monterey told the Dragon Queen that he was not the only son of Valerian. He had an adult, illegitimate uncle, Orion Viswy, who was leading Cersei's galleons as a pirate on the Stone Steppe archipelago. He called himself the Viswy King. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she wanted to call the illegitimate uncle back to serve her. Dany declined at the time. She felt that the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island had a terrible character and looked down on him. For the sake of 10 galleons, she did not want to disgust herself by having a scum who had betrayed his former master. Cersei had promoted him from an illegitimate child without a title to the Lord of the Navy. However, Orion had stabbed her in the back when she needed him the most. Not only did he fail to rescue Cersei, who was trapped in a cathedral, he even led the royal fleet to escape. Even if Cersei was her enemy, Dany could not like a subordinate who had betrayed his master. Just like how the arrogant Zhuge Kongming looked down on Wei Yan. However, the law of fragrance was just that powerful. Look, it had only been a week, and she was already anxiously looking for him. A week ago, the Dragon Queen, traitor Scram, don't sully my eyes. A week later, the Dragon Queen, how fragrant. It was really fragrant. The Dragon Queen did not even need to personally appear. Her new subordinate easily completed the task of cleaning up the pirates and hijacking Hyder's fleet. After obtaining Cersei's 10 super warships, Orion was practically the strongest pirate on the Stone Steppe archipelago. He had originally planned to rob Hyder's fleet. He had even contacted a group of pirates nearby and arranged a time and place for the robbery. 2 days later, a terrifying piece of news gradually spread from the Stone Steppe archipelago to the various cities. The newly risen pirate Dimensional Water King of the Torture Pool had submitted to the Dragon Queen. With the help of Wings of Death, he had swept through 10 nearby islands in a day. Dimensional Water King had originally teamed up with his allies to rob Hyder's fleet. The Dragon Queen had become the greatest pirate king on the Stone Steppe archipelago. One Piece Dany was officially online. Chapter 400. Dany had become the pirate queen. According to the standards of One Piece, she was at least one of the Yonko, Narrow Sea's little overlord. However, she did not expand her forces. She only cooperated with King Dimensional Water to clean up the pirates who wanted to rob Hyder's grain ships. She took in 30 to 40 broken ships, 10 islands, and 6,000 to 7,000 pirates. There should have been more pirates, but Dragon Queen did not really want to be the pirate queen. She needed good citizens. Accomplices could be let go, but the leader must be punished. In the open sea route ahead of Hyder's fleet, more than 10 fleets cut across the Blue Sea and approached King Dimensional Water's fleet. According to the original plan, when Hyder's fleet arrived, they would swarm over. Most of the pirates were paddling longships with colorful shells and sails. They had different flags. The bigger fleets had more than 10 ships, and the smaller fleets had 4 or 5 ships. They were all famous pirates of the Stone Steppes archipelago. Ordinary pirates only had 1 ship. When almost everyone had arrived, a horn sounded from the Duke Tywin. Blackie came out of the clouds and swooped down from the sky. Without saying anything, it spat out dragon flames and went on a killing spree. The Blue Sea surface was like a flat carpet, and the pirate ship was the decorative pattern on the carpet. The dragon flame was like a red-hot sword, held in the hand of the god, cutting back and forth on the blue carpet. The decorative patterns on the carpet were cut in half by the blade of God's punishment. The black smoke, the red fire, and the blood, the wailing of the soul, and the flesh under Blackie's sneak attack, all the pirate leaders and their flagships were burned into floating torches. The pirate fleet had communicated with King Dimensional Water through flag signals. The Pirate King must have been on the flagships that sent out the flag signals, and Blackie, who was hidden in the clouds, saw it clearly. I am the wings of death, the terminator of evil, the great mighty dragon of heaven. Another long list of names was announced, not caring if others remembered it. As pirates, you have committed heinous sins. However, Mother Dragon is virtuous and is willing to give you a chance to lay down your weapons and convert to the Holy Dragon. Kneel on the deck immediately and wait for General Dimensional Water to reorganize the fleet. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Long live the Holy Light. Long live the great mighty heavenly dragon. At the center of the battlefield, on the deck of the Dimensional Water Fleet, which was safe and sound, there was a hubbub of voices and cheers. However, some pirates refused to believe it. Clearly, their pirate ship did not even have 2 dilapidated ballistas. It was almost impossible for them to pose a threat to the Holy Dragon. They still turned around and fled from the battlefield while shouting, "Prepare the ballistas and bows." The demonic dragon just launched a sneak attack. Don't be afraid. Not only did he use his mouth to shout, he also used flag signals to summon everyone to fight against the brutal demonic dragon and escape from this place. Then, Dahe swooped down close to the sea and approached the pirate ship from the blind spot of the ballista. The dragon flame burned through the hull of the ship like a hot knife cutting through butter. Boom! Another bonfire of smoke and blood rose from the sea. Who else? Big Black emerged from the billowing smoke on the burning ship, and the demonic shadow swept across the deck of the surviving battleships that were screaming in panic. Its thunderous roar resounded through the sky. We surrender. After killing the bird that stood out, the remaining arrogant vultures immediately became obedient quails. Then, the white dragon that had been hiding in the sky previously appeared, while Little White had been helping Dahe with the map. There were 2 main reasons why the Megalosaurus was killed. First, the ballista bolts came from the blind spot of the Megalosaurus's vision. Naturally, it would not dodge them. Third, the ballista bolts were too dense. Even if the Megalosaurus saw them, it would not be able to dodge them. The second level of the dragon spirit could solve the above problems to a certain extent. Although it was not 100%, it could at least solve 70% to 80% of the problems. Little White had a panoramic view of the battlefield near Dahe and had locked onto almost every ballista. Under the dynamic view, it could even see some of the ballista bolts flying towards Dahe. The second level of the dragon spirit could transmit all the scenes that Little White saw to Dahe. In this way, Dahe was like Leo in the Matrix, flying leisurely. Its body swayed left and right, and it easily dodged all the ballista bolts and some of the bows. Well, there were many archers. It was impossible to dodge all of them. However, as long as it was not shot in the eyes, Dahe's scales would at most shatter and 1 or 2 drops of hot dragon blood would spill. Well, it even imitated Smaug's evil tone. This kind of defensive power was far worse than Smaug's. Moreover, Dahe knew the distribution of firepower on the battlefield. He knew where there were more arrows and where there were fewer arrows. To put it simply, Dahe was not fighting alone. Danny and Little White were with him. One helped to open the map, and the other helped to design the tactics. Black Dragon was in an invincible state. Of course, if they were facing a regular navy, Danny would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. First of all, pirates often fought with ships. Otherwise, how could they rob? They did not have and did not need advanced dragon-slaying crossbows. Even the ballista only had 2 fixed at the bow and stern. Secondly, the pirate fleet did not have a battle formation. They were almost all in a straight line, or there was no formation at all. Therefore, during Dahe's attack, they could not support each other. When all the pirates surrendered, Little White landed and sent White Knight Barristan to the deck of the flagship of Dimensional Water King. White Knight would represent the Dragon Queen and carry out an honorable reorganization of this dishonorable fleet. Danny was not a real pirate king. Why would she need pirate followers? Under the true dragon flag, there was only a righteous army, including the 6,000 Westeros Navy under the command of Dimensional Water King. All the pirates recruited from the Stone Steps Archipelago would be reorganized, under the leadership of the only true knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Barristan. They would be transformed into a royal navy with great chivalry. Yes, although Dimensional Water King's fleet only had 10 galleons, there were 6,000 sailors serving on them. The number was more than the number of sailors in Hyder and Geraldane's fleet. Because they were the royal navy that led the Iron Throne. Not only did they have sailors who rowed and steered, but they also had professional archers, sword-shield soldiers on deck, and armored assault soldiers. They were mercenary knights, bankrupt farmers, poachers, and thieves from the royal territory and the Stormlands. Many of them should have been sent to the Great Wall as night watchmen, but Dimensional Water King stopped them midway and made them sailors. Dany had to admit that the illegitimate son of Tidal Island was quite capable. In less than half a year, not only did he build 10 galleons from scratch, he was also able to take over Cersei's royal navy. The 10 galleons betrayed Cersei and the Iron Throne with him. From the glorious royal soldiers, they became pirates of the Stone Steps Archipelago. This guy's charisma and personal ability were stronger than Song Jiang's. When Song Jiang recruited people, he often destroyed their families and forced them to go to Lianshan when they had nowhere else to go. Dimensional Water King seduced Cersei while supervising the construction of the galleons, rebuilding the royal navy, fighting for power with Grand Scholar Pycelle. Pycelle always wanted to stop Dimensional Water from controlling the navy, and also winning over the hearts of his subordinates. Unfortunately, Orion Dimensional Water's character was not good and could not be trusted completely. The Dragon Queen seemed to have really become Zhuge Kongming and really treated Dimensional Water King as Wei Yin. Alright, the Dragon Queen was slightly better than Zhuge Kongming. At least she would not be like Kong Ming, who would say, "Dimensional Water has a rebellious bone behind his head. He will definitely be disloyal in the future. Be careful, be careful." She even said it in front of Wei Yan. On the contrary, that night, during the meeting where all the captains were gathered, she even used a spiritual projection to disguise her true body. She pointed at the bastard of Tidehead Island sincerely and said to everyone, "This is Valerian, who has the same bloodline as my ancestor. Valerian, a loyal subject of Targaryen for generations. Sir Orion, the representative of Tidehead Island, is naturally my most trusted subject." Dimensional Water was so emotional that he shed tears on the spot. Targaryen of Dragonstone Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, Setiga of Crab Island, and all the knights from the royal domain and the Stormlands. This scene was almost like yesterday, exactly the same as when Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. We will also walk the path of glory of our ancestors. No, our goal is even greater. The Westeros are definitely not our limit. So, we cannot continue to be pirates. Pirates are destroyers, not rulers. We will never be able to conquer the world. So, our team must be reformed. Sir Barristan, the noblest white knight, the only grand knight with pure chivalry left in today's Westeros, will lead everyone to glory and create glory. What do you think? The Dragon Queen looked at Dimensional Water with a trusting gaze. "Your Majesty is right, very right. We cannot be pirates. We are the royal navy under the Queen." Orion nodded. Then, the Honorable Barristan, as everyone expected, became the head of the pirates. Then, the mission of robbing Hyder's fleet was handed over to the White Knight. Before the old knight complained with a conflicted expression, Dany gave him another less honorable mission. "I'm not at ease with Orion. The 10 captains on Cersei's ship, do not touch them. Choose a group of pirates who you think are the most righteous and honorable. Train them well. Then, find a chance to assign them to the captured pirate ships. They will be the captain, first mate, second mate, or navigator. Slowly dilute Orion's influence in the Royal Navy." Then, without giving the old knight any time to react, Blackie took off and she disappeared. The pirates thought that she had left on a dragon. "I can't do it." The White Knight stood in a daze, muttering in a daze. Blackie did not return to Slaver's Bay. With the addition of the Royal Navy on the Stone Steps archipelago, Whitey's mission became even more arduous. Every other day, it would fly back and forth between Dragonstone Island and the Torture Abyss. The mission of observing Mimi the Color Queen could only be completed by Blackie. 5 days ago, in the great Cathedral of Baylor, Stone Prison, uncle and niece sat facing each other. I have no idea what you are thinking. Sir Kevin looked at his haggard niece in linen clothes. The sharpness in his blue eyes was slowly replaced by helplessness and exhaustion. Didn't the scholar teach you history? Actually, even without the scholar's teaching, you should know about the rebellion of the church during Meg the first time. Meg had a dragon and an army of 100,000, but he was still badly battered by the church's armed forces. Where did you get the confidence to be more? In order to defeat the church's armed forces, he rode a dragon and set the great cathedral on fire. He put a bounty on the head of the son of war at the price of 1 gold royal per scalp. In terms of brutality, in terms of strength, in terms of wisdom, which part of you can compare to him? It was not easy for a Targaryen to suppress the power of the church, so that the archbishop could no longer interfere with the kingdom's political power, but you. He slapped his forehead and groaned. 7 gods above, I never thought that stupidity would have no limit. I saved 1,000,000 gold royals for the Iron Throne. Cersei retorted. Chapter 401. Compared to when Tywin was still alive, Kevin Lannister had aged a lot. He was still tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist, but his once sparse short blonde hair had fallen off his forehead. His brother had died tragically, his second nephew had killed his father, his eldest nephew had gone missing, his niece had turned into the Mad King III, the second was Joffrey. Otherworldly ghosts had appeared on the wall, Dragonstone Island had changed owners, and the Targaryens had returned, and his eldest son, Lancel, had given up his title and fief to become the Great Sparrow's right-hand man. He had even betrayed Cersei. Even Sir Kevin, who was as steady as an old dog, felt that Lannister's rule could no longer be stable. He stroked his thick chin, his neatly trimmed golden beard, and sighed. For a mere 1,000,000 gold royals, you released an uncontrollable beast. Look at you now. Do you still think it was worth it? Thinking of her recent experience, Cersei's pale cheeks twisted. She growled, I'm the Queen Dowager. The Archbishop should listen to me. The Targaryens have dragons, but they dare not say such a thing. Kevin's eyes showed a strange mixture of sarcasm and pity. The Great Sparrow accused you of regicide, godslaying, incest, treason, infidelity, and false accusation. And just because the Targaryens were married, the church thought that they were violating human relations and wanted to rebel. Compared to you, Maregal the Cruel was a saint. What makes you think that the Archbishop will listen to you when he is armed? Godslaying. Cersei laughed. I would like to, but is it possible? That is the problem. Kevin's face was solemn. The Great Sparrow believes that the Archbishop is the spokesman of the 7 gods in the world. Murdering him is equivalent to god-slaying. Do you understand what this means? The Archbishop is equivalent to the 7 gods. Then how much is the king on the Iron Throne worth? Then send troops to exterminate the Great Sparrow. Kill the Great Sparrow's beggar army, and let the Great Sparrow lick my feet. Cersei said bitterly. Turn the Holy Land into a slaughterhouse? Kevin was stunned for a moment before he shook his head with a bitter smile. If Tywin was here, he might have done so long ago, but I'm sorry, but Lannister's elite soldiers followed Jaime to Hudging County, and I don't have that kind of courage. Actually, if Tyrion was here, don't mention that bastard. He murdered my son and killed my father. It's all because of him that I'm in such a miserable state today. Cersei was so angry that veins popped out on her pale arm that was pressed against the back of the chair. Achoo! Achoo, who's talking about me? In the Bay of Sorrows, Tyrion rubbed his nose and walked to the railing of the ship. He looked at the distant blue mountains and muttered, sigh, we've finally arrived at Slaver's Bay. I wonder if the Dragon Queen would be like my bitch sister, preferring a brainless, deformed devil monkey. Achoo, achoo, did you catch a cold? Kevin looked at his niece, who was suddenly sneezing, and asked with concern. No, that name makes me sick. Cersei gasped. Sigh. Kevin placed his elbows on the table and massaged his temples. He sighed and said, Fine, you don't like Tyrion, but Marjorie is Tommen's wife, your daughter-in-law. Which mother-in-law would send her lover to seduce her daughter-in-law and then announce to the whole nation that the daughter-in-law is a bitch? Have you ever thought about Tommen's feelings? Tommen, the green fatty who fainted from crying in the toilet. Sob, sob, sob. Someone finally thought about my feelings. Second grandpa is the best. Cersei clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, Tommen is only 9 years old, and Marjorie is 16. As a woman, I know best that she won't be able to take it. She definitely won't be able to take it. Otherwise, why would she ask for moon tea from Pycelle? Kevin said casually, You also said that the age gap is too big. It's natural for her to be unable to take it. If Marjorie can drink moon tea, it means that she won't give birth to a bastard child for Tommen. Life doesn't go as planned. Just bear with it, and it will be over. Tommen's expression was wooden. Second grandpa, is this something a human would say? Why can't you bear it? Oomph. How do you know that Marjorie won't give birth to a bastard child? Cersei raised her chin slightly and felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Looking at his niece's mocking and smug smile, Kevin realized that the person in front of him was an expert, a senior. Stealing a man, giving birth to a bastard child, murdering her own husband, and giving birth to a bastard child to usurp the throne. The combination of the Poison Queen moves was very smooth. Sir Kevin said earnestly, But we can't do without the support of the High Court now, especially when Targaryen appears in the Westeros again. Dany, rise as a dragon. Let's not talk about the fact that Marjorie hasn't given birth to a bastard child. Even if she does give birth to 8 or 10 bastards, Tommen, you, me, and all the Lannister will happily acknowledge them. Anyway, Tommen's surname is Baratheon. Our Lannister is not that embarrassing. Uncle, what are you talking about? In a game of power, you either lose or win. There is no middle ground, no compromise. Cersei said angrily. Didn't you hear what I said? Sir Kevin raised his voice and asked, Dany Rhys Targaryen is back. She has a dragon, a dragon, a dragon, understand? With the power of the Lannister family alone, Tommen won't be able to sit on the Iron Throne. Understand? Our real enemy is the Targaryens. Understand? Dany Rhys. Cersei chewed on this name repeatedly, as if she was chewing gum. She started to suspect the identity of the woman in the prophecy. Is Dany Rhys beautiful? Is she as beautiful as me? She asked without rhyme or reason. Sir Kevin was confused. What? He asked in confusion. Is Dany Rhys as beautiful as me? Cersei asked again. Are you crazy? Sir Kevin widened his eyes in horror. It was as if the woman in front of him had suddenly turned into a terrifying monster that he had never seen before. Could it be that I guessed wrongly? The woman who is younger and more beautiful than me, and who took away everything that I cherish, is not Marjorie, but Dany Rhys? Cersei looked at her uncle in a daze. She muttered something that Kevin did not understand. Dany Rhys will not conquer the King's Landing immediately. She has made a sacred oath to the vassals of the world. The one who ends the long night shall be king. So you don't have to worry about the mystic dragon burning the King's Landing. Targaryen is a threat, but only a threat in the future. Don't worry, don't be afraid, don't be crazy. Sir Kevin was a little scared and tried to comfort her. Cersei came back to her senses and understood her uncle's words. She sneered. You believe a woman's words? I dare say that the little bitch is secretly building a huge navy. She will first use lies to make us lower our guard, then use Dragonstone Island as a bridgehead to bring the army across the narrow sea and directly take the King's Landing. With my intelligence, I would do the same, but you don't understand? Cersei shook her head gently and sighed. Sir Kevin glared at her and said, The Dragon Queen's reputation is very good. Now everyone says that Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She has never broken an oath in the past few years, let alone a sacred oath. Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She really knows how to flatter herself. That woman said it herself, right? Cersei smiled contemptuously. You think I'm stupid? It's useless to say anything these days. It depends on what she does. Sir Kevin's eyes flashed with admiration. He sighed and said, don't doubt it. Lannister has people on the Great Wall. Her every move is written in reports and sent to Casterly Rock by messenger crows. I can swear that she is definitely a true Night Queen who cherishes her people, is righteous and trustworthy, and is brave and fearless. Are you crazy? Cersei exclaimed as if she had suddenly seen a big monster. Know your enemy and acknowledge her nobility. Only then can you defeat her. Sir Kevin looked directly into Cersei's eyes and said word by word. During the War of the Four Kings, your father personally admitted that compared to the young Wolf Master's bold and unrestrained style, his art of war and experience were somewhat out of place. Thus, he avoided direct confrontation and defeated the enemy in the field that he was best at, but the young Wolf Master was not. All right, tell me, what is the field that Dany Rise is not good at, but you are good at? Cersei curled her lips and said. Sir Kevin's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, she is very brave and very responsible. Let the deviants take her away. What are you talking about? Cersei rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, only the most ignorant village woman would believe that verbal curses are useful. I also want to let the deviants take Marjorie away, but that bitch is sitting by the warm fireplace of the Red Keep, drinking and laughing happily. Sir Kevin pressed between his eyebrows. Talking to his stupid and crazy niece made him feel very tired. At the same time, he missed his smart and decisive elder brother more and more. How could such a great person die in a latrine pit? Damn Tyrion. Sighing in his heart, the old dog of the Lion family forced himself to be alert and said, Marjorie is not in the Red Keep. Tommen and Pycelle are also not in the Red Keep. Where do they go? Cersei asked in surprise. I sent a letter to Dragonstone Island, representing Lannister and the Iron Throne to acknowledge the agreement of the one who ends the long night shall be king. I also hope to form a united front against ghosts with Dragonstone Island to ensure that the King's Landing will not be invaded by the Mystic Dragon. However, the Dragon Queen has not replied to my letter yet. The Red Keep is in danger of being burned by the Dragon Flame. We have to change places every day to avoid being attacked by the Mystic Dragon. At this point, Kevin's expression became strange. In a way, you are safest in the great cathedral of Baelor. The Dragon Queen is a devout disciple of the Seven Gods. She will not burn down the great cathedral. Why don't you? Before her uncle finished his rotten idea, Cersei waved her hand and interrupted him. She said in a firm tone, I would rather sit on the Iron Throne and be burned to ashes by the dragon flame than rot in a cold and damp dungeon. Cersei, you can no longer sit on the Iron Throne. No matter what the outcome of the trial is, your reign is over. I will be the regent until Tommen comes of age. Sir Kevin crossed his fingers and leaned back on the wooden chair. He stared at the woman opposite him, carefully observing his niece's reaction. I am the Empress Dowager. You should serve me, just like how you served my father, not replace me. Cersei clenched her fists and glared at her uncle. You admitted to the Great Sparrow that you were unfaithful and had an affair. The church wants you to atone for your sins by parading through the city, naked. Kevin turned his head away, as if he could not bear to look at his niece's twisted and miserable face. No, never, Cersei pleaded weakly like a helpless child. Uncle, you have to reject the Great Sparrow's rude request. He is humiliating me, humiliating Lannister, humiliating the king, humiliating the Iron Throne, and humiliating this country. Cersei, you cannot represent this country, Sir Kevin sighed. Do you remember what Tywin arranged for you when he was alive? Arranged? Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head frantically. No, I will not marry again. I am Tommen's mother, the Empress Dowager. I will not leave the Red Keep. I will not leave the King's Landing. The women in this world were sad. Even someone as strong and crazy as Cersei did not live a happy life. When she was young, she could not help but marry Robert. She did not like Robert. When she was a queen, She was abused by Robert every day. After she killed Robert, she was ready to be a carefree Empress Dowager, but Tywin immediately wanted to marry her. Chapter 402. Tywin had arranged many marriage partners for Cersei. The twins of Count Redwyn of Green Pavilion Island, Theon Greyjoy, Quentyn Martell, Villa Tyrell, Balon Greyjoy, most of them were young men. Cersei was in luck. Among them, Villa Tyrell was the best. He was the heir of the Duke of Highgarden and the elder brother of Little Rose. If the marriage was successful, Cersei would be her daughter-in-law's sister-in-law. Unfortunately, old Rose of Highgarden thought that Cersei was a slut and not worthy of her grandson. Old Rose had her eyes on Sansa, so she rejected Tywin. If Theon had not become a eunuch, he would have been a good choice. Then there was King Balon. Balon and Theon were father and son, but they were both Cersei's matchmaking partners. For his daughter's marriage, Tywin was too generous. Actually, King Balon's wife was not dead. Even if Balon was dead, his wife was still alive. However, King Balon controlled the powerful Iron Fleet. The value of marriage was too high. Although Cersei did not lack young, strong, and handsome male companions, and was unwilling to give up the luxurious life of King's Landing, her resistance was powerless in front of Duke Tywin. If Tywin was not dead, Cersei would have been engaged to King Balon. Other than Villa Tyrell, Balon's marriage was the most valuable. Cersei, have you forgotten what your father told you? It is your responsibility to stabilize Tommen's rule through marriage. I will not mention the sacrifice for Lannister. You have always said that you love Tommen. Even if it is for him, you are not willing to compromise? Cersei's expression was uncertain. To be honest, your market is not good. You will be paraded in 5 days. The people of the Seven Kingdoms will know that you betrayed your marriage. There are also hundreds of thousands of people who have seen your body. It's really not easy for someone to be willing to marry you. Kevin advised earnestly. Anger and fear flashed in Cersei's big blue eyes. She said weakly, Tommen won't let me leave him. Facing his niece's final struggle, Sir Kevin made up his mind and said directly, Tommen is still underage and can't participate in the meeting. I am the regent, and I have appointed Mace Tyrell as Hand of the King. Grand Maester Pycelle and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Harris Swyver, will remain at the Imperial Council. Pycelle Redwine will take over as Admiral, and Randall Tarley will be the judge. Do you understand? They are all my men. Either you fail to pass the trial of the Church, and if you are convicted of any crime of deicide or regicide, you will repent under the supervision of the Church for the rest of your life. Either you win the trial by martial arts and regain your freedom, then leave King's Landing and get married, or return to Casterly Rock to live alone. Sir Kevin gave his niece an ultimatum. Deicide and regicide. Cersei laughed sarcastically. Why is there no incest? If I am convicted of incest, you will no longer be the regent. If Cersei was convicted of incest, Tommen's crown would lose its legitimacy and legitimacy. Tommen's status as king would be illegal, and Regent Kevin would become a traitor. Do you want Tommen to die? Kevin said coldly. To tell you the truth, your madness won't do you any good. The one who accused you of incest is Stannis. The person the Great Sparrow hates the most right now is not you, nor Dany Alice, but the heretic who converted to the Red God. He has no intention of hearing his accusation. This was the real reason Cersei was set free. Lancel had told the Great Sparrow the color of Cersei's underwear, so the Great Sparrow was certain that Tommen was not Robert's son. But he could not judge the matter at all. If Tommen was a bastard, then Stannis would be the only rightful heir to the Iron Throne. At this time, Targaryen's jurisprudence was lower than that of Theon Byra. Just as in the late Western Han, the descendants of the first emperor of Qin did not have as much jurisprudence as the old House of Lu. The dynasty had changed. I want you dead. Cersei cursed her uncle viciously. I want you to die and be captured by the others. Balon is dead. He died before his wife. You don't have to marry him. Kevin did not react to his niece's curse. but the warmth in his words was gone. Yulun Greyjoy is now the heir to the throne of the Sea Stone, he said coldly. Timon is powerful. He controls Carlin Bay in the north and harasses the north. He takes the Shield Islands in the south and plunders the villages along the river. Although Lannister Harbor hasn't been harassed, no one can be sure of the future, so Yulun has value in being roped in. I have heard of Yulun, a handsome man in his early 30s. In terms of appearance, he is not much worse than Jaime. In terms of bravery, he can be called the Barristan of the seas. In terms of intelligence and talent, he has sailed the Jade Sea and even explored the ruins of Alleglia, obtaining countless treasures and secret arts. You should be happy that such a good husband is willing to marry you. Sir Kevin concluded. It's done? You have sold me? Cersei said in disbelief. It will be done immediately as long as you agree. I will keep shaking my head. Cersei's head shook like a rattle. As you wish. Kevin stood up and tidied up the thick dark red wool cloak on his body. He then turned around and walked towards the door. Opening the thick wooden door, Kevin stopped and said calmly in front of the old nun, "Parade in 5 days. I will wait for you at the Red Keep. If you do not want to be humiliated, you can kill yourself by slamming your head against the stone wall. It will be the best choice for you, for Tommen, for Lannister, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms." Cersei was suddenly filled with courage and said loudly, "Just you wait. I will return to the Red Keep." The corners of Kevin's mouth curled into a smile as he left. 5 days later, 3 old nun as dry as pickled radishes entered Cersei's cell and shaved her golden hair, armpit hair, and leg hair clean. Cersei was naked like a newborn chick, showing herself to the people of King's Landing. Dang, dang, dang. The bell in the tower rang, and all the people of King's Landing were summoned by the bell. Under the statue of Baelor, the wide marble square was crowded with people. The eyes looking up were denser than the stars in the summer night. Apart from the children of war, the congregation of the poor, and the nuns, everyone in King's Landing was here. There were men and women, old and young. Innkeepers, merchants, cobblers, stable boys, actors, beggars, thieves, high-class socialites in silk, and dirty street girls with acne. Everyone came out to see the Queen Dowager's pale body with goosebumps. The 3 old nuns walked in front of Cersei and announced loudly, "This is Cersei of the Lannister family, the widowed Queen Dowager, the birth mother of King Tommen, the widow of King Robert. She has admitted to the great sin of deceit and lasciviousness. The sinner has confessed her crimes and prayed for absolution and forgiveness. The Archbishop has instructed her to cast aside all pride and deceit as a sign of repentance. She will show the way the gods created her in front of all the good men and women in the city. With a humble heart, the sinner sheds all secrets and privacy and embarks on a journey of atonement, naked before the gods and the people." At this moment, the majesty and holiness of the Iron Throne were completely trampled into the mud. The supreme kingship that Targaryen won after 100 years of bloody battle with the Church was in tatters. An invisible crown was crowned on the Great Sparrow's head, and he became a king without an iron throne. "Bitch!" someone shouted. It was a woman. Women hit other women when they were in trouble, and men only wanted to stick their eyes to the suffering woman. Their mouths were only drooling and licking their tongues. How could they have time to talk? This was the Queen Dowager. Since the ancestors invaded the Westeros, about 12,000 years of the Kingdom era, this was the first time the Queen Dowager showed her beautiful body to the people. Not to mention the Westeros, it was also the first time the Queen Dowager was paraded naked in the streets. The Great Sparrow was definitely the most powerful archbishop in the Second Era. Benello, the supreme priest of Volantis, should be ashamed. The Great Sparrow did not have any magic power, and the god he believed in was fake. He was also very poor, and the church's bank was sold. Even the church's armed forces were not as strong as the Hand of Sacred Fire. When Cersei was imprisoned, the church's armed forces were far weaker than the Hand of Sacred Fire. After Cersei was imprisoned, a large number of mercenaries and small nobles began to join the church. At this time, the church's armed forces were stronger than the Hand of Sacred Fire. Benello's mouth was invincible. Every day, when he prayed, he would call on the slaves to revolt and rebel against the slave masters, but he had never harmed a single hair of the Blackwell nobles. The Great Sparrow was not a man of many words. One moment, he was obedient to the Queen Dowager, and the next moment, he got the permission to reorganize the church's armed forces and immediately tricked the Queen Dowager into the great cathedral and imprisoned her. Up ahead, an old nun rang a bell as she sang loudly, "Shame, shame, come and see the sinner of shame, shame, shame." An old man's eyes widened as he muttered, "So big, so white, so shame." The old woman grabbed her husband by the ear and twisted it, shouting at Circe, "Whore, you are a disgraceful sinner, a disgrace, a disgrace." Circe held her head high and glanced at the old woman in disdain. She purposely puffed out her chest and lifted her hips while the old man howled. His eyes rolled back, and his limbs twitched as he fell to the ground. He had a stroke. Old man, what happened to you?" The old woman could not be bothered to scold the Queen Dowager anymore. She hugged her husband's body and cried, "Slut!" The more the woman scolded, the more the man. After walking 2 streets, almost a kilometer, with thousands of people watching, only the woman cursed. It was a spectacle, until a yellow, warm object flew out of the sky and landed on the Queen Dowager's smooth, white back. That rich smell and nauseating color instantly woke the men up from their pink dreams. The Queen Dowager, who had died, could no longer fantasize. Then rotten eggs, rotten tomatoes, rotten vegetables, and even dead cats and dogs with bloated stomachs full of white maggots were thrown at Circe. The spring scenery was gone, and the men woke up and started cursing loudly. Bitch, sinner, adulterer, slut, traitor, and a lot of other words that refer to her body parts. The pride on Circe's face cracked like an eggshell and fell off little by little. She was as fragile and frightened as a hatchling, struggling to crawl out of the eggshell and show herself to the world. Circe fell in the smelly ditch. Her knees were bruised and the soles of her feet were cut. She staggered, as weak as her expression. The Queen Dowager's weakness became the mettle of the mob. They became more violent, scolded more loudly, and even began to show off their personal talents to the Queen Dowager. "Look over here, everyone." A prostitute lifted her skirt and shouted at the men below from the window of the brothel. Less than half of those who have slept with the Queen Dowager have slept with the Queen Dowager. Do you want to suck it, Your Majesty? A man wearing a butcher's apron took out the Queen Dowager from his pants and grinned. Circe burst into tears. She could no longer maintain her composure. She covered her chest with one hand and her thigh with the other, just like how her father punished her little grandmother. Danny, who had planned to make fun of the Queen Dowager, also fell silent. Blackie hid in the dark sky and did not show up in front of the people of King's Landing. Killing people with just a nod was too much for a woman. Chapter 403. Old Town, City of Knowledge. The Dragon Queen did not cause much damage to the City of Knowledge. At this point in time, even the steward's pavilion, which had been hit by the dragon flame fireball, had been repaired. Doctor's meeting room. Vinegar, Balin sighed and placed the letter in his hand on the table. His right finger tapped on the paper lightly, producing a deep sound, like the rhythm of his frustrated heart. The room was silent. The clear morning sunlight passed through the colorful mosaic glass and shone on the faces of the doctors. Their expressions were as unpredictable as the light. Peristan sent another letter. Balin broke the silence and sighed softly. Balin was a doctor in astronomy. He was sharp-tongued and liked to give people nicknames. For example, Marvin's nickname of magician was given by him. Because of this, Balin received the nickname of Vinegar from the City of Knowledge. Perhaps it was because one's appearance reflected one's heart, but this bald old man had protruding bones and no flesh on his cheeks. He had a sharp face. However, such a person who is usually so strong and unkind also looked dejected at this moment. His face was filled with dejection. This is fake news. Next. Steward Theobald, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said firmly. Balin was stunned and asked, "You've seen it?" "I just received the letter. There's no need to see it. As long as I know that it came from the Great Wall, I'm sure it's fake." Professor Theobald waved his hand. "Next." But, Perisdan, Balin had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the steward. "That's also a fake person, a fake Perisdan, a fake person giving fake news." "All right, that's reasonable." Balin rolled his eyes and continued. "Regardless of whether it's fake or not, I think you should know the fake Perisdan from the Great Wall sent a letter as a crow. He told us not to escape from reality, and that Dany Rise and her dragon are the real saviors. The basis for the existence of the real world is that the world still exists. If the Westeros are gone, humans will be extinct. Even the most beautiful ideals will be meaningless. It really is a fake. The real Professor Perisdan has a strong will and a firm belief." "Why would he say something like that?" Professor Ambrose said. Ambrose had a long and thin face. His hair and beard were all white, and his fluffy beard hung down to his chest. He was a doctor of medicine in the City of Knowledge, and also the doctor with the highest medical skills in Westeros. Balin shrugged his shoulders and said, "The fake Perisdan described in detail the weaknesses and attacking methods of the deviant ghosts and corpses. Normal armies are no match for them, and after a battle, the number of corpses increases. If the deviant ghosts crossed the Great Wall, their numbers would snowball and the entire human race would be wiped out." He said that he already knew about the City of Knowledge's defamation of Dragon Queen. He said that he was ashamed and even advised us to pack our bags and go to the Great Wall immediately and put on black clothes to atone for our sins. "It's fake. The fake Perisdan is despicable," all the professors said in unison. Varen tugged at his soft and comfortable squirrel fur coat and said with certainty, "Yes, it's fake. I'm afraid of the cold. Winter is coming, and going to the Great Wall will cost me my life." But that fake is also a big problem. The Great Wall sent out messenger crows to almost all the top nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Not only did he encourage the nobles to aid the Great Wall, he even used the identity of Professor Perisdan to distort the truth about the City of Knowledge. Because he called himself Perisdan and even confessed his sins, many nobles believed him. Professor Nolan said he was the previous head of the department and was a doctor of economics and mathematics. Balin said bitterly, "It's indeed a big problem." The messenger crows of the fake Perisdan and the City of Knowledge arrived at the nobles' nests at the same time, causing the City of Knowledge's reputation to plummet. Many scholars who served the nobles wrote letters to question the City of Knowledge. Why are we so crazy as to openly violate the rights of the guests? Why would the nobles rather believe in fake news than the City of Knowledge? This is not normal, not logical, and not right. We are the City of Knowledge, the headquarters of the scholars. The scholars have the right to speak, and the scholars guide the public opinion of the Seven Kingdoms. Shouldn't the nobles believe whatever the scholars say? Head of Department Theobald said angrily. Professor Nolan smiled bitterly. The nobles aren't stupid. Why would the Dragon Queen violate the rights of the guests for no reason? What good would it do her to burn down the absolutely neutral City of Knowledge? If the Dragon Queen had never come to the Westeros and had never interacted with the nobles, maybe, but she wouldn't participate in the tournament and even won the championship. Hundreds of nobles and thousands of knights have seen her, drank with her, and interacted with her. She even spoke with assurance at banquets, shining brilliantly. The nobles and knights of Riverbend, Storm, Dorne, the Western region, and the King's Domain have a general understanding of her character. They all love and respect the first Night Queen of the Seven Kingdoms to wear the crown of love and beauty. They don't believe that she is the Mad King II. Everyone knows about the influence of the tournament in the Seven Kingdoms. Professor Galadue of History and Linguistics, who wrote Midsummer's Sun, sighed and said, "There are also singers and poets. They originally thought of Layla Waishue as a legendary hero. Now, they know that Layla Waishue has an even more legendary identity, the last princess, the queen who restored the country, Misha who freed the slaves, the mother of dragons, the mysterious night. When these legendary elements were added together, the singers and poets in the tavern went crazy with excitement. You should go to the Feather Wine Bottle and take a look. After half a month, there are at least 300 songs praising the mysterious Night King and 46 versions of the story of Dragon Queen fighting for the Rose Crown. There are countless poems and stories that have been derived. Balin said helplessly, whether it is among the commoners or the nobles, not only is her reputation not bad, it is so good that it is exploding. Even if she fell from the sky while riding a dragon and died. 10,000 years later, as long as human history still exists, there will still be countless people praising her deeds and songs. Just like those legendary heroes from the Age of Heroes that have been passed down to this day. Then what should we do? The old man of Old Town clearly stated that the Hyder family will not be involved in this matter. Old Rose Gao Ting is even worse. While secretly hinting to me to ruin the Dragon Queen's reputation, she also clearly stated that Gao Ting does not know and will not interfere in the battle between the City of Knowledge and the Dragon Queen. Theobald said, "If there is no other way, we will just admit it." Professor Nolan sighed. The Dragon Queen violated the rights of the guests and burned down the City of Knowledge. This sounds unreasonable to begin with. How is it unreasonable? She is the second Mad King. The Mad King's actions are the most unreasonable. The key is that no one believes it. Why don't we openly state the ideals of the real world? I believe that the nobles and commoners of the Seven Kingdoms will understand us. After all, we have no selfish motives, Professor Nolan said. You can't say it. Balin hurriedly dissuaded him. The real world is the greatest selfish motive. Sai, what is this? Sooner or later, the City of Knowledge will be destroyed because of the real world. So what if the Megalosaurus is extinct? Look at how active the Red Gods are now. And the wizards of Asia have never gone extinct. Professor Zabaro lamented pessimistically. The real world is indeed a bit of a scam. Which bastard first came up with it? Professor Nemos cursed softly. Seeing that the group of professors were dejected, the general manager immediately changed the topic. Balin, continue. What else is there? The Great Wall has elected its 998th Commander-in-Chief. Jon Snow, Stark's illegitimate son, Balin said. Why him? What about Sir Mallister, Sir Elisa, Count Slint, and Commander Carter from the Eastwatch? Professor Ambrose asked curiously. Because of Jon Snow's outstanding contributions. He first went undercover among the barbarians and saved Dark Castle. Then, he followed the Dragon Queen to subdue the barbarians. After that, he joined the Suicide Squad to hunt for deviant ghosts. He even personally killed one, Balin said. Fake news. There are no deviant ghosts. Next, the general manager said. Next. The corner of Balin's mouth twitched. The fake Parazdan has asked us to send out letters to spread the long night, the recruitment of night watchers. The Dragon Queen's vow, fake. There are no long night, no deviant ghosts. Theobald interrupted the professor of astronomy roughly. Next, fake Parazdan, is that bastard done yet? Why didn't the deviant ghosts take him away? The general manager said irritably. General manager, the deviant ghosts are fake. Don't lie, Balin sneered. After being interrupted repeatedly, the professor of astronomy was also angry. Continue, the general manager said sullenly. To prove that the deviant ghosts are real, the fake Parazdan will send a night watcher called Samwell to bring a deviant ghost and 2 ghouls to the City of Knowledge. Get rid of Samwell before he arrives at the City of Knowledge, the general manager said skillfully. The fake Parazdan knows the City of Knowledge's methods. He specifically warned us not to harm Samwell, because he also sent a letter to Count Tali at the same time, Balin said awkwardly. Why does it involve Rando Tali again? The general manager asked curiously. Samwell's surname is Tali. He is the eldest son of Count Tali. Damn, I remember now. That fake Parazdan is despicable. The general manager wanted to announce loudly. Samwell is a fake Tali. but he did not dare to let Rando Tali be cuckolded. Theobald thought for a while and said slowly, Samwell can reach the old town alive, but the fake deviant ghosts he brought must be eliminated in advance. A newly promoted middle-aged professor at the end of the table was puzzled. Why? If the deviant ghosts are real. Theobald raised his hand to interrupt him. With a complicated expression, he said, Professor Ernies, you are still young and have not experienced much. Once, when news of Liga's death in battle and the fall of the King's Landing reached the City of Knowledge, we felt as if the sky had collapsed and the world was about to be destroyed. Once, when news of Robert being murdered by Cersei and Lannister usurping Theon's Iron Throne reached us, we once again felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. But from beginning to end, the City of Knowledge has been peaceful. Nothing has changed, and the sun has risen as usual. We have existed for thousands of years, and will continue to exist until eternity. In the meeting room, all the professors nodded silently. Professor Balin, please continue, the general manager said. Many nobles have written to ask about the Dragon Queen's suggestion of the one who ends the long night shall be king. How shall we reply? It's fake. Next, the general manager said immediately. What's fake? Is the long night fake, or is what the Dragon Queen said fake? Professor Theobald said solemnly, it's all fake. If there's no long night, then there's naturally no long night to end it. That woman is too cunning. With the allied army nearby, she is unable to attack the Westeros. She is also worried that Lannister will stabilize his rule, so she lied to everyone in an attempt to disrupt the situation. She is also secretly gathering power on Dragonstone Island. Once winter is over, she will claim to be the child of prophecy, the savior of the world, and use force to force the nobles to acknowledge her as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. That's really possible, Balin muttered. Let's not talk about the fake news related to the long night, deviant ghosts, and the Great Wall, Theobald said firmly. Next. Oh, next. Chapter 404. According to the news we received 4 days ago, Cersei should have been paraded through the streets to atone for her sins. What do you think about this? Don't you think that the Great Sparrow is too arrogant? Balin said, Cersei deserves it. A doctor mocked. The Targaryen bloodshed of generations in exchange for the supreme kingship has been ruined by that stupid woman. From now on, there will be a political situation in the Seven Kingdoms where kingship and theocracy will oppose each other. I have never seen a woman stupider than Cersei. If Dany Alice was half as stupid and crazy as her, we wouldn't have such a headache. Speaking of which, it's strange. From Joffrey to Cersei, they're all Lannister. Why did they all awaken the bloodline of the Mad King? The doctors discussed animatedly, but they were not too worried. As long as there were nobles in Westeros, the City of Learning would not collapse. Perhaps, in the future, every archbishop would be given a scholar, and the archbishop would be like the king, having a scholar to guide them in government affairs. Theobald said calmly, Cersei is already a thing of the past. The King's Landing is now under Kevin's control. Scholar Pycelle also sent news that Cersei might marry King Yuluan of Tymon Bay. Yuluan King? The brother of Yuluan, King Balon, who ascended to the throne of Seastone through the King's Selection Convention. Theobald nodded and said hesitantly, Yulun may not be too ambitious, but at least you are easier to get along with than King Balon. Ever since he took the throne, he strictly restricted Tiamin's pirate activities. Not only did the pirates who had been harassing the coast of the bay disappear, but Yulun even agreed to return the Shield Islands that King Balon had occupied. Since when was Tymon so easy to talk to? The doctors were in an uproar. Could there be a conspiracy? Balin said nervously. He, greed and cunning are Tiamin's nature. How could he change so easily? Theobald laughed mockingly and slowly explained. The matter is complicated. First of all, Tiamin's forces were too few, and the battle line was too long. From Deep Forest Castle in the Northern Territory to Carlin Bay, to the Shield Archipelago, to the estuary of the Mander River, to Old Town, to Chinting Island, the north-south battle line is more than 8,000 kilometers long. If Taimin doesn't make a choice, he'll be crazy. That's right. King Balan called himself King of the Iron Islands and the Northern Territory, and Yu Luan inherited his position. If Yu Luan is rational enough, you should focus on digesting the newly conquered territories in the northern region. Making enemies everywhere like King Balan is too crazy. The professors were deep in thought. Don't forget, Count Redwind's Chinting Island fleet is on the way home. If Taimin doesn't leave now, he won't be able to escape in the future. Of course, Gao Ting would have to pay a large sum of gold royals to redeem the Shield Islands. In the end, Yu Luan was provoked by that woman. Theobald's expression was strange. Which woman? Danny Alice. The professor in charge laughed deeply and said, Yu Luan was the first explorer to come back alive from the ruins of Valeglia. He obtained wealth comparable to that of country, and even found a set of tile steel armor and a dragon egg. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Unfortunately, just as he left the stormy sea outside Valeglia, he met Danny Alice, who was sailing towards Slave Bay. She plundered him, and then she had the money to buy the Unsullied and Astapor. Dr. Balin looked surprised and muttered, I didn't expect there to be such a grudge between them. Yu Luan intends to form a tripartite alliance with Tyrell and Lannister. Currently, they have reached a few preliminary agreements. 1. Tyrell will pay the ransom, and Yu Luan will return the Shield Islands and swear not to invade the territory of Riverbend. 2. Cersei will marry Yu Luan, and the Iron Fleet under Yu Luan will swear allegiance to Tommen and reorganize into a new royal fleet to suppress the Targaryen forces on Dragonstone Island. 3. Tyrell and Lannister will create conditions for Yu Luan to seize one or more Megalosaurus from Danny Alice. What? Sir Steward, are you crazy? Seizing a dragon from the mother of dragons? The professors looked at Theobald with the same gazes as they looked at Aerys, Joffrey, and Cersei. Yu Luan did not reveal the specifics. However, he dared to swear to Anami that he once controlled her white dragon and green dragon. If he wasn't too greedy, he would have become the father of dragons by now, the steward said. Oh, since he swore to Anami, then it must be true. The professors nodded in surprise. Then they became excited again and said happily, the tripartite alliance seems to be very promising. Dragon Queen, I am the holy light. I am. Everyone in the room was celebrating when suddenly a deep, majestic, and grand voice came from outside the window. The steward was furious and stood up, shouting at the window, which bastard is making a racket outside, disturbing Kikik. Mystic, mystic, mystic dragon. The professor's pupils contracted, their teeth chattered, and their faces turned as pale as a corpse. The nightmares of the past came back to them. Whoosh, a huge shadow swept across the flower bed in front of the steward's pavilion. The professors and apprentices who were sitting on the lawn and reading were shocked. They looked up at the sky and were stunned. I am the eldest son of the mother of dragons. I am the mighty dragon of heaven, the vanguard of justice. Another long list of titles came out from Blackie's mouth. At this time, Danny was using the Buddha's mercy mode. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, shocking the people of the old town and the scholars from the city of knowledge. The mystic dragon is speaking. 7 gods above. Am I hallucinating? The professors, scholars, apprentices, and even the people on the street were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. Today, at this time, at this place, I am the dragon of judgment. In the name of the Father, I judge the 7 sins of the city of knowledge. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the Father represented judgment and justice. The first sin, arrogance, disregarding the reality of the world and using one's will as an illusion, attempting to build a false real world. Blackie's voice rumbled as it explained the real world again. What is the city of knowledge trying to do? Most of the people of the old town were confused. The few who understood were shocked. The second sin, jealousy. Magic power is innate. Only a few people have the qualifications to master supernatural powers. The scholars of the City of Knowledge were unable to cultivate magic, or their talent in magic was shallow. They were jealous of the royal family with noble bloodlines, and even caused the entire human world to enter the age of magic. Remember, it was only the humans who lost the magic power to protect themselves. The dark, evil gods were restless in the land of eternal winter and never disappeared. The third sin, brutality. The dance of the blood dragon lasted for more than 10 days, and hundreds of thousands of people died. It was all the sins of the City of Knowledge. This was another bomb that almost made the people of the old town faint. How could the thin and weak scholars next door be so powerful? Damn it, Peristan is a sinner. He actually told that woman about the real world and the secret of the dance of the blood dragon. Belin cried out in fear. The head of the professors was seeing stars, and his vision was blank. He kept mumbling, "Fake, fake, it's all fake. Peristan is fake. The real world is fake. The dance of the blood dragon is fake. It has nothing to do with the City of Knowledge." Blackie did not care about the reactions of the people. He continued, "The fourth sin, incompetence. The City of Knowledge has been established for thousands of years. The seven kingdoms astronomy, pathology, craftsmanship, economic structure, spiritual beliefs, cultural customs, and so on have never improved. The Westeros 1,000 years ago and the Westeros 1,000 years later are almost the same except for the differences in people. If that's the case, what's the use of having you? We have worked hard, even if we didn't make any contributions. Besides, the free cities next door also seem to. The free cities were indeed more advanced than the Westeros, but they had inherited Valeglia's advanced industrial technology. The scholars were not calm at all. The fifth sin, dereliction of duty. A long time ago, traces of deviant ghosts appeared beyond the Great Wall. 20 years ago, even the people of Bravos on the other side of the Narrow Sea knew that there were deviant ghosts near difficult settlement. The younger brother of the Sea King, Brother Felic, even died in a battle to capture the deviant ghosts. In order to deal with the long night, the Iron Treasury secretly stocked up on food twice in 20 years. The amount involved was as high as 100 million gold royals. However, the Westeros did not know anything. The Iron Throne did not know. The City of Knowledge did not know. What's more hateful was that after knowing about the urgent report from the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge purposely hid the information about deviant ghosts, not caring about the safety of the people. What deviant ghosts? Isn't the history of deviant ghosts and the long night fake? The scholars have always said so. The citizens of the old town who had just caught their breath were shocked to the point of dizziness again. The melon was too big, too many, too sweet. They could not eat it all. The sixth sin, violating the rights of the guests. Dragon Queen came to the old town under the alias of Layla Weishue and participated in the martial arts tournament as the mysterious Night Batman. During that time, the scholars admired her talent in economics and invited her to the City of Knowledge as a guest. However, after discovering her true identity, they poisoned her and assassinated her. There were also hundreds of archers waiting to kill her Megalosaurus, which was me and my second brother. The fire in the City of Knowledge that day was because of this. 7 gods above, the City of Knowledge. What do they do? The citizens of the old town were about to collapse. The information revealed by the Holy Dragon was too much. It was too scary. They could not bear it. The seventh sin, breaking an oath. The City of Knowledge swore to be neutral, and the scholars swore to be loyal to the king. But look at what they did. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods to abolish the oath of the scholars. Since the oath that the assistant scholar swore when he put on the chain could not be fulfilled, there was no need to put on a show. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods and the Dragon Queen to abolish the allegiance between the scholars and the nobles. The scholars will no longer wear gray robes and necklaces. There will no longer be a distinction between apprentices, scholars, and scholars. The nobles can continue to employ scholars, but scholars will no longer be scholars. From today onwards, the City of Knowledge will be dissolved. The Westeros will abolish the scholar system. Ah, the city of knowledge is gone. Even the scholars are gone. The citizens of the old town were in an uproar again. Sigh, is what the Megalosaurus said true? Did the city of knowledge really commit so many sins? That is the holy Megalosaurus, the great mighty heavenly dragon, the dragon of judgment. How could it lie? Moreover, the holy dragon's words were reasonable and irrefutable. Yes, the content of the holy dragon's words. You have to think about it carefully. It's terrifying. No, the city of knowledge was filled with whales. The scholars and apprentices in the city of knowledge seemed to have their spines pulled out. Their bodies went limp as they raised their heads and cried. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.